Hello, everybody, and welcome to Turn 'em Sideways. I am, I guess, your host for the night, or at least the start of the night until Blevins shows up. I am Charmer, aka your least favorite Riftbound caster. We're going to be covering the Chinese event. It's going to be a good time. I believe the opening ceremony should be kicking off here in just a moment. Possibly already underway. Oh man, that Lilia looks pretty. I wish I could get my hands on one of those for 2v2. Love the sprites. I will say that's one of the things that I am looking forward to as the game evolves. I know that they just announced that we're getting the Ivern bundle at Gen Con, and I'm going to do everything within my power to pick that up. But coming from Magic and knowing that this game's also designed by a bunch of Magic nerds, I'm just looking forward to all of the specialized tokens. I like the ones that we get, but I look at that Lilia and I see really cool sprites surrounding it, and I think to myself, man, I want to have multiple sprite tokens, you know? And I'm guessing these are the best ofs for the event, given the different texture on these cards. It's always kind of hard to tell whenever it's just a static image, but here we go. Getting things going. Hello, Spicy. I see you there. Hopefully your evening is going well. We're going to strap in for a long one. I've already started the coffee, but we're going to try to keep up. Should message my wife and see if she'll put another pot on for me the next time she gets up. Is Cast joining? That is a great question. Part of me wants to tell you the answer, and part of me wants to say stick around to find out, but I won't be mean. No, Cass is unfortunately busy for this particular event. Cass was helping out last night, but was unable to do it today, so it's going to be me. Blevins will be joining later. We're just going to hold down the fort. We're going to have a good time. But I appreciate the interest, C-Max. Shout out that Turn 'em shop. Look at you, Spicy, with your shill right on cue. You got your Nips mat? Nice. I also got my Nips mat, and even though I'm not really playing LeBlanc, I've used it at the last couple of events that I've went to. It's just so pretty. I'm really looking forward to some of the ones that we have cooking for Vendetta, though. I'm going to have a hard time deciding which one I want to use during the Vendetta season. I think I might just bring two with me and swap depending on the decks that I'm bringing, because we've got a couple of really juicy ones that I'm very excited about. I've seen the previews. They're not 100% finalized, but the previews were enough to make me happy. Speaking of making me happy, look at this. Look at this diversity. I love that you can put Poro icons for your players with their system, because then it doesn't give up the ghost on what you're playing. Yeah, Nips is she is a goat. I always have a hard time because technically goat implies top of the mountain, greatest of all time, and I have a lot of friends that are artists for various card games and or card game merch and so forth, and it's very hard for me to pick one that I like more than all of them. It's like trying to pick my favorite child, you know? All right, so looking at the representation, kind of surprised that Irelia is number 2. I know that it is still incredibly popular in the East. Master Yi being number 1 is not a surprise. Diana being third is not necessarily a surprise. And I'm going to guess these are your day 2 conversions. So Irelia was, I think, second represented in the field, but did not maintain the better conversion rate than Diana. Falls to third there. 6 Luxes, which you have to assume are on the combo version. Not really seeing a ton of, likely Aurora lists. I mean, technically Fiora could be. I assume that the misfortunes are on Aurora, but that's it. No Sivir here. Also very surprised to see. Yeah, I was just about to say a lack of like Annie's, but again, for whatever reason, Annie refuses to be popular in the East. And of course, Arena's Greatest still technically live for this event, along with Aspirant's Climb, so no surprises there. I believe that's Abandoned Hall there at number 2, which is also not necessarily a surprise given how popular Irelia has been, as well as Diana. Yeah, not really a lot of surprises here as far as battlefield representation. I am very excited to see what's going to happen when we lose Aspirant's Climb and Arena's Greatest. Jamil, what was that graphic just now with one of multiple champions? They were showing the day 2 conversions. So they had started with the kind of like overall representation of the field as far as, percentage of players on decks, and then they started showing the legends that qualified for day 2 and the numbers. So the one that just had a bunch of ones was like the second page, because the first page had all of the multiples, if that makes sense. Lucian. With a couple of bone shivers even. I mean, I guess it makes sense if they're going to be on the 3 main deck Falling Stars, 2 punch firsts. I would wager that those bone shivers are really there to help with the power costs from the equips being problematic. The thing that seems absolutely blasphemous to me, though, is just the one Relentless Pursuit. That card, it seems way too good, and it's kind of the reason to be playing Lucian, to only be running one copy. This seems wild to me.
确实，我觉得反正卢锡安这套牌玩起来还是挺有爽感的，而且呢，它的进攻能力很强。虽然说在防守端稍微薄弱一些，但是一般主要是你不太会在战场上留比较多怪。所以
also kind of interesting as I look at whatever this Lucian list is, because with the 3 Dorans as well, they only had, what, 2 pit rookies, 1 gem jammer. They don't have a lot of like turn 1 plays when they're going first, which is also really interesting. I've seen Lucian played a couple of different ways, right? I can get behind the idea of, if you're not going to play a body, then you want to maximize your 2 energy plays so that when you play your Lucian the following turn, you get the free Weapon Master equip. I think that's a fine strategy in a slower meta where you don't have to keep point tempo as much, because you're still essentially generating might, and what you're doing is you're generating might that's more likely to stick around. But the way the meta's been lately, it's far too fast, and I'm still, I think, in favor of more bodies over equipment for your turn 1 plays for Lucian. But even with that in mind, having such a low number of turn 1 plays when you're on the play and not on the rune just seems insane to me for that Lucian list.
在运动当中可能更像网球当中的破发，就是可能是发球局你想要赢，你想要征服，在自己的回合里面打出更多的操作是容易的，但是在对手的回合里面让对手无计可施去防守一个回合，这件事儿确实是比在自己的回合里面去做进攻要更加容易。
I mean, I guess just thinking through, right? They were running the 3 copies of Sabotage, so perhaps that's also what they're considering as a turn 1 play, but I'm not a big fan of firing that off right away. Because if you're on the play and not on the rune, then you're just deramping, and now you've sabotaged, and then you go to 3 and you play your Lucian. Just seems crazy. But again, metas are regional, and when we kind of think about what the rest of the format looked like, perhaps this is a Lucian list that expects to fall behind early and just wants to ensure that your larger units, when you do go into engage, are going to get there to go over top of Yi, right? If you're expecting a meta that's going to be a lot of Master Yi and a lot of Irelia, maybe you can give up a little bit of point tempo, but again, not necessarily a huge fan of that either, just because if you're playing against Yi or Aurelia and they've got an early charm and you're still in your kind of setup phases, that could lead to some blowouts as well. Don't have this translated at the moment, but I'm going to guess that the stack deck is in 84% of chaos decks. It can't be 84% of decks, I don't think, just based on the way we saw the representation. But that's also interesting because it should be in 100% of chaos deck. Like, what's a chaos deck that doesn't want to run stack deck? I'm confused. Is where I need that translation. Yeah, Jamil, I also wonder if they are choosing to start second, but they love their one-ofs. Yes, they do. I don't mind one-ofs. I think that the 40 card deck, and specifically with the amount of card draw that Riftbound already has, despite being very early in the game's lifespan, I do think that there's a lot of one-ofs that you can get away with. There are definitely some cards that skew certain matchups wildly, and so running it as a one-of, I think, is fine, at least in the main deck, potentially, if you want kind of that Hail Mary play. Yeah, this has got to be like percent of 9 decks that are running Stupefy here. So that's probably what that was with stack deck. Um,
确实，我觉得敲2张牌，其实刚刚提到嘛，就是因为我
but
真的在
so
我心
finishing
中
that train of
这个
thought, the thing with the
卡组
one
里面，
ofs
如
is
果打
I also think that we might see a
3-5 到 3-6
situation
张卡，
post
那我
Vendetta
的
where
感
we
觉能
start to
敲
see a
大
lot
一
more
定
one
的
ofs
程度，但是如果
specifically
说
because
回
of
合
the
里面有
flow
很多的
mechanic.
新单卡，在
I
各
think
自
that there's a
的
lot of
位置
cards
带来
that
的大量的补强，能够
you
互相补
might
强，
be fine
那
with
或
just
许
having one
在没
of
有
because
单
if you
控
get
的情
two
况下，没
casts
有
out
单
of
控
it
的时
and
候，
you only have to
我觉
draw
得
it
敲
once,
大这种
that's
卡能
fine,
够
and you
起到
don't
战力帮
want
助，
to
比
be
较
stuck
小，
with
而且它本身
multiples
光
in
亮
your
本身
hand.
还需要花1费，
Um,
其实就有一
I
点
know
点
there's a lot of people
感觉
very high on
不是
Twilight
说所有
Shroud.
的
I'm
新
kind
单
of in
卡
the
来都
middle
是
on
那
it,
么
but
的
that's I think one of those
然后
cards that is
我觉
the
得卡牌
perfect
两张里
example
面
of
分有
I
2
don't
张，
know that there's
有
many
很
games
多
where
很
I
多
want
水
to
手
draw
他们本身
multiples,
的
but
走
once
位
I
就比
draw
较小，
one, I
然后但是他们是习惯
probably
于
just want to
搬一套已经
get
做
both
好
of my
的战术，然
casts
后在
out
这
of
个
it.
基础之上，对吧？去把自己的每一步做好。那也有的选手他们可能就会去加一些自己的理解和巧思，就放一些那种很不寻常的单卡，可能这套卡组当中携带率就5%以下的这种单卡啊，这我觉得这是分为2派。
Yeah,
就有些
just to be
是随
clear,
着这个主流，然后去把自
my
己的操
my
作给
joke
做好，
earlier
有些那
about
种是寻
stack
找一
deck.
些说
Yes,
针对稳
there's
定性
Irelia
有
lists
效
that
的
don't run
有
it,
的选
and
手
I
的
have
方
seen
式，
a
那
number
情
of
况下不单，你感觉
Vex
你喜欢哪一种？
lists that
我
do
我
not
更
run
偏
it
向后
as
者一点，
well.
就是我更偏向于就是在自己的对
And that's
于
mostly
那
just
个
because
合
they
里
have
面
so much card
尝
draw
试一点点
available
自己的
through
新
other
的理解，因
outlets
为这一
that
招其实
unless you
我好
have
像
a
一些热门
specific
场景也都玩了一遍，
piece that you're
基本
trying to
上在每
find,
个
it's
场景里面都
kind of
加
not
了一
worth
点
it.
属于我自己的印记。对，比如说像刀妹的话，像昨天有提到，我是个人比较喜欢这张4费回忆的顽皮助手，因为对上我印象很深是对上一些你比如说像维托或者沙皇这样的多频率但是单位比较小的卡组，那它其实能够带来的收益是比较可观的，是一个大魅惑。而且一些开创性的单卡投入使用，其实会让玩家留下深刻的印象。我觉得
All right, they should be getting their round started here in just a bit. I believe it was supposed to start at 10 p.m. my time. It is 10:03 here in the Eastern Time Zone.
像老伯那一次也是，
What legend am I playing next set? That is a fair question. So far I have the most games on testing Akali and then Mel as far as the newer legends go, but I'd been doing it kind of as a joke or a meme, but the more I play it, the more I think it might not actually be a meme. I think Ivern is actually really good post Vendetta. And it's not even like just the cats and dogs and whatever that were added, though that's part of it. But there's also, I think, a fair amount of additional tools that just Order and Calm got that help the Ivern game plan. But also, if you're trying to imagine a post Arena's Greatest, post Aspirant's Climb world where more decks are at least more likely to be playing battlegrounds that they specifically care about, being able to potentially turn those off, and then also run negative ones where you're kind of like, you can run Vile Maw's Lair, for example, try to trap the Akali units there, and then you're not forced to suffer. I don't know. Like, I think Ivern actually has a fair amount of legs, but as far as the newer legends go, I've got the most games on Akali, second most games on Mal at the moment.
当时都还没有得到开发，那大家都在寻找中期生物。我当时一眼就相中了这个紫色的戴安娜，然后配合大量的1费法术，我觉得也是能够打出一些效果的。对，然后顺着淮南这话
Why was Fizz not banned?
我之前跟你皎月练牌的时候嘛，当时就是被你的这个子皎月打了个信息差嘛。其实有很多卡你可能平时出现的少，但是它有些词条你是不能忽略的。
I think that Fizz was not banned for a number of reasons, if I'm being entirely honest. But the biggest one, I think, is that they are probably putting him on a watch list and then waiting to see how it shakes out. Like, Fizz obviously has some annoyances, but I also feel like people are not quite yet thinking about the full card pool, specifically the new banish effects. So the purple Mel, the banish or bounce spell, or even just like Gosh, I'm drawing a name on the stupid little yordle now, but there's the thing that can also allow you to banish cards from any trash. And then if you do, so it's like, I think it's a 2 for a 2. You pay 1 when you play it to give something else assault 2, but the important piece is you get to banish something from any trash. So being able to, proactively banish the things Fizz wants to target from their trash, proactively banish the fizzes from their trash if they're going to be running the new purple resurrection loop, etc. I just feel like the devs probably suspect that there is enough counterplay there. It's just one of those things where you kind of need the player base to find it. That's my suspicion anyway. Darth Nutella, how does Mel feel? So the reason that I've been playing more Akali than Mel is because I feel like I've got Akali pretty well fleshed out at this point. Mel, both versions are control-ish. One is more tempo-oriented than the other. I have one where it's basically like Pack of Wonders control, like Ezreal had, but with different chosen champions and so forth, obviously. The other version of Mel is a bit more empower focused, and it was also trying to make use of her legend ability a bit more proactive. I do think that her legend ability is far easier to activate than people are, I think, giving it credit for. Hey, shocker, we're gonna get Master Yi going. But yeah, I was toying around with Kerox, but I don't have that list down as far as I would like.
澳门的时候了。
对的，那个很久以前了。
因为当时我们的试玩卡组就有金和丝嘛。
是的，没错。
而且这一位玩家也是我们目前的全国公开赛的金主头玩家了，因为是全场128个人当中唯一的一名金克斯了。
是的，也想看一下他的构筑，因为
Bandle City, okay.
展示过以紫金克斯为核心的
Or Bandle Tree.
潘德尔树啊
，Excuse me.
是一个可能之前在更多情况下会在提莫的牌组里面看到的这张传奇卡。
对，但是班德尔树其实后面在一些维古斯。 包括带上紫色携带大量待命的卡组就会有出现，因为现在玩家们慢慢发现，你待命可以在关键的回合不用花法力费用，可以额外的去出一张牌，
对，
这个影响实在是太大了。而且有些优质的待命卡，像是夜刃，像是紫色派克，你只要带下去其实是不会亏的。
Very excited to see what this Jinx is going to be doing. I'm not going to lie.
第一个坏消息已经出现了，剑圣第一把的先攻。
同样的，我觉得剑圣玩家他手牌当中的灭世的上手率非常非常重要，因为金克斯卡组当中如果携带到了专法，那么有灭世将会是一个巨大的打击，但你一旦没有，那其实剑圣很多次战力的单位它会变成一个打击范围。
紫色的卡组里面还是有很多核心的法术。
Raven Wings, yeah. I think the thing that I arrived at very quickly with my Akali testing was that a lot of what I would describe as like the wow factor plays are bait. Like I keep seeing, especially on like Reddit specifically, but even just in general on social media, a lot of people talking about the pie in the sky, like, hey, if I do like this, this, and this, then I get to draw like 4 cards a turn. And if I like start moving Jin around, I get all this energy and power. And it's like, great, but then what are you doing with it? Like being able to make those plays doesn't matter unless you do something with it. And so once I realized that Akali's actually just a double conquer aggro deck, I started doing much better with her. It also helps that I was playtesting against Cass, and he was on a very fast Zed deck, and I realized that you're not a control deck, and so you have to be able to keep up with the fast decks, and playtesting into that thing helped a ton.
然后包括一些紫色系的法术，其实它也是有大量的符能需求嘛，比如像换换乐、像泽退。
但我觉得啊，这种待命比较多的卡组，在面对到剑圣等等的绿色卡组的时候，都会迎来一个问题，就是这个迅捷蟹。 其实是给全看完了。
对，开局一张迅捷蟹。
Yeah, I think you're correct, Jamil. I think that the Deus will likely still allow for free bounces, because my understanding is that the errata does not take effect until the 24th when Vendetta releases. It's the same reason why there's still people playing Arena's Greatest and Aspirants Climb here. 2 seals and a Kha'Zix. Oh, and they have a Teemo there. This kind of reminds me of the Jim Davis Jinx list that I actually had the pleasure of casting, and it was really, really cool. Very low to the ground aggressive, utilizing a lot of the hidden cards to further empty your hand, right? I think a lot of people look at Jinx and they think, okay, I got to play the cards that make me discard my own stuff, empty my hand and get those draws, but Jim was playing a version that was just very heavy on the hidden. And I think that might be a little bit of what we're seeing here as well. On the fence with Seals, would hate to top back one late game. I hear you. I think that's why you typically only Seals see Seals Rain in decks where you're going to have access to a lot of draw anyway, so that like you're not banking on the top deck as much. Purple Seals, incredibly common. Blue Seals, surprisingly becoming more and more common. Helps with the time warp stuff, but also helps with Watcher and whatever. But if you're in mind, you also have a lot of card draw. All right, going to pay to bounce the Teemo, but the pay makes sense because you don't want to lose control here if you're going to just turn around and re-hide Teemo. And that makes sense because you can just play the seal and get rid of the rune. And then use the seal to hide the Teemo if you want. And then you could also just jam down that Vex. Blues out on your ability to respond with any sort of interactivity, though. Oh, yeah, as a Yi player, you don't need him. I just think that, even, again, thinking about like Ornn, right? It's played in Ornn for a lot of obvious reasons, but also access to a lot of card draw there. I think that's the real thing that makes the seals worth it or not worth it is, do you have ways to unbrick? Interesting dilemma here. Does still go with the Teemo. I think there was a consideration about playing the switcheroo just because you're trying to catch your opponent with thinking, hey, they just saw the heads up Teemo. So if they try to go over the top. And we very well could see something like that here. This might end up being a situation where they really wish they had that switcheroo down there, because if they decide to punch first and then also send this Rengar in. Yep. This is interesting. Did they just send the Yi in and then just pass? Because if that's the case, you're just saying I'm okay with trading with the monk. I would just also pass here, make them give up that Yi. All right, so instead they show, but now the problem is now they know face up that they can take this if they wanted. Yep, Rengar punch first. And that, assuming that this list is a lot like the Jim Davis list, that might be it for game one. I hate being so hyperbolic early on in the game, but the Jinx lists that are very much based around the hidden cards they're aggressive lists, but they are kind of also based around holding quite a bit. You want to be in a position where you can empty your hand, and you can't do that if you can't get onto and control the battlefields. Losing control of both here, no accelerate in hand that I saw, means that not only are you falling behind, but in terms of points here, you're going to be, what, 5-1 going into this next turn? That feels absolutely awful.
关键的牌，但手上的牌的费用其实都是这种中速牌，
他其实只能打一张，他只能选一张打，对吧？3、4、5，只能挑一张去打。维古斯有法盾在基地里面稍微安全一些，
没那么容易去吃到决斗，
对，或者说魅惑嘛，对的，就是对面如果真的魅惑加决，就或者这种东西的话。
Yeah, going back and thinking about it from the other perspective.
这个维古斯如果排下来被解了，就
if after they did the bounce with the Teemo, if they wanted to just hide the switcheroo and then jam the Vex instead of the other unit, I think they would have been fine. Vex would have made Rengar useless. So it would have been Yi plus punch first.
红紫色组面对决斗没有任何的反应手段。我感觉
Unless the player also baits out the switcheroo and then plays the punch first. Either way, this is going to, I think, very quickly be going to game 2. There's just not a lot that this Jinx player can do from this spot. Lose the backline units. Still no accelerate. The Gust does nothing for you because you don't want to put a Scuttle Crab back in their hand.
我是觉得拍一个维古斯是更合理的选择。首先，第一是法盾，对吧？第一是法盾，如果对面交了这个法盾，那起码对面的费用会爆得更厉害。第二是就像环兰所说的，这个欢欢乐，如果吃到的。
I was going to say this has to just be generating might. This should be either jam the Vex, and I think it's what, a Pike is the other one. Either just jam those or you jam your Jinx. But you gotta jam as much might on the board as you can, pass the turn. They're gonna hold to 7. Hope that they don't have more removal, but then even then you're again so far behind. Oh, they are just gonna try to gust the Scuttle Crab. That feels awful. I mean, I get it. You're trying to deny the point. All right, so the Vex and the Pike come down. On the other side, they still have the Scuttle Crab. They've picked up a Ruin Runner. I think that's the first mate. A Defy. Oh, and picked up the... yeah, I was going to say picked up the Discipline. 3 runes here. You've got the Rengar. You've got the hidden card. You just pass. You keep up your Defy and your Discipline. I mean, even without playing either card, you're still winning on might. They only have 7 on board, so they have to do something to the Rengar if they even want to go over the top of it. Because it's going to get the Yi bonus. Is there a bracket link? I don't know if we have one set up or not. Yeah. Hey, Prismat. It is, in fact, a very close game. As in, close to going to game 2.
反抗了。
哎，这里有没有把这个派克甚至收回来的效果？然后在下方的班德尔树上盖2张。
但是有个很尴尬的事情，对面有一个河蟹，就是他不用担心你哪边是欢欢乐，哪边是派克，他可以看光之后再打。
So Zonia saves the Rengar, gets the extra insurance, can't defy the switcheroo. That's fine.
那其实我们怎么帮他想办法都已经很难了。对，因为真正前途已经来到6。
Why is this Jinx instead of Vex?
因为明显你把手牌打干
Good
了，
question.
你也没有
I don't know.
能力。
这个在场下的河蟹确实是很烦人的。
这我就是觉得待命卡组在这一弹的环境里面最尴尬的地方，就是有了迅捷蟹这张牌，其实很多待命贬值了，没那么神秘了。
对的，挤压了非常多的。
There's a lot of thought going into a game that is
之前非常爱玩我们蓝紫的待命流 Timo， 但是
kind of irrelevant.
的时候，就是因为这些。
I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to count the Jinx player out entirely. But like I said early on, the one exchange was so backbreaking that it's hard to imagine the Jinx player getting the opportunity to come back from that. I think they're just talking through what was used to pay for what. Gonna recycle hide on the one side.
应该是当时没有选择去触发帝王神坛的效果，
对，就是不发了。
然后他留了一个。
I mean, even if the Yi player here were literally just to develop more in the backline and pass, the other player still only goes to 5 points. Like, you'd still have 2 full turns at that point if you're the Yi player.
他主要是想防守你狮子狗进来的第一波进攻，因为只要防住了，其实这个威古斯站在场上。
但首先啊，我觉得河蟹先看一眼没问题，对吧？然后真正前途手中好像是有另外一张狮子狗的。
Right, so the E player here, they have to do the math in their head, right? If they expect that to be another switcheroo, that's problematic. If they expect it to be a Timo, that's problematic. Timo, you can get over the top of the discipline, but a switcheroo, a discipline would not save you from.
下个回合对面会有2张可以用的手牌，或者其实狠一点直接决斗呢？决斗推上去就是全换，对吗？决斗维古斯。
Oh, all right. I think they might be doing exactly what I said. Take a turn off to just develop further. They know they have a massive points lead. They're just going to play this Ruin Runner because then if they go with the Ruin Runner in, they don't have to worry about something like a switcheroo.
缓了一波，这选择降速了，但是这张杀须笑匪也很重要，因为它可以无视对面的欢欢乐。野刃卡片。错。
Somebody asked, are they 6 wins and 2 losses or 6 and 2 draws? Oh, this is the one that I always mess up. I feel like the middle one is draws? I feel like I always get it wrong. To me, that should be 6 wins, 2 losses. But the T is for ties. You say that like any of those look like a T to me.
主要是如果还有下一回合，还可能会出现新的待命。如果这里你就把待命堆满了，那下回合再摸到新的待命，最终需要聚首获胜那个回合，你再摸到待命就没用了。
Right, it does look like a disc golf bracket. You're not. That's actually kind of fantastic, Raven Wings. It does look like a disc golf bracket.
4点的战力，万一对面真的没有打下来，那我起码场上还会多一个4，而不像提莫在自己的回合会变为1。当然，待命有一个好处就是他可能会比较灵活的决定自己翻的时间点。
To me, it looks similar to, although the the top shape is inverted, but to me it reminds me of the hone in like Nihon, which is Japanese, not Chinese. All right, so Jinx here, we're going to see more reinforcing. Moving Jinx back feels crazy, but I mean, I suppose the train of thought is if they only conquer one side, you still want to have something there. You're kind of signaling you don't have tide turners or anything that are going to allow you to get a body back and then go over the top. Rightmost character is level or tie. Okay. So the Ruin Runner plus Discipline gets the job done at the dais. Crab goes in, wants to see the hand and the hidden cards, now knows it's an Edge of Night. So now it's just a math problem. The Defy does nothing for you here. You can't counter Edge of Night, and you can't counter Switcheroo. Rengar on its own is only 6, plus Discipline is still only 8. But with the Edge of Night, they'll go to 10. And ideally, you want to get to 10, I think, because I don't think that, you know, with them sitting on the Switcheroo, you have any situation where you're hoping for anything other than a tie. But yeah, I think this is the right call. It's a safe move. Just reinforce on the other side. You're giving up your legend passive, but you're making up for it with just a lot of bodies and might. You just have to hold to win. I'd like to point out, we are approaching 20 minutes into this round. And again, I said at the time, I don't like to be hyperbolic, but I felt like this game was over at like the 5-minute mark. So we will have to keep an eye on the timer if this goes into a deep game 3, because the Jinx player has definitely chewed through a lot of clock in a game that just did not look winnable. And ultimately they get there. Okay. So wasted arguably 10 minutes. You could say, okay, but by prolonging the game, you know, you got to see some of your opponent's deck, but on the other side of the fence, it's Master Yi. Like if you don't know what Master Yi is playing, you're gonna have a bad time. And then meanwhile, you're on the off meta deck, so I think Prismat is correct, right? You are the one who's giving up information the longer the game goes. So it's an interesting strategy, but sometimes it's just really hard to concede, man. And it's not even always a pride thing. Like I don't not concede when I don't concede out of pride. A lot of times I do it because in my brain it's like, this is a puzzle I can solve. Like, yes, the odds are against me, but I want to see if I can solve it anyway. So maybe that is a little bit of pride, I don't know, but to me it's just more like if somebody says, hey, this is like an extra hard level challenge, go. I want to give it a go. I get it. From a competitive standpoint, I think it was probably a mistake to hang in there that long.
但他可能就是觉得自己去单挂在那一边，你的手，但是我只是觉得你去单据守另一边的话，你金克斯下个回合可以抽2张牌，还是有点吓人的。
我觉得有点恐怖。
有点吓人。
只能说是这样说，就是有风险，但是减少了自己的思考量。
对，
我觉得也合理，就是因为很多时候你其实一天，尤其大家经历了昨天这一天以后，我相信很多选手在场上他也明白一个道理，就是我能尽量保存一点体力和脑力，我就尽量先保存一点，不用在这一局。
其实有的时候你会发现，你看场面，你应该大概率知道这个场面应该是能解决掉的。
对，
但是
你
不需要
想。对，
但是这个想的过程当中
Apparently, some of the stuff in the Discord is that
我想一想，或许有100%能获胜的方式，但是我
Randy and Huge know a couple of Americans on Rengar fighting for the best of.
90%到95%的胜率，其实很多时候可能
还是会选择这个90%多的。
对的，在这种大赛长线作战的过程当中，可能后者也不失为一种选择。
是的。
Oh no.
这种选择可能是我们大多数玩家都会去考虑的，就包括我们自己在玩的时候，有时候觉得哎这个场面实在太有点想不过来。
Sam messaged me just now.
但其实我觉得对于真正的顶级的玩家
Jarvis Prime
其实会想
himself.
然后直接把这个100%抓在手中，
而且加上我觉得毕竟是瑞士轮。
And he said, and I quote, FYI, I've got Riftatlas open on the spectator PC. If there's ample downtime, you and me can hop in and play some games. Don't tempt me with a good time.
是的，而且这一把我觉得真挚前途他在前期的选择也是获得了非常大的收益，就他前期并没有去怕。
Keep in mind, we're not going to be doing that in betweens game 1 and 2. Like, I expect this to kick right off here in a little bit, but
然后各种东西，
他就是该搏的时候非常的有勇气，
而且
然后该稳健的时候很稳健。
我真的得说一句话，就是我记得这一把刚开始的时候，我当时就只说，首先先看骰子，这个骰子输了，对金克斯来说已经陷入苦战了，当时感觉已经是燃眉之急了。
45入先攻战场。
对，因为其实这两个卡组，我觉得互相玩起来的话，主要还是剑圣吧。剑圣的后攻和先攻差太多了，就先攻比后攻真的厉害非常非常多。因为首先是一个聚手卡组，需要先上战场，需要轮上的领先。其次，它的手牌结构，我们现在看到大多数手牌结构都是以246为主的。虽然说现在加入了3费的橙色剑姬和5费的橙色狮子狗，但是你还是难免会说剑圣是一套。
hey, I think we're going back into game 2. Here we go.
费用的卡组。
We'll see if the Jinx player can get a better start, but more specifically, just have an opportunity to hold, because that punch first was brutal.
剑圣带祖传地沟的不多呀，
因为在第一弹的时候，祖传地沟其实是一个用来针对剑圣的战场。
因为我们的认知当中会觉得剑圣不是一套征服卡组，对吧？它的征服能力没有想象中那么强，它更多是一套聚手卡组嘛。所以祖传地沟这个其实感觉跟剑圣的象性要打一个问号。
主要剑圣他其实没有那么多能够丢的牌。
对，
他不像有的卡组，他们可能会携带到那种宇宙流，带1、2张，然后根据对局去把它丢了去抽。剑圣之前在第一弹的时候，真的每一张牌都不想丢。你说他
Mulligans complete.
第一弹的时候的王花这种牌，就
E player on a little bit of a slow start there. It looked like double Rengar. So kind of stuck on the top end. Maybe Jinx will get a break.
这边的手牌前期会更加丝滑一些，有2费的 Timo 以及4费的威普斯。反观到像剑圣选手这边手上，我刚刚看到是没有在后手的第一个回合能够拍出来的单位的。
而且金克斯这边选定英雄区域的这张紫色金克斯，其实也能够配合到祖传地沟的。
Everybody's favorite fist bump at the start of each game and at the end of each game. I always laugh a little bit at all the folks that are very against. Oh, we got a scuttle. Okay, so picked up a defy. Also has a scuttle. Scuttle draws lonely, and suddenly he is looking to be a bit back on track. Oh, sneaky though, shutting down the scuttle potentially. And get on one side, hide a card, sneaky to the other. Hide another card because I believe they've got a second Teemo and an Edge of Night.
1+3要考虑的是在下一个回合，剑圣是拍那个河蟹是吧？
对的，所以因为剑圣河蟹的话，我感觉是可以1+3的，就防守压力不会那么大。
Stack deck for more information first.
抢下来还蛮关键的。
而且开始找待命了。
Timo 肯定是不要的。
3 cards with hidden to take your choice from.
剑圣没有手段的话，会是一个4比0开局。
You already have one Timo though, so it's I think really just between the Pike and the Tide Turner. Pike gives you the most power because you could hide that in place of Edge of Night if you want, but we know that China loves their Edge of Night, so I don't think that's going to be the call there.
控潮者
Tide Turner's most utility.
可以启动了，我感觉。鬼祟的水手，这个是在曾经有力量
Sneaky gets in.
的情况下，经常会选择的先攻。
Just going to discard the Tide Turner. Finds a seal. That'll help with the hide costs. Also, just more cards out of the hand for trying to get Jinx Legend ability alive. I think that was the Timo that went there. Interesting.
自己的提莫上去也非常的脆弱。
无非有狮子狗的可能性，但是对面有一个待命，还是想。
I really thought we were going to see a double there just to try to keep the crab off and to empty the hands to get the Jinx stuff going. But they don't send the crab anyway. All right, now Timo goes. Plus a Vex, plus a hide. Vex turning off the 2 Rengars in hand. Obviously, you can still play them and develop them, but really helps to slow down that. So they're going to send in the crab. They get to look at the hand and the hidden cards. Shows the Edge of Night. Shows the Timo. Shows the battering ram. So now it's just a math problem. You have to get more than 7. Discipline plus the Yi by itself is not enough.
反正就维古斯内侧一定是能杀完的，打一边够，就一个拳头就够了。其实一个拳头就够了。
Thinking. Perhaps the thought process here is if you just play the discipline, maybe you rip another pump off the top. Maybe that's the hesitation. Because again, you just have to get over. Could also, I was going to say, you could play this discipline, and then even with the Edge of Night on the Vex, you're still forcing the trade with the Vex. And then that's just going to open up the Rengar anyway. You're just going to do it in multiple steps. Oh, just going to go with the punch first. Yeah, that'll do it. I don't know why I don't remember seeing the punch first. But that's like the super obvious answer. And then the Rengar goes over there. So by not playing the discipline, the 2 energy, because it was at 7, 2 energy instead goes for the punch first and the charm. Yes, you go down, what, 4 runes that turn? 2 for the punch, 1 for the Rengar, 1 for the charm. That's still fine. If you clear their board,
靠红紫色组做不到。
那现在到了游戏中期，其实对于金斯来说已经有点难办了。
kind of feel bad for the Jinx, if only because you're not even really like losing to Master Yi stuff. The Yi legend ability hasn't mattered at all. This could literally just be Lee Sin, the legend. I mean, I guess the chosen champion bit, right? Like paying 4 for 4 might, powerless or whatever on curve both games, I guess is not nothing, but it's still wild to me. And my wife has notified me that one of our cats brought her a dead mouse. So that's fun.
这波抽的牌其实不是很如意啊。
就是想要法说的时候没有。
这个时候他应该在想欢欢乐到底去哪儿了。
对的，上把其实欢欢乐来的还算蛮理想的。
It was a gift, yes. She was trying to say, hey, I think you are bad at this hunting for food thing. Hey, Sam. Welcome. It's going great on my end because I'm not this Jinx player. Poor. I always want to get you on camera. I was gonna say it's not up to me. Yeah, it's up to Jarvis Prime over here. Do I think Riftbound will add more colors, or how will they change up the meta set 5 to 10? I don't think Riftbound will add more colors. At least I'll say this: never say never with any card game, but I will say in at least the next 5 years, I would be absolutely gobsmacked shocked if they added more colors. Just think that they have plenty of design space with the existing ones, and there's no need to. As far as how will they change up the meta for sets like 5 through 10, just like all things, right? When you add new cards, when you add new mechanics, when you add new complexity, the game evolves in kind of unique ways, because sometimes you have certain legends that might be underperforming now, and then they get the right tools to overperform later, right? And you've got the new legends coming out every set, blah, blah, blah. You've got mechanics that are kind of, I would describe as half-baked now that they could revisit. You know, if set 7 is, you know, another XP set, for example, and, you know, some of our set 3 characters get more help that way. I just think it's fine. I think there's plenty of room. I don't think that we need to add colors by any stretch. What we need to do is add ways to kill this knife cat as the Jinx player, because double Rengar is double the pleasure, double the mouse hunting.
She does have the Equip Jinx, Move Traveling Merchant, and Ready Jinx line available, which would get Jinx up to 7, I think, which is not enough to kill Rengar, but maybe there's some more action available.
Well, I mean, the other problem that you have as well is, you know, they're staring at a Yi player that does still have 2 energy open as well.
Yeah.
So
I just got here, but the Yi's got 5 cards in hand. They're probably gonna have some pump spells among there. The Forbidding Waste does allow the 6 to come and kill one of the Rengars, which is something. A Gust and a Seal, not especially strong holdings. A Switcheroo is a nice pickup, though.
Yeah, the switcheroo, one of the best tools I think you have in this matchup, if only because it can't be defied, and if your gap is bigger than a discipline, it kind of turns that off. Do run into some issues with punch first still, but I think might have a path here.
Yeah, so okay, this move of equipping Jinx is not going to do what you want. Did this player forget about the Master Yi buff?
Probably.
Or is Jinx a 5 base?
Jinx is a 5 base. So,
okay, so then this was
I mean,
8
this
base.
is still just a trade at best, but this on guard also makes it just outright winning.
Yeah, it seems like you should just jam the switcheroo here and pray. I don't think you're going to win if you let the Jinx die in combat here.
No, I mean, this has to be switcheroo and pray.
只要对面再掏不出一张狮子狗，或者说大副，机会不就有了？对。主要这里真的不能接受金克斯死，我感觉。
Thinking.
应该没有一费的 buff 了，好像。
I mean, there's just the player needs to come to the realization there is no way that you win this if you lose this Jinx. The merchant on an island is not going to get it done.
Yeah, thinking here seems very strange. You should decide if you're going to do this before you go in. Like, your opponent's range is very, like, narrow. There's only a few cards they can play, and like they will almost definitely play one if you make this attack. So you should just figure out how you're going to respond to that. Wow, and it just worked.
Yep.
There was no punch first. There was no second on guard. And this game's suddenly looking kind of good for Jinx.
Yeah, this, you know, it is worth noting this is a Jinx player that essentially lost the first game on like turn 3 and then still played for like 10 more minutes. Like they were legit, they had their board wiped and they were down like 5-1 on points, and they kind of played like this. So it does not surprise me. And there is something to be said, I think, about taking your time, but when your hand is literally 2 cards and one of them is dead and you have, you know, just the Jinx, like that's such an obvious switcheroo. Might not feel good.
Yeah. I would like to point out that this is a Zon Warrens that the Master Yi player put in their deck for some reason. It has like basically no synergy with Master Yi as far as I can tell. And the Jinx is getting to do all kinds of cool stuff with it, with readying Jinx Rebel, and like they're likely to have no hand. Much better for Jinx. This is like a great demonstration of why I keep telling people to stop putting Zon Warrens in their deck.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's a payoff for you, it just feels like a trap.
Yeah.
All right, so
okay, Cycle Discipline, we need a unit. No such luck.
On to game 3. Only 20 minutes left on the clock. We'll see if that extra 10 minutes in game 1 comes back to haunt the Jinx or not.
Doesn't seem super likely to.
I don't know, based on how long that switcheroo took.
Yeah, I mean, if the Jinx deck is aggressive enough, maybe they can get out into an early lead and then, you know, win in time.
So how's your day been so far?
It's been a good day, I guess. It's a little bit of a mixed bag emotion-wise, but I took the Lux deck that I was complaining about to a skirmish, and I easily won. So now I have buys for Barcelona and LA, but at the cost of, you know, subjecting all of my poor, unfortunate opponents to having to sit there while all I do is draw cards and combo them out.
Yeah.
I told one guy, I'm sorry that you have to experience this. And he said, you're not really sorry. You chose to play this deck in public. You brought this upon me.
Yeah, playing against that feels rough.
You can leave it, Jenny. Can you guys hear the wind from coming into my window?
Not too bad. It's mostly when you speak, because you got the noise gate on, and so like the wind by itself is not triggering your noise gate, but when you speak, if I'm like actively listening for it, it's there, but it's not bad.
All right, we're closing the window. Yeah. Keep telling my Riot friends, like, it's not too late. You can still ban Echo. There's still time.
Yeah. I do feel like Echo is potentially problematic. Echo really does feel like it should have got the time warp treatment where it should have just banished itself.
Yeah,
like,
that would have been a much better way to handle it. Although with the name like Echo Recurrent, you know, maybe it was important to them to actually let it come back. But yeah,
Sure.
certainly did not work out very well.
But if you really wanted to go with like a recurrent theme, I would argue that, you know, maybe Echo's design should have been closer to that of like what Phoenix is then, right? If you're gonna want to make him come back perpetually, then do something like that. But having this like ready thing it's rough. Like it felt like a design trap, but
yeah, it's definitely like very predictable that Echo would have gotten used in this fashion. But I mean, I don't think it's really that bad. All you have to do is just say, we didn't see this coming, like Echo is banned, and then like it's totally fine. Like nobody is like Echo is nobody's favorite card that they use as God intended. Like nobody will miss it if it gets banned. It can just be banned. But yeah, other than that, nothing really happened today. I just played my skirmish and now I'm here. How's this tournament going? Any interesting decks in the mix?
They were showing some of the decks that had made day 2. It was kind of what you would expect. Aurelia was like second most represented deck, was still third on conversion. Diana was the most represented deck, second in terms of like decks that made day 2. Eve was 1-1, as would be expected. No Sivers made day 2, but there was like 5 misfortunes, so I'm gonna just go on and say that the Chinese region is just heavier on the misfortune side for Aurora.
Yeah, I saw the numbers. It was like 50-something misfortunes and like 20-something Sivers. I don't really understand why they like misfortune so much in China, but yeah.
It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably pirate aesthetic. It's probably the ganking and pirate aesthetic. Right? Those would be the top 3. Pirate, ganking, pirate.
Yeah, it definitely is understandable as a aesthetic choice. I don't know if I would recommend misfortune over Sivir from a gameplay perspective.
And that gold token's so cool.
So the back line on Pike coming up big here, letting you slam into this Poro.
而你的剑圣进来打拳是个10点。
是的。再盖一张。
And the hide.
Did you catch what that was?
Well, right now I'm catching that. I'm pretty sure we had a missed arena trigger because they're only showing 1 point, right?
Oh no! Come on! Oh no, they're
now allowing him to.
No, you're right. Yeah, he just scored his second point with Master Yi. He scored one with only Poro. But they're okay. They just put the arena point on the board for Jinx, but not for Master Yi.
Well, the good news is we don't have to worry about this soon.
Yeah, good riddance.
People look at me like I'm absolutely insane whenever I play at locals, because anytime that I see Arena's Greatest on the first turn, I literally out loud do the A, B, C, D thing. I go, awaken, beginning, oh, there's my point, channel.
Oh, I just do, okay, we're both at 1 point whenever they reveal Arena's Greatest. I don't let these trigger rule terrorists have their way with me. Okay, we're putting the +2 on Kha'Zix from last turn. Just to catch things up.
They're very thorough, it feels like, in China about like going through the motions. I'm wondering if what happened is there was like a rewind of sorts because of the Arena's Greatest thing.
They took away the arena point from Jinx.
And from... Okay.
Oh my god. Alright, so but Master Yi should be at 2 here because they conquered with only Poro and they're conquering with Master Yi. But I guess first we have to show the +2 from Jinx's turn. Okay. And now what? Rune Runner?
Rengar. It's always... Oh, no. I was like, it's always Rengar, but it's not.
Yeah, Rune Runner is a decent way to spend 6. Rengar isn't really going to put in a lot of work here against the stack that's on the war camp.
Rune Runner was also very good in game 1. I just didn't see that they had drawn it. I wasn't paying as much attention. I keep also trying to look at chat periodically, make sure that questions get answered, people are entertained, that sort of thing, but
all right, so there's a battering ram, so maybe Jinx is trying to line up some kind of miracle turn, but
yeah, that'd be the only reason
really
to consider the seal.
Resources.
Yeah, I feel like Vex is still probably your, unless there's a Vex in the hand that I'm missing, it feels like your best thing just because it gives you a decent amount of value knowing you're playing against the Rengars, and the Rengars have blown out with this. Oh, and accidentally reveals it and then doesn't even like reshuffle them before making the decisions, and now it's just they just know.
I'm surprised they're gonna let him get away with putting the bottom 2 cards on the bottom without letting the opponent cut them. But it looks like it's fine.
All right, well,
so
do you remember earlier when I said, let's see if that 10 minutes matters or not? We're already like 10 minutes deep in game 3.
A little slow. All right, 4 mana battering ram. Surely you should just play the Vex if you're going to do that.
Yeah, this has to be Vex.
It depends on what this hidden card is, because if it's like ideally the hidden card would be something that would allow you to back up. Like, you know, if it was consult the pass, I know it's not, but you could just play consult the pass and then run everybody away from the war camp, which would be kind of nice. But now there's, I mean, you're still like presenting a pretty solid hold here. 9 and a hidden card against just a Ruin Runner, so it's probably going to be fine. But if the hidden card is Switcheroo, it does nothing against the Ruin Runner.
It's very possibly like an Edge of Night. Maybe the thought process was if they don't have a pump, Edge of Night on the Vex keeps you above Ruin Runner if they're just trying to trade, but Discipline's going to give it the old +2. Also still has the On Guard in hand. Kind of surprised the judge isn't enforcing him putting the, there it is, the die on it.
They were just giving him a moment to figure it out.
Yeah, give it a moment.
All right, so it's going to be 10-9, which is pretty good. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 10-9. So, all right. That better be Edge of Night. No, it was Switcheroo. That's a pretty big blowout. And this Kha'Zix has nowhere to go. There's a second Zhonya's being hidden as well.
It's over.
Yeah. So if there is an Edge of Night, then you could do something with the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, but even, I mean, well, Switcheroo does at least allow a conquer attempt, but again, it's one of those things where
it actually doesn't do anything. Because on the Arena's Greatest, it's 6-6, and on the War Camp, the only enemy unit is Ruin Runner, and you can't use Switcheroo. So you could just go over and trade with Master Yi, but it doesn't seem like it helps. The hand is pretty horrible. It's Battering Rams, Ember Monk, and Gust, as well as that Switcheroo. So to me, this turn is like play Jinx and base pass. Which is not great. Are we going for
their own
paper
trigger?
only play? Yeah, miss my own trigger on purpose. It's not allowed. Are they saying no thank you to the Kha'Zix trigger? Yeah, you can't do that, buddy. It seems like it's probably not malicious. They don't know they're not. They don't know that this is not allowed. So okay, yeah, they back up. Kha'Zix trades for Zhonya's. Yeah, this game is over. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one.
I mean, on the plus side, the Jinx now has 4 XP. They're 1 away from like conscription being a banger. Bear in mind that nobody actually runs conscription. But
I actually played conscription for a while in my Kha'Zix deck when I was working on Kha'Zix for Hartford.
Yeah.
But yeah, at one point I cast it on an opposing Stellacorn herder, and then my opponent star-crossed the Stellacorn herder back to their own hand, and I decided that was enough. Yeah. That was the last straw for conscription. But I do like you know, the idea of conscription. Just a little hard to execute.
I do too. That's why I'm excited to play around with Karox.
Yeah, Karox seems like it might be easier to use than conscription, and it's got a much better, you know, backup mode of just being a unit you can play. Definitely depends a little bit on your opponent to have some nice bangers to take out of their graveyard, but yeah, okay, there's the 5-mana battering ram. Not really what you want to see.
No, not at all.
All right, how are we going to use this charm to charm the battering ram? I think you can be pretty sure there's no pump spells in hand. So as long as you send it to the war camp, yeah.
我感觉这一局的直播桌有点像两个朋友在练牌，
对，你看边打边想。我说实话，他们那波荣耀竞技场两边选手在交流的时候，我都已经想好他们台词了。你忘家了，你也忘家了。
That's just it, right?
好巧好巧。
对，你看他们两个其实
What is that card?
这个互动还是很多。
Being read.
也是一个比较有意思的对局。
Is that a red card?
这展示了一张
It looks like it.
产生什么？
这个
I guess maybe it could be orange.
这张牌冷门到我确实也没怎么见过。
哎，好的。
双方梦拳了。
那也是恭喜真挚前途。
A shame they cut away half the field of view, so we can't really tell what was going on there. But
yeah.
Oh, okay. It's maybe that's just that guy's favorite card or something.
这是他自己应该是自带的一张卡，对吧？因为其实我们每
Guess we'll never know.
We'll never know. We're never gonna know.
我觉得他喜欢这张卡，他一直在模仿这个卡图上的动作，他应该是很喜欢这个卡图的。
Card gallery. Let's assume that it was orange.
挑战者5费5点战力，当我移动时，你可以选择将一名位于此处且战力低于我的敌方单位移动到。
All right, which of these art pieces
确实，我觉得是一张比较冷门的卡。是的。
looks like the card? It is Imposing Challenger. It is an orange card.
Thank you.
Unleashed. When I move, you may move an enemy unit here with less might than me to a different battlefield.
过程之后能够去把自己喜欢的卡展示一下，或者来点小动作，还蛮有意思的。
哎，老王哥，你要是下赛季上直播桌，你会
What?
你这个动作想要说什么？
Okay.
有想好是哪张牌？
I've never seen anyone play that, but I guess it's, you know, reasonable.
Yeah.
Wait, you move an enemy unit here.
Right. So you move to a battlefield,
So
and something
You have to
smaller than it
be
gets
attacking.
shipped to the other one, and then that
Yeah.
I guess triggers the Yi.
it helps you conquer, I guess, but doesn't seem especially good in this matchup.
Like conquer plus pseudo charm as long as you're on the other side, I guess.
Yeah, I guess if they have like a hold with a bunch of battering rams, it can do a decent amount of work. Maybe it is good in this matchup.
这个效果还是能够触发的。当然，在我们后续的这个我们下一个版本更新之后，它就会被禁止在我们的一个标准环境当中。是的，我觉得这最后也是给大家再展示一下这张卡吧，没问题啊。
对的，再见了，荣耀基金。
Yeah, I was saying it earlier that the worst thing about that entire series is that the Yi thing, I think, only mattered once or twice total. Like, that could have been a Lee Sin player playing the exact same card pool, and they still would have blown out that Jinx. Turns out that Punch First is just a hell of a card.
Yeah, the Jinx deck did not look especially good.
Somebody in chat said you could use it to move away to draw your opponent cards. Well, if you buffed it, yeah. Otherwise, I think they have the same base might. But you could move somebody's Stellacorn and let them draw cards.
Oh, you can, so it can't even move a battering ram. Yeah. So what I said, it doesn't even make sense.
其实，尤其是在第二日的比赛里面，能够见到，就是能够看到如此欢乐的对局，我觉得还挺难得，也挺，我觉得咱们这个直播挑选也，这个有水平，对，很有水平，有水平。这两位确实，我感觉是。
So that was a 6-2 feature match. You think that if they would have given us like the 8-0 table, we would have seen some better decks?
Maybe. I mean, is best of prizing for this event, so I think they were probably just trying to show some of the decks competing for best of, would be my guess.
Yeah.
因为他们看到当时的战绩都是一个6胜2负，那其实6胜2负这个压力是蛮大的，因为按照我们这一次的这个人数，包括最后的16强的名单，可能你就算是这个9胜2负，都不一定能够进入到16强当中。但是我觉得还有的选手，他们可能本身的一个过来北京这次全国公开赛的一个目标，可能是128强出轮，可能是获得金属头，对吧？我觉得每个人的目标都不同，或者是来比赛去直播桌上展示一下自己这个所携带的一张喜欢的单卡，对吧？我觉得很多意义其实都不同，所以说我觉得也是。
Lobby is ready. Oh, so apparently Sam just wants to play games with me.
Oh, that'd be a good use of the downtime.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what he was pitching before. I just wasn't expecting
What are you gonna play?
To be on it so fast.
Listen, I'm just craving gameplay.
Fine, I will load up Kali. Because my Mel thing was all jacked up.
Let's go.
Let's go to my decks.
I'm gonna try this Ambessa cook.
53%的剑圣啊，对上40%的金克斯，而且呢，两边的这个主要是待命牌啊，这个2张待命在剑圣这边都是最后这一把打出来的金身，而金克斯这边其实在第一把携带班德尔术的情况下打出了更多的待命，而且他的传奇使用也使用了6次啊。
金克斯的4点经验也是紫色螳螂的效果，对吧？它其实是一张获取经验效率非常高的单卡，然后
I'm gonna backseat one of you.
Oh,
Whichever
no.
one shares their screen with me.
I'll kick it up on stream too.
Yeah.
最高使用率的战场，
对的。
那就好好道个别吧。
就是我觉得这种可能持续会有新的卡牌加入，也会有一些卡牌离开，对吧？但是
Oh, here we go. Import deck is like, where is the stupid?
给某一些召唤师留下一些独属于
甚至是我觉得很多这个标语也蛮有意思的。就大家如果看我们平时卡图下的标语的话，也会有一些可能说，有时候突然看到，觉得这句话很有意义。
对，
那我们一起来看一下本场比赛的精彩回放吧。
All right, we'll see how bad this is.
You and me both.
Yeah, I guess. I'm still getting used to the controls of this.
I hate when I start playing a new deck. I just don't know what the right mulligans are right away. It takes me a while to figure it out.
It's everything. Just mulligan 4, and then I'll call a judge.
Mulligan 4. Toss the whole hand back.
Hail.
Hail.
Do I want to just give this up? I think the answer is no. I think... How do I do the stupid target fast thing?
The little arrow.
There we
Are
go.
you targeting Poro though?
Yes.
Okay. Resolves.
Charmer, can you share your screen in Discord? Or I guess whoever's playing Ambessa, because that's the one that's being shown on stream.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
一幕就是这个胜利结算动画呀，所以我觉得各位召唤师们，如果有机会来到我们的直播桌的话呢，也可以想一想自己的这个胜利结算动作。
来了，趣味数据，气势逼人的挑战者，有1%的
Yeah,
玩
we'll
家
just end on that.
携带了这张卡牌，而这个1%。
I'll be honest, not expecting that.
直播桌上，这个确实
Really?
真正意义
I
What's my name?
Charmer.
我们也学一下。
这个姿势啊，对吧？没问题。
还是挺帅的。
是
Alright.
确实以后我们来到直播桌上也可以
Should I
把
just
自己
rip
喜
Mbessa?
欢的一些卡牌，平时也是比较冷门的卡牌，可以带到我们的直播间，让我们现场以及屏幕前的更多召唤师们认识到这张单卡。
I think
那说不定我觉得
usually I would
可能
prefer to
一些
save
主流的卡或
Ambessa
者主流的购
for
物
a
中
moment where
可以
you can
会
like
出
play
现
it,
这张单卡
empower it,
相当于
ready
免
it,
带货，对不
and
对？
then go chomp on something. So I've just developed something else probably.
I was gonna say, do you want me to charm Mbessa? Is that what you want?
I'm trying to think through this. This is the first time I've played with Mbessa, period, so I didn't even think about that line that he just said. Because, like, okay.
I think I would just play your things that don't cost power.
Yeah. I was thinking this Empower ready move in here.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I certainly would not be spending a rune to go score a point on an empty battlefield. That seems like a recipe for disaster.
That's fair.
And like,
For what
if
it's
you-
worth, Sam, I love that play. I think you should do that.
yeah,
I think I've played less than 100 games in my entire career.
yeah, I would just play cards 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. Question is, do I want to give up this Poro to draw?
No, the answer is no, because if you back the Poro and then next turn I'm gonna start owning you pretty badly.
Yeah.
I don't know what you can really do about that.
Nothing really.
Stelicorn's fine. Totally balanced. As all things should be.
Okay, I have an idea of what you can do about
Anything
it.
in this?
Yeah, so card 2 is gonna allow you to,
Yeah. And so I just
know,
take both
yeah.
and then, yes.
yeah.
my legend, I think.
Yeah.
We're gonna go here and first action, activate my legend, targeting Stellacorn.
Did you draw for moving?
Not yet.
Okay, you have to do that before you take any actions.
Yeah. I was trying to remember the button for it, but it's just literally D for draw. All right, so move in, do my draw, activate my thing as first action. And then I believe when I pass, you have the option for reactions, right?
Yes. So then, okay, shutdown would just end. Or you wait, have you already used this ability, correct?
Yeah, I
Okay.
use that, so I'm just if that it resolves before you have reactions or whatever.
Resolves.
So
Good.
That's good. All right, so it comes back. I ready. I draw from that move. The Stellacorn also gets +1 might from moving back from back alley.
You can press C.
Move Stellacorn, draw for move.
Love that. Okay.
And then I'll pass focus currently 4-3.
Play Italy.
I thought you were going to play Nidalee the first time and draw an extra card.
Oh, does that work like that?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's combat. Oh,
yeah, it's like the Draven thing.
Huh. Okay. Learning.
Wow, Akali would really suck against Draven.
Yeah, Kali does suck against Draven. You're not wrong. Let's see. You're 7 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to cleave on Stellacorn.
Okay. 7/7.
And on guard Stellacorn.
Okay.
Concerning.
You passing focus or you got something else?
Yes, I'm currently 9-7.
Enjoy.
Yay.
Huh, that's interesting on the because it counts as combat. Okay, that's good to know.
And then,
but it only counts as a combat if there's a unit there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, because there's combat-less showdowns.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Like to Shuriken flip.
And this thing is huge, isn't it? It's 11 right now or something like that.
Well, it'll go back to being 9 again when it attacks. But yeah, we're gonna Shuriken flip, deal 2 damage to your unit, and then on move I draw.
Okay.
So 9-3.
I don't think I would have done it like this if I were you.
And
I probably would have sent the Stellacorn back to my base where it's safe, and then deal 2 to that 3 and send in the Lonely Poro to finish it off.
That's probably fair. Oh, this
now it looks like the Stellacorn is going to die. I mean, maybe I can't see your hand, so maybe you have a plan for that. But
I should definitely this first, correct?
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Show me your hand. Don't show me your hand. Right on. Okay. You're tapped out. All right.
Yep.
Why does that still scare me? This game scares me sometimes. Yeah, I'm going to power it for 2. Or, sorry, tap Mbessa first, cycle that, and then ready this, then empower this to re-empower Mbessa. Cool. Then move this over. Score. Sorry, can I go back a step here real fast before I move it over? Are you okay with
allow it?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Part of learning a new deck. 1, 2, and then empower this for free. Now move it over. Cool. Same result. Pass turn.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Thing is a 6 up there.
The Brutal Hunter, yeah.
Yeah. Six is so big, so scary. Oh, how do I? 1, 2, 3, 4 for that. That doesn't help me. The other side. Well, it kind of does. You just have 1 card in hand, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess we could do it that way.
I am in the punch first colors, don't forget.
So I think what I'm supposed to do here.
You don't even have 2 oranges. You have punch first.
He was testing how smart I was. I'm testing how smart he is.
Yeah, I'm not worried about your punch first shenanigans. So I think what I'm supposed to do here is send in the Poro.
Nice.
Play a Rengar.
Oh. We're getting pounced.
And then we're going to on-guard the Rengar.
Wait. No.
For only 1?
No. Don't on-guard the Rengar. Get the Poro out of there first.
Yeah, then on-guard it.
That's... Like, on-guard's still at reaction speed, so I was doing this before, but then... Oh, I see what you mean.
On-guard will only give +1 if you leave the Poro.
Yeah, sequencing. So the Poro's got to come out first, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. So go in, do Rengar in with the Poro, and then activate my leader, and then I would pass focus, waiting for the Rogue Assassin ability to trigger.
Wouldn't I just end Showdown and not let you on guard?
No, you can't. You don't have the power to unilaterally end Showdown.
Okay.
Showdown ends when both players do nothing in a row.
Right. So like I took my Rogue Assassin thing. So if that Rogue Assassin thing is good, then this comes back and is readied.
Yep.
Then this is when I would on guard
Yes.
under the Rengar.
Okay, so that makes him, what is that,
So
7?
7 to your 6 currently.
Okay.
And the Poro is also technically +1 might. And so we would then. I don't want to do that though, because then I don't draw from the Poro.
You can just send the Poro in to trade with the empowered thing.
Yeah, we'll just Shuriken flip.
This guy is so extra with the flips. Okay. Crazy work.
I just don't like you having cards like on the board.
Fair, I guess. Question is which one?
I just do the one in your hand.
Sad.
That's it.
That's spooky.
And then I just do the Ambessa trick movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta get in there this turn or you're dead, so.
Alright, so in response,
Oh, I forgot to spend the buff. Shit.
Yeah, you should definitely spend the buff.
Yeah. So, okay, pass focus. Cool.
Yep, it's you.
And you should mark your Ambessa disempowered.
And then best turn.
Hopefully we'll be getting to a game soon. I see them on the desk now.
Win quick.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. So your guy is obviously not +4 anymore, right?
No, there you go. Just +1.
Yeah, so he's what, 5?
所以有的时候确实我们的卡牌游戏的比赛也是实力和运气都需要并存的。
对，运气一定占了一部分，就是胜负的一部分走向。当然了，就是你可能开局的运气不好，它也可能在后期的排序上面给你回报。就我觉得这个东西相对而言是比较平衡的。
Send Lonely here.
多的高手能够保持这样的出轮率，对吧？你会发现128强名单当中几乎有一大半在我
Forget this. I'm just gonna play that hook cannon deck. Get those Rostas out.
都有看到他们的面孔，对吧？所以说我觉得这个。
If you had a Rengar hero, that would just be enough by itself.
Yeah, I'm
Play it in that showdown, pull it out, and ready it. That's pretty cool.
So we're gonna play this from Flow.
You drew all 3 of these? Oh, from Flow. Okay, I
No,
see.
from Flow.
I see.
To deal 2 to your unit, and we'll send this over. So Poro gets +1 might because it's coming from the back alley, and then I'll Rengar.
Okay. That's just game.
Yeah, that works.
Just in time.
Yeah, so just to clarify what I just said, you don't actually need Shuriken Flip here. What you do is you go put the Lonely Poro in the back alley bar, then during that showdown, play Rengar to the back alley bar, then use your Akali hero to bring the Rengar back to your base and ready it, and it gets +1 from the bar, and then Rengar can just go in for 6.
Gotcha. I was just I was trying to play around like Call to Glory.
Yeah, that's fine. You can definitely play around stuff.
Because Call to Glory, if they spend the buff and they get the +3 from Call, they were at 7. So I was just trying to get to 8.
Yeah.
2个玩家其实都是奔着这个即将要绝版的第一弹金属头来的，没错。那这场对局其实也很关键，
而且这个对局会跟我们昨天看到的维克多打狮子狗会。
All right, so going into our next round of day 2 here.
包括安妮，她其实也会携带到大量可能不管是伏击还是说是红色狮子狗。
That's great news.
诺言之境还会不会
出现是吧？对。
What do we got? Forbidding Waste. And that's Seat of Power.
Yeah.
但是也给了很多伏击，
All right, where's the pregame fist bump?
They're just like frozen. Everyone, the judges are all like, "You
seriously
guys
was
can't do
wondering.
anything. You have to wait."
I was wondering if like the stream was lagging for a moment. They were in it. All right, here we go.
They're waiting for permission to take action. Okay, they're high rolling the same die.
Can I just say, yeah, I was just gonna say, can I just say I hate that it's high roll on these events. There's no such thing as a tie for even and odd. I always go even odd.
Yeah, Casanova and I had the same conversation yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always a big even odd guy. And then I also, the other thing, this is my PSA for the people watching. You can roll more than one die for even odd. Like the odds are the same. If somebody grabs 2d6s and they roll it for even odd, the odds are exactly the same. So don't panic if you see somebody do that and then waste 5 minutes having to explain it.
Yeah, we also talked about that yesterday.
Did you? Okay, well. Apparently,
all right,
you're men of culture as well.
Victor and Annie, two decks which are about to have their best ofs expire.
At least into the regional championships.
Getting rid of the Imperial Decree, that makes sense because Annie is full of tiny little units that will die without an Imperial Decree. Like Inferna. I wonder if this Annie is going to be similar to like what Prismat runs, or will it be some kind of wild cook?
I mean, if it ain't broke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much attention the Chinese player base pays to Western tournament results and like copying their decks, but I don't know. We'll see. I see a Forerunner, a Longsword, stack deck.
Stack deck. I saw a Kaisa.
Yeah. Okay. This looks a lot. I think like Prismat runs all these cards that I've seen so far, so
yeah,
probably his list or close to it.
I was gonna say I feel like I've seen Abandon in Prismats as like a one of, right?
Yeah.
Just not gonna pay energy for that Inferno, no big deal.
He's got the Dark Child. He pointed to it.
I know. I was about to say, I'm surprised that the Chinese judges didn't make him still exhaust and then whatever, because they're very thorough on their making you go through the motions.
I was thinking about saying like, good job to this Annie player for having quick mechanics on that.
I mean, there's no reason to do it. Like, you can just say, hey, I'm just going to ready these, but I just know that specifically at the Chinese events, in the past especially, the judges have been very like, no, you have to do it.
Yeah. The recruit going to the Forbidding Waste here is pretty smart, because it means if Inferno wants to kill the recruit, then Inferno will be at the Forbidding Waste where the other recruit can go kill it back.
Yeah.
And it's enough to scare away the Inferno from doing anything, which, yeah, with Seat of Power there, you really do kind of want to chill until you can double conquer.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're also technically like not really going behind a turn because they're only going up to 2 here. Not only are you setting up your Seat Conquer, but if the Kaisa survives, you could draw multiple cards on this following turn.
Yeah, I see a Deadly Flourish and a Stupefy, which are going to be very appealing.
That's why I said
try to kill that Kaisa. But I think the Abandon might hit the Deadly Flourish.
I mean, that would make sense. The whole value from Abandon is just anytime you can make them have to put back something they can't replay the exact same turn.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the best value in the world, but the Kaisa would live through the turn if that's how it plays out, which is pretty nice. Okay, they're not doing it, I guess.
Well,
yeah.
I was going to say theoretically, you'd still have the energy up if you wanted to, but
他不想
Well,
在
yeah,
你有3费
deadly
的
flourish
时候，
is
证明这个3费其实是
slow
出
though.
来的，没错，对吧？这种时候
Oh, you mean like they could just do the recruit first? But yeah, there's no
Right,
reason to
right.
do a recruit first.
I mean, you're correct. Mechanically, it does not make sense to do that. You want to represent as much energy open as possible. I'm just saying theoretically they could also just be sequencing wrong.
很多种可能性。
All right, so I think you're going to want to send Inferna into the Forbidding Waste to die, and then Kaisa onto the Seat of Power. But maybe the thought here is Kaisa is a 2, and it will still defend against these recruits. That's a very optimistic view of things, but
I
could be what's
actually am
thinking.
wondering if they are going to reinforce a Forerunner on it.
Oh, yeah, I see. That would also make sense.
Yeah, I mean, you're going into your
下先锋，
turn where if you double conquer here, you're going to get the draw from the Kaisa, draw from the seat. You can reinforce with the Forerunner.
这个铁甲先锋还是
Wow, they're just not even going to go with the Inferna.
太阳去联防了。
这是最好的机会了。
Yeah, that's crazy to me, but
那
It's definitely a little unorthodox. Yeah, you're giving up a lot of points here.
会不会就是
yeah,
But the Inferna is probably going to have this conquer available next turn, so it does make a certain amount of sense.
安妮这边是有
And
Yeah,
the opponent had
the-
5 runes untapped, so
被躲了之后的话，
just ending your turn without letting them use the runes is pretty appealing.
从头到尾一张手牌都没打过，其实。
对，他手牌有
the points is the thing that would give me pause, just because
手牌也很多。
that hold does then take them back up to 4.
但这里的话，
Well, they're going to get the point on Seat of Power next turn if they want it, regardless.
他有双，他手上有帝国吗？
Can this Watcher come down?
呃，
Can, right?
可以看得出来
Yeah.
很
1,
强
2, yeah,
Should be at
8.
8.
蛮厉害的。
Yeah.
这把确实
So that would put the Forerunner to 3 and the Kaisa to 1.
大了，而且
That's a pretty good value.
领先很多。
段位框估计是一名，
There's even a Hidden Blade to back it up with.
然后能够第一次，如果说假设是第一次，或者是1到2次来参加我们的大赛，就拿到这个成绩进入到 Day 2的话，其实蛮厉害的。
对，哎，阿门有没有自己在比赛当中这个手
I was gonna say, dude looks crazy nervous though. That was a lot of handshake.
手一般是自己看不出来，然后别人看得
So perhaps
对，其实
just
是
not
下意识的身体行为
feeling comfortable with that.
有很多人抖的时候自己头也在抖。
Yeah, it looks like it would not have worked very well because it was a star cross.
但有的时候这其实也是一种状态的体现。
没错，
其实我也抖来着，但是我为了
Though
保护我的
actually, I guess if you play Watcher
抽牌
你就身体也抖。
and it gets star crossed, you can still
有的时候
send 1 recruit to kill Kaisa and then 1 recruit to kill the Forerunner after that.
其实我印象最深刻的
Yep.
手抖画面
And then the Forerunner dying means you can't like reinforce with the mechs, so
那决赛确实该抖，
it would have been a clear.
已经要赢的那一刻，其实这个手抖是控制不住
Yeah,
的。
the mechs get played in base
特别
with
是
the Forerunner.
经常还能听到观众的欢呼声。
对，
就因为实在是太大声了。
没错。
Okay,
这
so
边是解掉了对方
Abandon, not getting the most amazing value, but it does waste a little bit of time for Victor.
成为一个最大的难题啊。
But how is Annie going to score the Seat of Power next turn?
因为分数的优势一直是在自己这一侧，而且安妮对于这种多个小频率在后场其实蛮麻烦的，她很难解。
好像安迪的手里还有一个
Switcheroo, not
Alright.
what you want against Victor.
连拍的
No.
假
It's
先
pretty
锋
rough.
是会让肉金非常头痛。是的，因为其实维克托
这是
他对于后场的这种3-3的一个解场手段也不算够，他只能通过千尾封箱，但千尾封箱的前提是你要把这个铁甲先锋先给打爆。
光是把这个铁甲先锋打爆，可能
I was just about to say, is this either you develop Forerunner in the base and then pass and ready, or are you developing the merchant?
I think if I develop Forerunner, it's going to be on the Forbidding Waste with the other Forerunner. Yeah, like what this player is lining up.
甚至考虑先不拍啊，等他解完，然后我们再拍另一个
And then you have 3 runes up, so you can do something cool if they Watcher you, perhaps.
全能之作的这一张牌，
What is this Annie going to get? A stacked deck?
等这里的话要考虑一下。
Well, if you pay 6 but ready 2, I think they'd even have 4 runes up if it
Oh,
was
yeah,
just
sorry.
Forerunner. But
气拿回来，
对，
Getting the Abandon back?
让维克托稍微
Okay.
小心一些。
Come on.
这是打维克托一个很重要的一个。
There's no way Abandon is going to get a good exchange at this point now that your opponent knows that you have it.
你超过5费的法术，我一去了，你这回合一定不能再打出来。
oh,
拿到我们
that call is
来说只是重要跳水。
Yeah, it's not the best call situation I've ever seen with a
Yeah,
forerunner involved, but I
was
think
gonna say
this
call
watcher
is
is
wrong place, wrong time.
yeah. The watcher is looking pretty good here.
然后再包括对，然后你再或者是你看那召唤动人对吧？我觉得以免夜长梦多，要不就敲着2加血钱。
这边也是敏锐的感知到
Stupefied Annie. So that I guess they want to use blood money now.
但安妮还有4费保留，并且这个手中这张名牌一起。
So if you do that, then the forerunner will be defending as a 4. And then you could use Frigid Touch to make it a 0. Oh. So first you want to check for abandon. Okay.
So successful.
You gotta just use the abandon there. Like, what are you saving it for?
I think they're trying to save it for the longsword.
The what?
Oh, I guess they have 4 up, even though I literally just said that before. But yeah, the longsword.
Oh,
The way
I
that this
see what
turn
you
is
mean.
navigated.
Yeah, so now the blood money dies and does not generate a gold because the Annie was mistargeted. But there's another target for the forerunner. Now you can use abandon if you want.
I mean, this has got to be abandoned, right?
It
What else would you
sure
save
seems
it
like
for
a
at
good
this
spot
point?
for abandon, yeah.
If you're saving the other 2 energy up, it's for a switcheroo?
That's not going to work.
I mean, that's the only other thing in the hand worth doing. So otherwise, I'm just struggling. I mean, unless they just really wanted the mech tokens to spread out further for double conquers and whatever, but I felt like that was... If you're gonna go and get abandoned back and you get presented with an opportunity like that, I feel like you take it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they have a specific plan for the abandon, like maybe they want to make Imperial Decree hard to use or something, but
or maybe they're worried about like a time warp late game or something,
yeah.
and they just want to make them play around it the whole game.
Yeah, so it's not looking great for Victor. They seem to have kind of wasted their whole turn here. They did manage to kill the Annie and the forerunner, but
yeah,
there's not.
Is like the Victor players, they're up 2 here, but they're going to turn around and go to even, and they're just so far behind on board position now. Like, your 2 recruits and 2 gold is just not worth it for the exchange that just went through.
Yeah, I think if we would have seen the Watcher get used a little earlier, probably would have been a better situation. Although maybe it's just totally doomed because of the star-crossed anyways.
而且在维克托视角里面，目前安妮底下的一些质量其实都蛮差的，都是自己的法术覆盖范围之内。但
这把我觉得冰的优势其实还是蛮明显的，因为首先
还有一张。
对，分数先持平了，然后手上沉淀单位非常多，是的，通过全能之作和卡莎也过到了很多的手牌。安妮就怕没手牌，但是有手牌的时候，他面对维克托其实优势是有的。
而且这里如果是最后
All right, just reinforcing with another forerunner. I don't hate this.
I like getting the forerunners down before the game is over. That's usually a pretty good idea.
Usually pretty good idea, but also just kind of looking at the hand. Last couple of draws have been like not great. Like the cleave is kind of worthless in this matchup unless a watcher is down and you're ever trying to go over the top of it. Like you're just never going to need it against Victor.
Yeah. So the Annie player has continued to keep up this star cross. That's gonna make it hard to use this Watcher now that there's only 2 recruits. Although maybe there can be a Bellows Breath play.
Yep. I think that's what they were holding onto the Watcher for, was for them to line up this Watcher Bellows. I believe they should have enough. Yeah, the interface is saying full 12 runes, so they've got more than enough to play it through and abandon.
Yeah.
这个仪器一直没骗出来，很烦。
但12费，其实12费的话，就算风箱被遗弃了，影响还好。
风箱并不是遗弃的一个好的目标，所以应该也不会去。
他应该会有遗弃帝国。
So what do you do? Unaccelerated Watcher, and then send 1 recruit into Kaisa, and then Bellows Breath everything else. Okay, we're doing Accelerated Watcher. That switcheroo is maybe going to be a big play here.
Yeah. I guess because of the gold being there, I don't hate accelerating the Watcher. I liked your game plan of perhaps not accelerating it, because then you're not extra punished from Star-Crossed or whatever, but...
Yeah, the Victor has a lot of resources here, but they might just not have enough time. So a switcheroo here would just totally blow this out, I think. I don't think Victor has any response to it. And then you also get to keep Abandon up, so yeah, I like this play. The switcheroo is definitely never going to be better than this in this matchup.
No.
So all the stuff in Victor's hand is action speed, so there's just no way to deal with the mech in response.
I mean, there is that stupefy. You could stupefy your own Watcher in response to the switcheroo. So
Sure. That doesn't really accomplish anything. Maybe there's something that you could draw.
It's a moral victory.
So you could try to save the Watcher by playing 2 Hidden Blades, but you do know that there's an Abandon, and that would also mean you don't have enough mana from Bellows Breath, so... I think you probably just let it go and Bellows Breath the rest of the stuff. But you're going to need a answer to this Ferris Forerunner next turn.
Yeah, this is really rough for the Victor as well, because that battlefield was arguably what you wanted to wipe with your Watcher Bellows more than anything, and now I don't think you kill anything on that battlefield.
Yeah. Oh, the play I suggested doesn't work, because I suggested using Watcher Bellows to kill Ferris Forerunner, but well, I guess it would work actually if you deal 1 damage to the Forerunner and 1 to the mech, kill the mech, and then send in a recruit to Forbidding Waste. That would finish off the Forerunner.
It was, when you had said it, that's what I had assumed you were referring to. Because once the mech is gone, then the Forerunner is killable. But all right, now the Abandon.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to play that again. And then I don't know what the plan is to stop this Forbidding Waste. I think you definitely need to figure one out, and then if you can do your plan without this second recruit, I like scoring this point here. But
I mean, it's got to be top deck Decree, right?
Well, I think you can do it with the cards you have in your hand, but
Well, I mean, yeah, you definitely can.
Oh,
I just think that the cleanest might be tap deck decree and then use some of the damage spells in your hand.
yeah, the hand is 2 Hidden Blades, Wages of Pain.
Call the weak.
Yeah, thank you. And a Stupefy. So Cold a Week would take that battlefield down to 1 unit, and then maybe you could Hidden Blade it.
但是对面这张暗刃，如果刀就是维克托大概率是刀
The
因为他不可能
Any player's having a hard time finding units. Just drawing the wrong half of the deck here.
Yeah, there's a Vex in hand, and the Forerunner in play represents a lot of units, so I don't think running out of units is that likely to happen,
这个可以，这个可以，对，这个感觉是最
especially because Hidden Blade is
然后一口气，
one of the only ways to actually kill this Forerunner.
这个是最优解。果然没问题。
Okay, so they want to score with the Flash. You're leaving Vex alone on this Forbidding Waste?
用机器人去斗一斗。
It seems a little risky.
Well, can't you just move one back?
一只机器人上去足以。
You wanted to?
Instead of both, yeah.
他可能是想
But then you
怕对面
could fail to conquer because of the Hidden Blade.
对，万一
So maybe this play is actually good, and you want the Vex to be on the Forbidding Waste to trigger the draw from Seat of Power.
上前锋的话要稳健一点。
对，然后我也可以变成2个温暖的小机器人。
这里稍微想一想吧，
没错，
因为他可能也想保留这个6战力，他不想让场上变成2个3，因为2个3的话容易
确实容易
吃到风箱，
吃法术。
是的
容易吃 AOE。他选择贴剑上去，因为觉得现在的费用其实不是特别重要。
没错。
Okay, so this equip is playing around Wages of Pain. It's a heads up play, I think.
Yep.
6分，抽2张，这2张会有关键牌吗？帝国御令，
帝国御令。
但是风箱
There's the
Right.
Decree.
There is the decree on the other side.
回了很多的符文啊，所以这边一会儿只有9费了。
There's no Bellows Breath, so it's not going to do a whole lot. And the Forerunner in base is really hard to deal with,
保留一个造化弄人的费用，
没错，
so it's probably a nice
这边
decision to leave that in base. Although you could actually put it back on the Forbidding Waste too. Protect the Vex.
内测怎么样呢？
没错，
而且哪怕死了也没有关系嘛。
应该还是回到荒原。
Yep.
这样的话，保证自己的
Right.
装备不会被白吃。
I don't think I like this because
死了包2个小机器
it's
人。
going to be a little too hard to get over to the Seat of Power to finish the game.
连解衣
And
都
another
困难的，说实话。
Call.
但手里
Yeah, the Coal is not going to work
Not-
very well because
no.
the Forerunner can just die.
因为已经没有
Turn into
多
max.
标记物了。这里手上的月食和敲诈
Not what the victor, I think, wanted to see there.
他有没有可能月食为
So you can take
飞上去平
Seat of Power by going Stupefy and Eclipse on this
这
mech.
样的话，自己就留了2个空场，对方是
Um,
个头嘛？
and then that could maybe buy you a turn.
这2前锋也还会再爆2个，那也不行。
2个小机器人上来直
然后
接给
你一
点完了。
会儿只能痛苦之仇爪一下，不知道有没有废了可能。
对，
And then maybe you could use the Cold of Weeks on that turn to get through.
内测对面是个5点，那
Yeah. I mean, I don't
敲诈痛苦之
I
仇
don't hate
会
going to
被
the seat of power there anyway, just because you also get to see what your draw is off the Stupefy, if that's what you want to
已
do.
经打过了，
Also hide another hidden blade under there.
就敲诈月食是能够打下来，但是对面这张造化弄人
Yeah.
造化了
I think I probably would save the Hidden Blade to try to use to double conquer.
随从，你就没有动点了。
这边
But
敲诈了带常见的机器人，然后
敲诈月食吧，
配合
yeah, I like this line of play. This seems like it could possibly work,
还是痛苦
which is kind of all you can really ask for at this point in the game.
对，应该是月食，对，这样的话可以白吃。
月食的话把你点到0。
这确实抖得很厉害啊。
压力太大了。
You can finish this turn by playing the Victor Champion and a Recruit into your base,
这
and
张卡值
that could be enough material to actually win.
黑紫色的时候就是一张6费最强单位，
没错，
太厉害了。
If that top card is not a Bellows Breath, I'm probably putting it on the bottom.
这张牌我觉得2张才是最吓人的。
就连拍，
Yeah, I mean, that would be my train of thought. I can't think of anything that you want more than a bellows at this
上
point.
场下
Okay,
mean,
so Annie
I
does
could-
have the answer though.
那么如果想要不输，只能够痛苦之仇把它解了，
没错，
或者说暗刃，对吧？
So star-crossed on a recruit. I mean, that's about as good of a star-crossed as you could hope for as a Victor player.
用痛苦之手
Now you're going to have to, I guess, Wages of Pain the mech. And then you can't call the weak. Because if the Forerunner splits, you die.
right.
手上
It's got to be wages, make a recruit pass, basically.
空
Yeah.
巢、御风全都能赢，是的，就能够帮他赢的。
And just hope that they don't have any form of accelerate. Hope they don't have a flash to
下一张
bring the Forerunner back.
这里只能
这里我觉得只能摇头，你不可能没有随从，对吧？
对
留个暗刃。
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cards you die to, but they don't have to have one of those cards. And I think the Annie player does not have one of those cards.
其实可能
Yeah, I don't think that they did. I just,
而且就算抽不
Just-
到，
you know, if I'm the Victor player trying to think through, like, what is it that I'm worried about, sort of thing.
那就尝试聚手赢。
Yeah.
And does not have any of it.
Victor not getting to 6 points is going to make this game really hard to win because,
说不定还有
like, Annie could just play the second Forerunner now. And then maybe even play it to the Forbidding Waste. And then, like, if they don't hold Forbidding Waste, that means they're going to have 4 mechs in their base.
刘三飞
Okay, yeah, this is also pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think the Vex is just trying to turn off Watcher accelerated, which,
Yeah,
given
makes
the
sense.
hand, makes sense.
哦，风箱
It is
think that was
Bellows Breath.
Bellows.
Okay, nice. Yeah,
Okay.
so
哦，这里帝国
so you decree, you
风箱有，
put the recruit into the Forbidding Waste and kill the
就是你给他解爆了之后，他
Forerunner, and then Bellows Breath takes out
但是你可以
everything.
先推一个随从，
没错，
然后再递过风箱。
已经是全解了。
是的，
这里先用随从去
撞一下，
铁甲先锋换掉，
然后场上场下各点一次，
没错。
然后自己
Now,
可以再去
is that going to lead to a win for Victor? I don't know. I think they still got
场面可以解
a bit of a battle here, but it's definitely a good turn.
是的。
I mean, I like this. You pop the Forerunner so that the mechs go into the
还
base.
有一个铁甲先锋，
Yeah,
哦，这里突然场面变得很焦灼，
and you got to pay deflect as well.
点一下，点一下，
点下面点3个，
全解。阿门，你感觉这一波的防守站位会有一点点小问题吗？
没有太多的选择。
对，
我说实
其实没有
话
办法。
是的，
他有办法把铁甲先锋撤下来吗？
就是他，你
就铁甲先
如果要防
锋下来，
对
然后维古斯和新兵踩场上。
是的，你如果要防这一波的话，按道
I mean,
理
the
还是这样子。
calls are at least in a better spot now.
撞死的。
是的，是的，可以
但我觉
再
得可能
优化一下。
站在
Now that the
The what?
board is reset. The calls, the 2 call the
Yeah.
weeks. The biggest problem is we know that there's a second Ferris, but
Yeah, the second Forerunner is going to be
我们如果说
lights out.
and another Vex. Ugh.
接近完美的选择的话
没错，
他就是能够去防住这一波。
嗯，
现在被解完之后扑下来就会面临跳水，但是又是一张铁甲先锋，这张铁甲先锋其实是不怕跳水的，
这里是跳不完的。
对，绝对跳不完。
而且在天
This equip plays around Deadly Forest. That's also a heads up play, I think.
Yeah. Doing a good job of trying to stay above 3, both for Flourish, but also, I think, for wages when you're going into battlefields as well.
跳水人，
费用是
So there's a Safety Inspector. So there are now 3 backline removal effects available, but there are 4 units in the backline effectively.
就能够保证
So
继续玩。
it's not going to clear, but
你这手抖的真的很厉害，因为其实每一步都是在
it may be enough to
回
stop
升了一下了
yourself from dying.
符文之神已经眷顾
眷
他了。
顾他了。
对，现在看看能不能抓住机会吧，因为
You could also just lean on the Hidden Blade to prevent dying. That might be more appealing.
自己没有没有
Yeah, I mean,
我觉得这张
if you're going to be playing these calls, you should probably just
就是
score your point first.
我感觉3跳水赢不了。
Well, yeah, that's definitely true.
他得想
I
办
think
法
you might
The
not
only
play the
thing that
calls
you'd be
though.
worried,
因为
the only thing that you'd be worried about would be like Starcrossed and that they could do
给这边发的牌越
anyway,
就越
right? So
是的，但是现在看起来双跳水其实对面还会留一个，对吧？他抽到动点一样能赢。
是的，
这确实是一个比较艰难的选择。
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but
Well, I was
think what
just
I would
thinking
do here
about-
is
先把这一分
just
吃到
score with the recruit, play the victor, and then play the hidden blade and probably the wages of pain on my opponent's turn.
直接跳，
先跳一个，
这也是
Okay, we're going for this
比较
coal
客
line
观的
instead.
能够坚持住的办法。因为如果把这个可能性组给暗刃的话，就更难受了。
太焦灼了。安妮
Feel free to elaborate on what you were saying if you want.
全能制作和卡莎抽
I was just thinking about like any situation where you'd be worried about your
质量这么高的
unit
情况下
being
都会被
blown
打
out
干
by
了
something for trying to go to the
另
battlefield.
外维克托这次的出轮率还挺高的。
Yeah, if you're gonna play the coal, your unit's gonna die. So
但凡少抽
Right.
might as well score.
有可能会输。这里到现在都不好过。
all right, so there is now,
需要跳水吗？还是痛苦之手
I guess, hidden blade and wages of pain could be used to kill these two attackers and not allow
没有水桶你赢不了的。
没错，
something to get to a battlefield. But yeah,
撑住那一个回合
getting a recruit is pretty appealing.
说自己能刀掉对面一个单位。
对
But now
这
it's
一波的进攻
you only have one
堵对面没有技术单位的同时
one piece of interaction, and if it doesn't work, you're dead.
还是
没有帮助
没抽到。
对，没有帮助
It is gonna work
而
though.
且这个顺批是用不出来的。
是的，因为没有防守方，所以说痛苦之抽能够解掉这个3的机器人。
那自己的回合，但这张404还是会拍，这样的话抽千尾也可能不太好赢。
This is kind of crazy. I can't believe Victor's still in this game.
夸张了这一局打的，竟然能打得这么焦灼。
Yeah, finding
爱人刀一个
the
人
Oh,
bellows.
it's not gonna work.
这个就可以了。
Inferno draw is gonna close things out here.
这样的话可以反映伏击上去。
是的
Yeah, the Inferno draw's crazy.
呀
嗯，对，在其实很多张的抽牌都能够帮助兵，这一把他的前期优势确实够大，但是也能够看到
That was a good game.
So if you're worried about
先锋铁甲先锋的安妮
that
解干了
specifically like that line of play, is there an argument to be made that instead you hidden blade on the first conquer?
帮助自己去找到了一丝
No,
反弹的机会
这也是我们
I don't think you want to use hidden blade
的唯一的
没问题
early, but you could have
在
left
下一
up
个回合当中啊，就是
5 so that you would have both available.
这一把赢吃了亏，就是铁甲先锋在手上会被对面的随
but
从加
I think I like the way that Victor played it.
在后续的换
because
可能把铁甲先锋放在基地里是一个对
It's
的
a
办法
bit too much playing to not lose instead of playing to win. And like,
局面没有区别
if you just if the Annie's
出方是来
hand is bad,
而且这个东西主要是有点反直觉，就是我们还
you
是
you could
愿意把
definitely like see a world where you actually end up winning.
是也可能漏算了这一步。
If you make that wages of pain and then like next turn
看一下吧，就是
呃
第二局比赛当中
you conquer to 7, play Call the Weak, and play
被排
Victor, and I don't know if you maybe you draw a Stupefy and then you kind of go crazy.
背角度来说的话，可能面对维克托，本身3张铁甲先锋就已经算是比较大的一个优势。
How do you win if you don't have units? You get a unit every turn. You just need to wait a little bit.
上面做多好，因为当时铁甲先锋在下面其实就应该赢了，
是的，
但是那一波确实很惊险，对吧？
I mean, the Victor player had a lot of units.
就全部解光，所以
对于
说
维克特这边来说，跳水现在到底还有没有作用是值得考虑的，因为安妮其实怪很多，
哎，
而且
他单位流很多。
对他打维克托不可能会把铁甲先锋下掉，所以你的跳水的作用会比较低。
那
跳不完。
你觉得你觉得维克托的背牌会有哪些可能能够？
I mean, it was always going to be tough for Victor there after they didn't get the 6 point on that one turn. Because then, like, Annie basically had one full extra turn to develop
Yeah.
every time.
打剑圣的时候会有一些大法术的一些点杀，我感觉打这个安妮都不是很好。
确实，因为就铁甲先锋在黄蓝色组的所有单卡里面，好像没有办法去找一张能够去最优解他的单卡，
没错，
对吧？所以还是比较麻烦的。现在我们主流的御三家当中，其实不管是剑圣也好，还是刀妹也好，还是皎月也好，其实不沾红，
是的
他，不会面对铁甲先锋。
没错，
所以本身维克托在这个环境当中是一套抓环境的卡组，而他面对到了安妮，是会有点头痛的。
两个传奇目前来说都不是主流嘛。
或者说维克托本身的主
Cecil's, yeah, the
对局了
Wastes is one only defending, but also if there's no housing unit there, like if it's an open battlefield, then the attacker and defender designations are actually not granted.
它是一个非常少见的，不需要
So the minus from the battlefield doesn't trigger. It's also the same reason why, like, if you attack with a red Rengar onto an open battlefield and there's no, you know, opposing units whatsoever because it's open and they play Wages of Pain, then that would also kill yours because the assault doesn't trigger until it's designated as the attacker.
所以安妮就是这个专属单位比较难以用出，那自然他的头会变强，就是这样的意思。
那如果3个东西都用不得上，好像
那比如就剑圣大人，
如果3个东西都能用上，就很厉害，对吧？但是如果就是你像第一弹的卡莎，就3个头。
I don't know if it's Lelouch or Lelouch, but I would say the Annie is probably favored because of the foreigners.
对吧？你像我觉得狗熊最大的问题就是什么？他的这个英雄区域的选定单位用不出来，是的，就是白板一个，然后专法能用上，其实就是刀锋舞者，我觉得。对，刀妹的。
Well, they're going into game 2, so we'll see exactly how well it goes. I mean, the Victor did a good job of hanging in there, but it also did feel like the Annie had an equally bad hand at times, and if the Annie had a slightly better hand, I think that the game would have been over much quicker. So we'll see how this goes.
其实，在一些对局当中，我也有看剑圣投入。
现在会有人带1张或者2张，
对，放在背牌里面去针对像是狂热粉丝，没错，这种比较难以处理的这个战逃人。
After this game, though, I'm definitely going to need to get a drink. My coffee has ran out. That makes me sad.
You're gonna fall asleep. Okay, they're both kind of just staring at each other again, waiting for permission to start. All right, there's the fist bump. Oh, the Ruination. That's quite a card.
I mean, that's one way to deal with the backline, I guess. You know?
Yeah, it's not especially good against Ferris Forerunner. Or Abandon. Oh my god. The Annie player loves the Abandon, and they've got a really juicy target this time. We'll see if that comes up. Alright. There's a Cold a Week. There's 2 copies of Deadly Flourish, which are not very good right now. Playing this recruit to the Ravenloom Conservatory is totally inting. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah, that feels, I mean, especially just like staring at a hopeful.
Well, they were lining up playing Cold a Week and then sacrificing a recruit, but they didn't realize that they could just play the recruit to base and then sacrifice it from base. They wanted to leave somebody on the conservatory, so now they're just going to be down a recruit, which is pretty rough. You only get one of those per turn. But I guess they do have the Cold to cast again, so maybe they'll be able to just cast that before they play another recruit. Although, I don't think so, because this turn is probably going to be Deadly Flourish, one of the backline units, and play a recruit. I guess it could be Deadly Flourish the Noxus Hopeful and play Stupefy. I think I would Flourish the Overzealous Fan and play a recruit, though. Because the recruit would do a good job attacking against the Inferna, so it might actually You know, did you not draw from Stupefy? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
而且现在紫色的康越来越丰富
Oh.
多样。
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
哦，这里考虑到对
Yeah,
面
because now 2 points are going to get scored again, so you haven't really accomplished a ton by playing this removal spell.
那确实说明这个安妮这边的长剑还是影响到这个法术结场。这边要是能顺利上来的话，就无脑拍先锋了。别把先锋弃了呀。
而且有张非常好的狮子狗。是的，这个
Ferris Forerunner
是可以拍出来的。
plus the fan.
地沟也是成功把这个没什么用的造化给丢掉了。
Losing that recruit to nothing definitely hurts, but I think this is also just a much better hand from the Annie.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like there's going to be a pretty good turn for Victor still. You can blood money both of the small things and then call the weak to get rid of the Forerunner. There is, I think, a Rengar in Annie's hand that could jump in and die to save the Forerunner if it wants to, but it probably won't.
不然的话会把自己的手牌信息暴露完。
是的，现在冰的手牌其实已经慢慢见底了，因为阻安地沟本质上不能够去多排。
I mean, you're on 3 points, so maybe you could have the Rengar jump in just to get the hold to 4. But
Yeah.
you'll just turn around and get your double conquer from the mechs or whatever the next turn anyway.
Okay, so this is just developing the Rengar, which makes a lot of sense, since this blood money was going to take you off your ability to score 2 points. And now the Cola Week is going to say, you know, you have to choose between having a Forerunner and having the ability to score 2 points, which is, yeah, pretty annoying if you're Annie. But I think you might be onto something. Sacking the Rengar and just playing the other Forerunner in base is pretty appealing. Because now these units are a lot easier to clean up with, you know, Decree Bellows or Watcher Bellows or the Ruination.
Or, I mean, even just things like wages when they're heading into battlegrounds or flourish or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think you care that much about those kind of cards as Annie. Does Annie have 8 runes here? No, only 7. But yeah, I think you still take the Conquer, discard the Overzealous Fan, and play the Forerunner into your base, I think.
而且知道自己手牌打不完了，那选择先去抽牌看看情况，
把这个战讨人给滤掉吧。
对，先去抽，这个排序其实没有任何的问题啊。
然后这张也不错。
刚刚吃过亏的情况之下，这张铁甲先锋是不是要拍场下呢？因为场上2个机器人，对面已经处理不了了。
是的，如果是拍上面，好像又是那个画面。
对，拍上面是有可能有风险的。
对。 而且对方的费用下回合是9费，
主要现在优势很大呀，我觉得要保证自己就是场面上能够有单位，
So
对吧？牌已经没有了，
而且没有分数的这个焦虑了呀，
对，
自己已经是5比1领先，
他就要保证场面上一定要有单位。
Victor player is
这里是吃到亏了，
对，这种其实在第一局吃亏能够拿
theoretically going to have enough for a Ruination, but these Forerunners are just such a problem because you just turn around and get max and double conquer again anyway.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't see the Ruination cast here, just because it seems like kind of your last chance. And that's a lot of value.
That's what, a second decree? Still
Yeah,
no
2
bellows?
decrees, a Bellows Breath, a Salvage, a Deadly Flourish, a Ruination is the hand. But yeah, if you don't use Ruination right now, you're never going to get to use it, I think.
9费的话，打出回响的风箱还剩2费。
破败之咒会留个3，
嗯，
而且自己随从也会死。
破败之咒的好处是，对方还没赢，然后下回如果他拍完之后
You think there's nervousness about abandon, maybe?
是的，就破败之咒。
I think abandon is gonna get you no matter what play you go for here.
把怪拍下来之后，它会变成场上2个3，场下未知的单位，
没错。
然后再通过帝国风箱能够一波清完的话，就能够控制住对面的手牌。
是的。
要是再多2费就好。
但是这个破败之咒其实是有心理压力的，因为你不知道对面那张手牌是什么东西。
你这里要自己想一想，到底帝国风箱能不能效果会不会更好？但是目前来看的话
So, like if you play Decree and it gets abandoned, you don't actually have a good follow up, anyways.
Right.
但你这个就是破败之咒吧？
嗯。
万一又吃一个卡怎么办呢？
这里
It will save you 1 rune, but
这种就是属于
吃
康就输，对你吃康就输，
it's not
你得去冲的。
especially impactful.
还有别的选择吗？
And like if you play Decree Bellows this turn, you're not gonna get to play the Ruination next turn, but if you do it the other order, then you can do it in the other order.
先挂上，然后华彩先把后场的那个先锋点一下，然后先点散了以后再风箱。
Okay. This is a totally different plan. I'm not sure exactly what this
yeah,
means.
I don't know what's going on now.
Certainly it means the Ruination is never getting cast.
对，会比较难。而且对面如果不撤退的话，他就会场下都有怪。想一想。不过拍怪的好处是在于下回合一定有进攻的单位，
没错。
因为对面安妮没有办法解掉后场的3个频率的。
对的。
所以说他这里选择了囤积最大的频率，并且
因为他要先华彩。
这里要把费用利用到。
You have to just hit the Rangar. What's the point of hitting this mech?
我的话，我还有可能过到法术。
It's just worse than Rangar. Oh, I see. You get a point. I'm sorry. I take it back.
看到这轮的选择线，是的吧？我们2个可能会觉得破败之咒会是一个。 就是在后续控对面手牌的玩法。20个肉金，他选择的是一条。
Yeah, I don't know if I would be in the business of sacrificing recruits to get points right now, but that is at least a reason to do this.
而且我觉得，既然玩维克托能够得到7-1，他的理解，他对于场面的判断。
I guess you might get a card too.
拿到7胜的关键，是的，他也会在这种时候相信自己的判断。
哦，这里翻了一张安刃呢，也不错。
安刃很好。 是一张可以待命干下去的牌，在关键的回合做防守。刚刚冰摸到了一张什么牌，有点没看着。
I mean, the only other thing I can think of is that maybe they were waiting on the Ruination till the Forerunners were gone. But I mean, I'm with you. I don't think if it was played that turn that there's ever an opportunity where you get to play it again. I think the biggest issue now is that even if you do manage to clear both battlefields like over and over for the next few turns, there's just going to continue to be presence like nonstop.
And now there's the abandon that you have to contend with. Yeah, this is not a good situation for Victor.
反正我肯定会打，
帝国应该是能通过的。
但我反正肯定会打，那你再打一遍，那你只有风箱就只有一次，
不能回响了。
对，只有1次的机会了。
那我想一想，如果说我打帝国通过了，随从撞掉这个铁甲先锋，
再点一
You
遍。
play this Vex in base and
后场全部点干，你的对面场上还有怪。
但是
actually, if you play the Vex onto the Zon Warrens and back the mech out. I think you have a pretty good setup against potential Decree Bellows Breath. This is interesting. So Decree gets cast, it gets abandoned. Then you can Decree again. And then you only have 1 rune left. So you could Bellows Breath the Ravenbloom Conservatory and then kill the mech with 1 recruit, but it doesn't work because there's mechs in base. Okay, so maybe there's a line that doesn't involve using Decree.
对，就它会有
There's a hidden blade.
但是仪器它还有个好处是
It does not seem like it's going to be enough.
没错，对吧？这个预知有可能也蛮关键的。是打帝国了吗？
是打帝国的。
Yeah, I don't know. Playing this
Yeah.
Victor Innovator last turn
5+5只有一个1了。
Yeah, that was
does not seem like
very
it helped very
puzzling.
much.
他有办法，就回手了，然后再打一遍。
Very puzzling to me.
这里
Yeah.
他算一算的话，
好像算一算啊，我真的好像想不到什么太好的办法，因为他只能打一个战场，
是的，
或者打基地，但是他没有办法。
Okay. Oh no, the Annie's at 7. So yeah, I don't see it. You could clear one of the battlefields and the base. That's just not enough.
然后再点下面，点不了下面了，
对了，
直接把左边点掉，然后把右边吃了，或者自己站上去。哦，这是7分了已经，那只能把右边吃掉了。
对啊。
这也是用一个小兵先把右边吃掉。
Maybe this was I hope they forget about the next trigger angle.
盖个暗刃就
3可以去挡一次3，然后暗刃挡一个3，那对面还是只有一个频率。就是你看每一回合都是玩的非常极限，就是让对面只能拿到那一片战场的分数，但是这样子其实一直打，自己的场面也没有单位。
Maybe
博之无憾了。
对，博之无憾，就是他确实是找到了一条不输的道路。
没错。
you see, maybe they were hoping to draw something else off the Warrens.
对，可以赢的手牌非常多。
Well, they were already tapped out. So this play, maybe you can psyop the opponent into just stacking the Ravenbloom Conservatory. No, it's not going to work.
这将逼你暗刃我。
碰拳了，知道没机会了。这么多过牌量，对面一定手上会有制胜牌。哇，这个赢下来是长舒一口气啊！虽然你能够看到安妮的分数领先非常大，但是
Yeah, I still don't know what the plan was
非常的焦灼啊
with the Victor, like at all.
就那回合8费。
Yeah, I think they just like didn't want to play Ruination and like leave their opponent with 2 units to nothing, but I think that was the best they could do.
他其实是机制怪，在第一弹我们很难想象有对这个弃牌堆精准检索的能力。
哎，那你提到弃牌堆，我就不得不聊到我们的下一赛季了。我感觉下个赛季说不定安妮会跟随
Victor Innovator's token plays to your base.
好玩的一些玩法
Chat.
是的，其实流转就是对于弃牌堆的一个资源利用嘛，对吧？包括其实也出了像燃烧这样的机制，可以主动的去把自己的牌库的牌过到弃牌堆当中，对吧？因为符文战场到现在为止是没有对牌库进行检索的手段的，但是弃牌堆的资源如果能够利用的话，在下一弹，就我之前看 DC 出的那个视频，他也讲过，就是他说这个流转的效果可能会是下一弹。
All right, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a little bit.
我有点想给这一张野火丛生的安妮，虽然说2把比赛都是因为仪器非常关键的坑掉了一些致命的法术，但有的时候那一张第2张仪器才是最关键的。
我觉得没问题啊，因为其实铁甲先锋虽然很重要，但是铁甲先锋它其实在很多卡组当中它都能够起到一个效果，但是只有在安妮卡组当中能够把这张野火丛生放在小头那边，才能够稳定精准的把弃牌队的仪器找上来，所以我觉得 MVP。
Yeah, I do think that the Victor looked heavily nervous. I mean, there was a lot of handshakes.
就3张卡把仪器这张卡就是野火丛生，然后包括铁甲先锋这3张卡，其实让维克托没有任何办法。
是的，
维克托的法术抗性也很差，他没有这种小康去无效化对面的这个一些法术。
对，但是我也不得不夸一下咱们这一位维克托选手，可以看得出来，他应该算是没有太经常来参加我们的大赛的嘛。然后，但是呢，你会发现他哪怕在自己很紧张的时候，他的思考量，你也会感受到他在绝境的时候想要去抓住那最后的一丝机会。
是的。你看他其实
励志，
他很多回合都是在这种最极限的情况下找到了解场的方式。
我觉得至少来说没有很大的错误，
对，
是在这么紧张的情况下，我觉得很难得了。
对，打的还是算比较精彩的。本身 这个维克托就是用来去抓这个主流的，但是这把碰到了拥有铁甲先锋的安妮，然后也确实被遗弃限制了自己的大法术。
那我们也是来看一下本场的选手数据对比啊。指示物单位这边不愧是我们的维克托，还是会更多一些。那法术伤害总量也是靠着自己的一些大大小小的前后场的法术，帮助自己去造成了伤害。我们接下来一起来看一下本场的一个 key 牌，给到的是野火丛生的安妮。尽管她在我们的传奇英雄旁边的选定英雄区域来说呢，稍显有一点点昂贵了，但它这个技能的效果还是非常非常不错的。
Restreaming someone else's broadcast reposting it so we don't lose 3+ rounds
安妮她能够捞到
like
的
last
优质法
night.
术就会更多。
对，
因为第一弹能够捞，可能甚至会去
I don't know, maybe that's
对吧
something
爆
Sam
爆得很
can
厉
do.
害。但是像这一弹，像仪器这种优质
I
的
don't
卡
know.
优质
I
卡
don't know anything
但
about
是已
losing
经可以
3 rounds
捞
last
造化
night.
弄人，
对，
然后
造化弄人，
无
安妮自己
限循环，
这个太厉害了。
是的。
对，我简称
What ended up happening is Cass went to sleep because it was like 8 a.m. and he'd been streaming for like 14 hours or something like that. So he just cut off the last couple rounds.
Oh.
Which, fair. He had a flight to catch in like 4 hours. You don't play another game?
Yeah. Why not?
Hell. Let me grab you a lobby code.
Can pass the time with some gameplay. I think I'm
再
dead,
次
yeah.
恭喜冰选手啊！其实两边选手的操作
They're back.
都打得非常非常的精彩。而铁甲先锋这一张牌呢，从我们第2赛季开始陪伴着
I
德
think
莱文
maybe one of my
拿
headphones
下了
died.
很
Let
多
me
场的
restart
胜
my
利。
headphones
那
one
如今
second.
来到了我们的第3赛季，尽管红色系的卡组在这个赛季并没有像第2赛季那么强势，但他依旧在我们的红色卡组里面展现了一个大哥的般的地位吧。
然后我觉得这张卡其实
Okay, that sounds better probably.
要去面对，就是除了紫色以外吧，这张卡就是一个最优质的中期单位。然后也可以看到有70%的玩家在卡组当中携带了这张卡。其实这是一个很夸张的数据，因为这是一个单位卡，它不是法术卡，对吧？我觉得你像卡牌骗术这种卡，都可能只有85%左右，但是铁甲先锋作为单位能够有一个70%的数据，
而且它是6费，因为要知道越便宜的法术，那携带人可能会越广泛。但是它是一个很贵的一个单位，说明它的质量是非常高的。
对，
而且在现在造化弄人的环境，还有这么多人携带，说明这个卡还是依然的强。
真的太厉害了，对吧？我们当时在预览的时候，其实就已经知道这张卡的一个强度，包括如果打过那时候现开的小伙伴应该知道，这张卡现开你开到。
Do the Western broadcasts have all these really long breaks in between rounds too?
非常非常吓人的。
是的。
那如果说大家还有
No, we usually try to avoid it.
更多关于卡牌的数据，也可以发在我们的直播间的弹幕上。其实刚刚我们也回顾了一下，发现在第1局的比赛当中，最后的
Yeah, I guess there's like player interviews and stuff like that to fill the space too.
Yeah, we got like B-roll content that we usually air, so it'll be like any kind of deck text that we do with the casters or fun skits and stuff like that, interviews with players.
Yeah, I mostly count that stuff as dead air as well.
It's fair.
But yeah, when I watch these things, I always try to not do it live because I really value the ability to skip 40 minutes ahead or whatever.
Yeah. The Western runs we try to do more hero building during downtime, or we have a backup game, either or.
Yeah, the backup game is definitely the better approach, I think.
I generally
Obviously,
agree.
you need a backup to the backup. Sometimes you just run out of both games.
Yeah, we also hit the tricky situation where it's always like Okay, we got 20 minutes left in the backup game on recording. Do we want to go into this 30-minute game 3 and basically bleed into the next round? And how do we want to do that? Because we need to change out casters. There's a lot of tricky, nuanced decisions.
Wait, chat, you can hear me eating these potato chips? I keep muting my mic in Discord.
We hear like 1 or 2 crunches. It's fun.
Oh my god, okay.
Because you'd have to
make
mute
a
in
lot of ASMR
vmix.
content. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought I was muted in vmix by default, but if I mute in vmix,
Well, that's how
you
we're
can't hear me
capturing
on-
your audio in vmix.
Okay, I see. I was muting the wrong thing.
They hear it all.
Yeah, sorry, chat. I'm too technologically illiterate to sneakily eat potato chips.
Oh, shoot. I accidentally left you stranded. My bad, Charmer.
What? Well, what is this? Is that a Porsche crossover ad?
Yeah. The code sponsorship thing that Riot had in the Chinese market. The Chinese market gets like the best of everything because of the Tencent ownership. Did you unmute like YouTube or Twitch where you were seeing chat?
Don't think so.
What's up?
I think I'm hearing Charmer twice.
Oh, it might have been in my headset. Sorry. My mic bleeds through on Discord once in a while.
Okay.
Sam, are you still leaving me stranded?
Give me 1 sec. I'm fixing it.
Oh, okay.
I have to find the deck list that Mr. Skibbity Rizzler Ohio Giat Sigma sent me.
So Cass.
No, this is the writer on the staff. This is Fee.
Oof. I think I'm running like 10 2-drops. Couldn't see one. Seal, that's cheating.
And then burn 2. That's the easy way for me to burn 2. Discard to draw. And then I'm going to target stacked deck.
Shocker.
Yippee! Deck is that banished? Is that how that works in this? Oh, fuck me. I just want to see the card bigger.
Yeah, flow. Because you played it with flow, it would banish upon resolution.
So, banished. There you go. And then this is empowered because I played something from my graveyard. And then pass turn.
All right. So you have 1 energy up.
Oh, you are right. I do empower technically from the champion zone. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. You do empower from the champion zone. Let's go in here. Draw from the move.
Okay.
First action, I would like to activate my legend ability targeting that. Holding priority to ambush in an Inferno.
Okay.
Theoretically, passing focus to see if you have anything that stops the legend ability, or does the Stellacorn move back?
Legend resolves. Still
All
moves
right,
back.
so moves back. Draw for that. Then still focus back to me.
That was a nice little sequence.
Let's cleave on the Inferno.
Okie dokie.
And then pass. So 6 to 4.
All you.
On Conquer, I discard 1, then draw. Because I don't want to discard any of these. I like these all. This will discard a Rengar. Let's play a Lonely. Hide a card. Pass a turn.
Crazy, he main decked this.
Yeah, I main deck them.
Oh, no, sorry. I drew a card. This is not my deck list. I want that to be known, so I'm trying some stuff out.
Yeah, the ambush units with Stellacorn have been really nice so far in testing, because even if your legend's not empowered, you can still get a couple of draws and then get the combat out of it.
Yeah, that seems pretty nice. I think the big problem that I feel like I need to solve with Akali is like, how do you like actually score points without wasting all your units?
I haven't figured that out. This is the way I've been playing this is it's like you try to double conquer a ton and your units are all expendable. Like it's just it's like Suicide Black if you're coming for magic. You just sacrifice everything and hope it gets there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is that, you know, sometimes you go second and then you have to hold.
Yeah. You are not wrong. I just haven't seen anything in Akali that makes me confident that you can hold often. I think I'd have to pull it up. I think that there's like some back offs in the sideboard that I was playing around with, stuff like that, but
Let's play Rasa for 3. Oh, fuck. Meant to tap.
yeah, that's a big boy.
Let's play this for 3. Pass.
Hey, look, I held. It can be done or
So
whatever.
proud of ya.
All right. How do I want to navigate this turn?
Yeah, Charmer likes the Emperor's Divide.
I do like the divide, because again, sometimes you have to strand some of your units, so you can save them. There's also some neat stuff you can do with Kali as well. This is like weirdly, I think, just a developed thing. So we're gonna play this from hidden.
Yep. Are you paying the cost or no?
Yeah, I'm thinking. We're gonna float one and pay the cost so that it's ready. Gank over here, pass focus. Move this back.
Okay, could you please send in the Stellacorn and then pull it back and draw your 2 cards before you play all this stuff?
Sam's over here like, get all your information first, please.
The problem was I was trying to be kind. I needed to do that before I ganked over with Pike, and I forgot. So
no, you can do it now at the empty Zon Warrens. A showdown will still start.
Does a showdown start now that it's empty? Oh,
you don't control it, so it will start a showdown. You just won't be able to score because you already scored.
Right. I didn't realize I could do it like that. So yeah, we would send it in, activate, draw and move.
Yeah, this Pike's still on the chain, by the way, if you want to approve that.
Oh, yeah, over there. Stupid Rifttatlas controls. That's 3, that's 2. What could you possibly have that I would need? Stuff up for. That is loud. No, you're fine. I'm gonna play a crab.
Yep.
And then we're gonna end the turn, I think. My hand is like a little clunky, and this is the same problem that I had when I was playtesting into Cass with this list. I know that it's like blasphemy to say this, but every time I have discipline in my hand, especially in multiples, I feel like I really wish it was a different card.
That's interesting. Do you have a card in mind that you wish it was?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, maybe the disciplines, or maybe it's like X minus X1 discipline, and that's just like a main deck back off or something.
Okay, what's the optimal way to play this?
or Charmer.
I was like, I feel like that was a really strong play.
Yeah, usually when Last Right starts playing units out of the trash, it's not a good situation.
Now the question is, though, do I play this to the right battlefield, or do I hold on to it? I can even play it from base and just use it for recapture later. I think base and recapture, and then hide. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, if you're asking my opinion, I can't see whatever you're pointing to. I'm only looking at the stream.
Oh, let's see. My very far right card.
Yeah,
To kill
I
Rasa.
figured that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not like a heinous play to play that.
Okay. You may kill a friendly unit. Okay, I'm gonna kill the Rasa. So that reduces this down to 2 power? 2 power.
Just 2 power, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it does get ganking, so I could just keep it at the battlefield.
Well, you don't want to let the Otacon get killed, right?
That's true.
It's when it
Especially
when
with
it
culling
attacks,
stuff.
it makes them sacrifice a unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Let's go Stella here. Draw for move. Legend on Stella. Yes, focus.
Okay. Good.
It's good to move back. Draw. Oh, look, that card does exist. We are gonna empower my legend. Play a witness and end the turn.
What?
Okay.
Why didn't the Scuttle Crab score?
Yeah. I was curious about that too. Oh. I swear to God, if you just have a shit ton of disciplines or some shit, and this turns into absolutely something gigantic, I'm going to scream.
Well, I mean, that thing doesn't matter because Otacon's thing kills it.
That's true, but I mean, yeah, you could reaction or ambush something and make it big.
Now, theoretically, that is something I could do.
Okay, seal, Atacon, attach it here, recycle 2 from grave. How does this work? I'm used to playing purple with a lot more Ride the Wind. This is where's my Ride the Wind?
I countered it. All right, so Otacon trigger. And I assume you pass focus, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll also pass.
Okay. Conquer, get to play something from the graveyard. I'll play Tide Turner to base.
Clever girl.
Yeah, this is a tough loop to break. Though fortunately you don't actually have to break it. You just have to score a few points.
I'll play this. And then I'm going to go ahead and empower it. Targeting cannon. Does that ignore it's just its energy cost? I have to pay its power, correct? So
Well, it says no more than 3 energy and power costs no more than 1, ignoring its costs. So you ignore the power for cannon as well.
Okay. Sweet. And then I burn 2. And to trash, to trash. Oh, speaking of Ride the Wind. Best turn.
All right. So here's the thing. I like drawing cards. I mean, I got a lot of cards, but I need more cards.
No, God.
So you have no energy up, right?
Nope.
We're gonna auto pay Shuriken flip. I'd like to deal 2 to your Tide Turner and target my Stellacorn for move.
Okay.
Why? Aren't you going to draw less cards this way?
No, I'm going to draw a ton of cards. Just bear with me. All right, so I'm going to draw for the Stellacorn move.
Just love Sam's periodic. Why?
Then I'll pass focus on the showdown.
Okay.
I'd like to move Stellacorn
For
back
point
to
of
my
clarity,
base.
sorry, I'm just curious on this. Shuriken, so deals to the enemy, then you move it. So technically, this would have been cleared and it would have been an empty battlefield with no showdown? Or no combat. Sorry, no combat.
No combat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Move Stellacorn back. So I draw a card.
Okay.
And then we want to...
How many cards do you have over there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Oh, boy.
Yeah. I mean, not enough.
Brother, if you can't do something with 10 cards in hand and 5 things on the field, I don't know what to do.
Well, I'm still waiting to see how we're going to, draw 2 more cards from Stellacorn. Because you could have just started with using the Akali Legend.
Oh,
so he shurikens again. He shurikens again.
I mean, I could do that, but no. The Akali Legend I was saving for this Witness because I wanted to empower it.
Well, you would have had to do that first. There's no combat for you to use against the Witness now.
Oh, it does say combat. It's not showdown. Son of a... Well... It's fine, I guess.
If it was just Showdown, that card would be crazy.
I mean, I think it's fine. You just score a point here and play some shit, and you're gonna probably win easily.
Yeah, it's probably fine. Guess we'll send the crab in.
Yippee.
On Conquer, let's discard Pike. Draw a card. Man, I have so much stuff. I got 8 runes to work with. I think it's just developed Kaizen Pass, actually. Yeah, I forgot about the combat thing with Witness. But that was the only reason that I didn't use the Akali on the Stellacorn the first time. Because I wanted the Witness to be 4 might, but... I messed up.
I don't know how
I guess I theoretically could have also moved Crab back here.
Well, you don't really need the crab. You could have moved the Witness with the crab, and then used card 6 to empower the Witness.
All right, so Otacon trigger. You get to see your hand. And after that. All right, so you have Star-Crossed and Hidden Blade.
You all good on the hand?
Yeah, I guess so.
Cool. So I can't play. You almost definitely have Defy. So Ride the Wind is going to get Defied immediately. Don't really need Ride the Wind in this situation. I could just do Tide Turn and do the same trick again, and then reinforce. I think that's actually the play. Yeah.
Well, don't you need all your shit on battlefields this turn? You leave the Otacon in your base, you're gonna get smoked.
Where'd my Tide Turn just vanished? There it is.
Because it's on the field.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, then probably Rasa. For, what is that, 5? Or is the cost trigger when you cast it? So it'd be at -6, 4 in power?
That's a good question. I don't actually know how that one works.
I remember it was a huge controversy with Randy in his Sivir deck, but I can't remember if that's how it's resolved or not. Moving here. Cool. I'm gonna Lightning Rush for the 1.
We'll say it looks like there's really not much that could stop Akali from double conquering here, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Nice for him.
Yeah. Chat is saying you have to banish Rasa before you play it, from the last rights. I don't know if that's
What?
true, but let me look it up.
When I conquer a hold, you may play a unit from trash. Wait, what is causing it to be banished?
It would be an errata, but no, there is no such errata. It just says when I conquer a hold, you may play a unit from your trash.
Oh, okay. I did forget
Um,
Zon. That is true.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I just lose.
All right, I got what, 10 energy here? You have no energy up, right?
No energy up, no.
Do you not want to hide a card?
I did.
Hide your
I'm
hidden
gonna be
blade,
honest.
fool.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. What's the best way to bounce around? It would be what, 7?
Oh, it's not banishing it, Sam. It's putting it on the chain, so you pull it out of the zone to prep to pay for its cost or something like that. So its cost is not reduced if you're targeting it for a cost or to play it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that sounds true. I don't know, but I'm sure you could solve this by going to the rules and reading the section of steps of playing a spell
Yeah.
and see if you could put the spell on the chain before you determine its cost, which you probably do. That's definitely how it works in Magic.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with this. We're going to send the Kaisa in here.
Okay.
And all of these are 4, right?
Mhm.
All right, so we'll send the Kaisa in, pass focus.
Which one? Yeah.
We'll kill the Vex. So that allows me to play Darius. Hold on, let me do this with an auto pay so I don't have to do all that nonsense. Play the Darius. Then we will Shuriken flip. For the Shuriken flip, I would like to deal 2 to Rasa.
Okay.
And then move the Darius here.
Okay. So
You know,
Darius
this
is
damage is going to get healed, right?
Yes.
Oh, everything heals on a combat. Yeah, I
I'll see if
guess.
to pay for the Shuriken flip.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, the damage part's kind of irrelevant. We could have put it anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, so he's gonna get the +2 might, and then on Shuriken flip resolves. We're gonna on guard Darius.
Okay. I think you just get the other battlefield, even if I haven't played anything. We do have a game going on.
Oh,
Oh, that's great news.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the divide.
Yeah.
GG's. I'll let you all get back to the game.
GG. All right.
Thanks for entertaining chat.
I think I entertained him
we
with
get
my
Aurelia.
misplays more than actually the game. That was I'm rusty.
Look, if
That's
chat
all right.
doesn't like watching misplays, I think they're watching the wrong stream.
Oh,
To be fair, I'm still
true,
making a bunch
true.
on Akali, but that's also why I've been trying to jam more games on her than the other legends that I want to play, because I think her sequencing is going to be the hardest to get down. She does a lot of really cool stuff, but you kind of have to do everything right order. You
Yeah.
just need reps. Emperor's Deus.
Okay, will we see the secret mode of Emperor's Deus used? I always want to see that. This is like the last tournament where it's going to be possible.
I know in our Discord there was talks about Rengar being on a winning end. Is this it? Is this who Huge was talking about?
I heard there were multiple Western Rengars.
Yeah, there were two.
Mom Sky was talking about this.
About 20. Looking actually at timestamps. About. Oh yeah, here we go. Literally right now. Huge. Noah on stream. So it is Noah. Okay. So this is Noah. Huge knows them.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely rooting for Rengar because Rengar is awesome. So
Rengar is awesome. You inspired me. I bought a Rengar signature and everything to play Rengar when I was in Hartford.
Wow. Have you played it?
Just at locals.
Cool.
And only one time so far, because I bought everything to play it assuming that I had like some of the bulk I needed, and then I got home and I only owned like one Feyfolk, and I was like, what? How did I opened like 6 boxes, and how did I get one Feyfolk? But
you gotta open one case.
That's
like
case is 6
way
boxes.
better than, well, yeah, but if you open 6 boxes that aren't from the same case, you could get a wildly random assortment of rares. But if you get one case, you're gonna get 3 of every rare. Though they didn't quite get the distribution right in the last set, but that's the idea anyway. All right, so Rengar has the dream start of 1 drop plus 2 drop going second.
And it's Pit Rookie, so you get the buff as well.
Yeah, and the Pit Rookie goes to the dais, and you get to reuse it. That's very nice. Aurelia player has drawn a second copy of Aurelia Fervent. And they also have Zhonya's plus Stellacorn set up. So I think this is going to be a competitive game, at least. The Stellacorn is the most important thing in this matchup for Aurelia, for sure. Because Rengar is going to be able to like trick check you over and over again in ways that are like low risk for Rengar, but like if you're the Aurelia player, you have to have something. And then so if you don't have the Stellacorn going, you're just going to run out of stuff and die. I see Grim Apothecary. There's also Inferna and Pit Rookie. I think there's a punch first, but you don't really want to use that at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a pretty nice play. Oh. Okay. I was gonna suggest leaving up the mana for Inferna, and then no matter which side Stellacorn goes to, it's gonna require a trick to be used. And it looks like there actually is no trick, so the Abandoned Hall being free for the taking here is a really big deal.
其实它可以
对，
从2那边御风到3那边，然后
我就是
加到4。
对，
因为如果这样的话，就是手上没有 trick 了，刚刚把决斗驾驶调度走了。
但是先上去看这张抽牌会是。
万一抽上来了呢？
抽到一张派克。
对，先通过去。
这样最差的环境还能把这个清过来。
This charm is being used to kill a 3-might unit in base. I do not like this decision. I think you can get a better effect out of charm at some point. Although I guess I see what's happening. They're lining up Ride the Wind over to the Emperor's Dais now.
Because you get the buff from the Abandoned Hall. You're going to get the draw from the ride, and then you can run it home.
Yeah, I take it back. It's not a total spew. Because they don't have any other spells to do this with. But they are going to need to, continue, building up some stuff that they can work with in their base. This is good, though, getting the 3 draws of Stalkborn, and 2 Defiant Dances just got picked up, so looks like the Aurelia is going to be well equipped for the next few fights. And there's also no unit on a battlefield for the Vanguard champion to jump in. So yeah, if I'm the Rengar, I'm a little uncomfortable here for sure. I think you do have Pit Rookie going to the Emperor's Dais. Bounce, get a Sand Soldier, replay the Pit Rookie, and buff the Sand Soldier. That leaves a 3-might unit on the Dais, which is going to require some amount of effort to get through, which is nice. So that's pretty nice to do. And then you have the Kaisa in your hand that you can develop. And I think that's all of your runes. So yeah, I think that would be a pretty good turn for Rengar here.
在分数拿到的同时，资源还可以获得额外的补充，
还能撤退。
是的。
看一下，来到了诺亚的回合，怎么样去考虑哦？
这里很关键啊，因为如果没有过多操作的话，自己到一个奇数分的。
Yeah, you could think about leaving up punch first, but I think you really want to save punch first for, well, first of all, as late in the game as possible, so you don't delete your runes, but also. With the Zonias on the table, the punch first value is like pretty minimal because it's only going to kill the Zonias. So you kind of want to wait for a spot where you can actually win a fight and make a meaningful gain in material when you use that.
选择沉淀，这波的话，对于诺亚来说依然是没办法去拿到偶数分，依然是3分的分数。
是的。这里的话有一个隐患来说，就是自己的刀妹好像不太好出了。
So it's what? Defy 2 Defiant Dances, Crab. Looks like another Aurelia.
Yeah, and the last card was it a second Crab? That's
no, it's Tide Turner.
Tide Turner is pretty nice with the Stellacorn. It's going to give you another turn of movement. There is not a great way to get over this Sand Soldier, though, like I was talking about before. So you do kind of want. Okay, there's a Ride the Wind. That's a good way to do it.
但至少这个御风过去又可以产更多的牌的同时，不把自己的怪留在场上。
实在不行，把但中亚是。
Well, it's an okay way to do it. I guess what you would do is, like, Ride the Wind, Pike to the Abandoned Hall, pump the Stellacorn, then Tide Turner, bring back the Stellacorn. It doesn't really work, though, because then you leave the Stellacorn on the battlefield. Okay, so instead they're just going to try to hold the Abandoned Hall. Yeah, I don't hate this. It's definitely not very inviting for Rengar to go over there. So really what
Ooh, I
Rengar
see.
needs here is a nice development play, and they do not have one. They have 2
Oh.
punch first, a pike, I think, and then an Inferno. I
It's the
called-
apothecary, I thought, right?
I think I called it an apothecary earlier, but now I think I'm seeing it as a pike. I think it's the alt art pike. That's borderless.
Oh yeah, I bet you're right. Let's.
So, yeah, this is pretty annoying. I think. I mean, I guess you could
I think
go.
you're right. It's the alt art pike. I think see the
Yeah.
the mantle.
I don't really like the spot here for Rengar. I think maybe you just like play Inferno in your base, pump the Pit Rookie, and just send 3 into the Abandoned Hall. Actually, I take that back because the backline on Pike means any spell can block that, which would be kind of annoying. But it does force action, and then you have the Rengar champion to back it up if you want to, or you could use one of these punch first. But you definitely need to take some actions. You could accelerate the pike and then just send in the Pit Rookie with +1. See what happens, or you could send in the pike and the Pit Rookie. Okay, this is 6 to 6. That also forces action, but downside of this is that it's just more of a commitment. If they play a Defiant Dance here, it's going to be kind of annoying. But it is like somewhat hard to play the Defiant Dance. Depending on what this hidden card is, do we know what it is? I guess it's Tide Turner, probably.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be Tide Turner because I don't remember seeing anything else in the hand. Like, I don't remember seeing it back off. Or yeah, it's a Tide Turner.
So I think what I would do is probably just flip the Tide Turner and pass. Not bring the Aurelia. Because now, if Rengar commits more to this combat, either the Aurelia or the Stellacorn is going to die for real.
Is there a world where everything dies for real now?
Well, the Zonias is going to save one of them.
Well, right.
So no, there's no way to actually kill everything. Aurelia is going to go up +5 here to 6. So and Rengar has 4. So you could just kill the Stellacorn, which would pop the Zonias, and then commit a big attack to the Abandoned Hall, and that would actually kill Aurelia. Like you could go Kaisa plus Rengar plus punch first, and then yeah, that would kill the Aurelia and the pike. One of your units would survive. Yeah, I like this move. It seems like the time to strike. They've drawn a bunch of cards, but they're tapped out. Zonia's is gone. Aurelia is exposed. This is why I don't like bringing the
Aurelia
up. Yeah.
I
I guess
maybe
you could also
because
just,
of the second one in hand, maybe they just felt okay, but
oh yeah, that's true. I forgot they had another Aurelia, but it is still going to cost you 5 more energy to develop
yeah,
that, which is
it's a development
cost.
turn, and I don't know if you'll be able to take the turn off.
Yeah, there is 2 more turns left in the game still, because Rengar's only threatening to go to 5 here, so it's not the end of the world to have to develop, but yeah, you're going to have to basically win every combat for the rest of the game after this if Rengar goes for it. So 7, so it would actually go up to 13 with just 1 punch first, and a Rengar. because of the abandoned hall. So you could just go Rengar punch first, trade with both, and then Kaisa, which would be the same thing as the line I was proposing, except it doesn't give them the choice of which unit to kill. So it's a little better. You could also do this and not send in the Kaisa, which would also be kind of reasonable.
对的，一共是13点。
但这个平换，我感觉
对7+6，
对于诺亚来说就是
这里对于乐色来说是完全可以接受的，
对呀
因为手里的天角是有一张御风和巨破，明面上来说下河应该不会受到任何干扰。
但是诺亚保留了这一拳，
没错。
If you want to really go for it, you could conquer with Kaisa and hide the pike and hold up punch first with pike there, which would be a total of 9 plus 6, 15 might.
互换资源，是的，
Um,
这种你互换一张牌等于
it's a big commitment to do that, and the pike in hand is pretty good. But I don't really mind scoring with Kaisa. It's going to cost them some resource to get over, and you get to draw a card.
不敢上去了，还是
But they choose not to, which is, I think, also fine.
天角一圈下来是5分，但是你到5分的话，下回合诺亚可能也到6了。
Yeah, especially I think because of the way the last turn went, if you expect this to have to be like another development turn or leave these units out to dry, being able to pick them off, I'm a big fan of.
把空巢拉回来。
果然是这么想的。
Well, the Deus. Oh, secret mode. Let's go.
是的。
这个是属于一个分段。
Yeah, so Aurelia can just get this point without actually losing any material, but if you put the Kaisa on Abandoned Hall, it does force them to do something. Like, they're not just going to let it sit there, presumably. They want to go kill it. So, like, if you are worried about a second Aurelia Fervent being developed, then the Kaisa would kind of stop that.
对于规则上面的理解，因为有的玩家可能没有那么熟悉的话，是第一时间会去寻求裁判，但是大家也可以去询问一下对于一些规则的理解，因为我们场边也有非常多的裁判嘛。
没错。
像这个规则，其实在一开始听的时候会觉得有点反直觉。
是的，
对吧？
而且它毕竟使用的场景可能没有想象中那么多，就它是在一个很限定的情况下，像这种就是我有一个额外的单位能够去战场上再去转一圈拿分，这种时候自己可以去接受这么做。
是的。
这边拿到5分。
他会继续拍到没盖，
再盖一张。
对，就是跟刚刚一样的剧本，只留1费。我的巨破之舞在废弃大厅上面的战力是非常。
Okay, so that Tide Turner comes back down, and it's threatening the same thing as last turn, bringing the Aurelia in with 1 Defiant Dance. So, if Rengar can get over this, then I think they're in good shape. But I don't know if they can.
但应该也差不多。
这里对于诺亚来说，能否到6很关键哦。
卡插上去的好处是，可以逼对面天角先交牌。如果是杀兵
The most you could possibly commit here would be play Pike, send Pike to Emperor's Dais, bring back Pike, get a Sand Soldier, then replay Pike. You have 1 up for punch first, and then let's say you have 5, 4, 4. Yeah, plus the punch first. So that's 19 total. If the Aurelia comes in with the Tide Turner, it would be 8. Plus Defiant Dance is another 7, 15. So it's not as much. So Rengar could win this combat, but if they do all that, probably the Aurelia just won't come in, which would be a little annoying. Ooh. Okay, this is not legal. So what happened was the Rengar player resolved the Kaisa Conquer before deciding whether they wanted to use Emperor's Dais. But if you're going to use Emperor's Dais, you have to choose to put it on the chain before you see what the card you draw of Kaisa is. So looks like they're discussing this now.
要宣称一个效果。
对，这个是需要确认一下的。现 在两名选手应该是根据这个再去跟裁判沟通，
询问一下，
对，询问一下，然后最后应该是就是自排的效果。
是的。
Okay, it looks like it's going
这样的
through.
话，其实
So
黄沙士兵顺利打出，让自己的
fair enough.
基地当中的这个黄沙士兵来到了。
All right, so will we just see the Sand Soldier go in and make a resource be used? Sort of seems like we're heading that direction.
没有什么帮助。
这个相当于是个加1。不过爽的费用得算好。
目前是4费可以一拳。
By not fully committing to this, you are giving up point tempo, but
给这个加上力去打。
it seems okay. Although now
就是6战了。
the one drop was played, which is going to tap them out of Kaisa. That's a little surprising. I guess they drew a Grim Apothecary, though, so they could use that to reinforce this attack.
然后打拳是能变成12，加5加1加6是12点。
主要这里刀妹是只能变到，就不打牌的情况下只能变到5点。
就是你得交招。
但是一上来的话，就是可以接受让你换一个。
Wow, Aurelia's coming in again.
Wow, didn't learn their lesson, or
但因为自己手里牌比较多，
对，
然后用天角游龙也。
Okay, I like this decision to just, click OK and kill the Aurelia. That's a pretty big get.
后续的回合里面，一要保护好天角，二是没有刀妹这种特别大的在中期能战力膨胀的生物了。
但是自己手里
Now,
灭世来挡对面的狩猎律动，
it's gonna be the Stellacorn and Tide Turner plus 1,000 cards in hand.
Right.
And yeah, if you can't, have a good turn next turn, you're gonna be in trouble.
is this maybe hide the pike?
打到实质上才会产生效果。
Let's try to hold on the one spot.
Well, I don't really think you want to do that because if the pike dies, it's going to cost you a significant resource in terms of being able to accelerate next turn, and it also just doesn't matter that much that you hold this point. Is like a pretty likely way this turn will play out is they'll just back the Stellacorn, develop some stuff, maybe the boots, and maybe play the stack deck, and then just chill and try to double conquer.
除非对面打了先打再问，我觉得可能会存在造化的可能。
这边穿鞋过去是5点啊，也可以考虑要不要先下来。 因为符能的费用已经。
So there's the Stella back.
Discipline picked up is a pretty good draw. Would like to get the boots in play. I would like to play the Scuttle Crab so we can see what the next card is.
这波就沉淀了，直接。
Yeah, plus you want the crab down just because next turn when you do want to go for the double conquer, being able to have the option to just sacrifice it and see the hand is really nice.
Yeah, that's a little helpful, but also with the Star-Crossed, having the crab is another good resource. Kha'Zix. I don't know. I think the cheaper Discipline might be better than the Kha'Zix. So yeah, they do rethink it and take the Discipline.
Here's the boots and the pass.
Yeah. So this is the problem with being behind on point tempo. You have to figure out how to hold one of these sides. I guess you can just like put the 1/1 at or the sentry at Abandoned Hall and put everything else on the dais, which is okay.
Is that a thrill I see in hand? Was that the pickup?
I don't know.
Looks like a Kaisa, a punch
Kaisa,
first.
Apothecary, and a punch first are the cards we knew about. And then I think it's the card in front now is the new card, but I can't tell.
Yeah, there was something that looked like Rengar's face. That's why I thought it was
Thrill.
thrill.
Yeah. So the thrill does not do much.
Well, hear me out. If you've got a thrill, you put stuff on both spots you're trying to hold. You let them take the first one,
这张牌过到
and then when they come to the second one, could you
没错，
thrill back over?
自己的
Well, you
派
could,
代
but
名是很优质的
then you would die
但他的
because
现场赛位其实已经
they'll
打
be
了
at
一
8
张，然后手里
points.
一张，这下一抽
You can't let them take both sides next turn. So if you let them take one side, you have to fight for the other side.
没有什么太大的帮助了。
刚刚其实
All right,
感觉把
why
御风
do both of these units go in at the same time? Oh, there's I guess they're playing around Ride the Wind,
找
but
人再上去战斗一下。
there's
有
no
可能想
threat
冲另外一边
with
对，
Ride
他
the
想去
Wind.
皇家士兵这个战场。
Kaisa can just go by herself.
出了一个比较平均的战力，然后留了4费，但这4费
And then yeah, so this is a cardinal sin against Kaisa or against Aurelia is splitting your might like this.
这里只有
Because what's going to happen is a bunch of pump spells are going to get cast on the Stellacorn. It's going to go to the Abandoned Hall, probably not in that order.
但自己也
And then it's going to be bigger than
比拼自己原本的
Kaisa
手牌
plus
不过这个
uh,
大厅啊，
Kinkou.
Yeah.
他在现在能够发
I
挥
think-
And then it's going to get the boots and it's going to gank over and it's going to be bigger than the other side.
So I think I'm okay with this if it was Kaisa and Sentry on Hall, with the idea of when they go into Hall, you thrill the Kaisa over to the other side, and then that's just your last stand.
Yeah, that would make sense. What would make even more sense is if the Kinkou would have just gone over to the
自己要打的牌主要就是
dais,
Yeah.
and then you just thrill the Kaisa away so that the Conqueror on dais is not,
应该是没有什么问题的。
or the Conqueror on Abandoned Hall is not killing anything.
我们本来觉得刀妹的起手牌加上他的
Looks like that was a Darius picked up off the Kaisa.
看到诺亚他在
So
这种情况之下
if the Kaisa had been developed last turn instead of the Sentry,
来到了最后一回合，
then you would have been able to draw that Darius,
这种就是真的
play him, and then
对，
if
就是
you thrill the Darius, he's an 8, which is
Yeah.
pretty sick.
通过了训练有素，
现在是8点，
刚好大
I do also think that
这里就要考虑了。
there's going to have to be a sequence in order for this to work out for
然后如果
Noah, for the Rengar player. You're going to, I think, have to use this thrill perhaps in response to the Star-Crossed.
其实打了
Oh,
这么
that's a
久
good
对面手牌大概
good
是
shout, yeah.
对面过牌量
So
很大
here
有两
it's
手牌我觉得如果是寻求
8 to 7. I think what the Rengar player should do is just play the Pike with the red
特别明确的帮助，反而有
the
可能
red mana and
对
pump
对
one of
面
the
劣势
guys over there on
让
the
对面在
Abandoned Hall.
上有额外的战力
Although actually,
Yeah.
now that I say that, I kind of don't even want to invest that 1+1 on the Abandoned Hall. I'd rather just use the thrill to get out.
哎，主要是对面还有造化弄人，就是你这个战力怎么去分配，在你拳头出来的一瞬间，其实都会被造化。
对，
Though maybe the angle is fighting on the Abandoned Hall instead. Like you could play the Pike and thrill it over,
逼着你要去打拳。
这个天角在这个
punch
场面上
first.
已经，我觉得已经基
You
本
get
上
a
无法战胜了。
reasonably high amount of might on Abandoned Hall. Okay, so they are going to fight here.
卡莎变10点，
先看
But now that Star-Crossed is in play,
这里要通过了再指佩西大厅的场地。
you definitely should not target the same unit with both of these pumps, I don't think.
No, I agree.
嫁给卡莎，这边就
来了
是一个造化
造化
的机会。
弄人。
All right, here's the Star-Crossed.
当然，这是诺亚能够预想到的情况，因为这一局其实布加勒瑟他的手牌数量已经是太多了，
没错，
对吧？
这边
被造化弄掉之后，对于刀
Interesting
其实不是特别困难。
这个就已经很简单了。
对，因为手中还有5费，场下甚至
啊
控潮者。
So surely no, you don't even thrill now. Oh, there's an apothecary, I guess, that you want to use instead of
考
thrill.
虑
That's fine.
打
It's
八
an
直接
equal
就
amount of might.
Yeah, I mean now, yeah, but if you used thrill on the Kaisa to bring it over, it would have been more than the apothecary, right?
这样是加扭头。
Oh, in the response to the Star-Crossed, yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Because I thought that was like perhaps the line.
这边还会再加3点，
Yeah, I mean it's pretty doomed at this point, anyways, because
溢出了。
the split might thing.
Yeah, split wall, and Also, just having Stellacorn be able to go into a abandoned hall and do all of this before ganking over is
Yeah.
obnoxious.
这个刀妹这么打牌，其实诺亚也已经知道这局已经没有了。
这里只能赌一手，也什么都赌不了了。
对，
这个
靠手中已有的资源已经阻止不了对面的进攻了。
狩猎过去也会让对方先赢。
翻看派克，派克的话回忆赋能可以相当于增加5点的总战力，但是现在
So 10, 15, 17 for Aurelia, and
没错。
6 for Rengar. That's not a good number. Also, the -2 went on the token. That's really heads up. Playing around Thrill.
对面场上推过来的2个单位就
But this is not enough.
No.
You got 10.5 against 17.
布加勒斯应该也是要确认一下，这个我比你大，那我征服就是双针。
And what's worse is the Aurelia player also still has cards and energy up. So even
Yeah.
even after all that, you're still facing down probably like on guard plus discipline or something.
Yeah. So I said it about 15 minutes ago, but yeah, the Stellacorn is what decided that game. It drew about 8 cards. And the fact that Rengar was not able to stop it was deciding.
对于刀妹来说，还是稳稳的把这个胜利给拿到手了。对，就是在这个7比6的回合上面，诺亚已经尽力去把后手的轮次给追上来了，对吧？他只要完成单局就可以。但是
Explain the -2 on the token. Sure. So,
他所有的一些法术会在这个关键的回合被
so when you define dance, you choose where to put the -2. If you put it on, for example,
所以他的手段是比较有
uh,
而我觉得
let's say a 3,
他这一局其实
then your 3 becomes a 1. And then if you thrill the 3, the -2 goes away,
这个帝王神坛
and it's like a 3 base again.
肯定会有很多在看的观众
And then you get the +1 from Pride Stalker. But it wastes the -2 from Defiant Dance. But with the token, you can't blink the token because the token will go away. So you can't like counter the -2 with Thrill.
对于刀妹在这个废弃大厅上的进攻，还有这个2号机的这个小巧思的卡组，都是做到了最好的这个进攻。
是的。
我感觉这把其实对于狮子狗来说有点没办法，其实就是刀妹的起手太好了，很完美的起手，
就是无奈局嘛。你觉得复盘好像也复不出什么哪里有问题的地方，
而且就是，金身、天角、御风，这前3张牌一出来，感觉就是让狮子狗开始挠头。
因为这个手牌最不好的地方是没有厉害的 trick，但是后面连续抽上来2张巨破，就相当于98分的答卷变成100分了。
对，然后
Yeah, tokens disappear anytime they go off the board.
杜哈勒森没有给失误，是的。那这种就是属于先后攻本身的差距，加上手牌足够顺，理所当然的就把对局赢下来了。
没错，
你可以看到在有几波关键的交互上面，特别是我记得有一波是控潮换下来的刀妹，自己手上是有1费的，但是那张巨波他没有去打，他是选择让过跟对面让对面把自己的刀妹给换了。其实这个选择，我觉得对于很多玩家而言会觉得，哎呦，刀妹如果死掉的话，可能后面会不好打。但是库卡勒斯他也考虑过，如果自己交了 trick， 对面手中万一还有反制手段，那么自己连这张巨破都会失去，那后续的进攻其实就会乏力。所以他是把巨破留到了最关键的这个天角游走鞋的回合去斩杀。
其实天角游走鞋后续你可以看到，在最后有废弃大厅的情况下，也同样膨胀到了15点，其实还是很大的。是的。 而且我觉得就是把握住偶数分以及一直领先的这半个轮次，让自己最后就是让自己其实成为那个最后一回合，有点像是那种在打死3的回合里面，就是自己成为最后那一回合，我有这个双争的机会，有这个双争的可能，对这样的一个玩法。
So somebody who's played a lot of Rengar, what are you looking to do in game 2? And what are your potential sideboard options?
So my list, I have the I think I bring in basically my entire sideboard. I have 3 auctions, which are good at stealing boots and GAs and Zonias. And then I have Bryn here Thundersong, which is really good against Aurelia. Maybe I had 2 Bryn here Thundersongs. Yeah. And then I have the additional copy of Sabotage and Challenge. Well, I'm not sure I bring in Challenge, actually. But, yeah, I think I'd take out the Dariuses and the Kaisas to make room for the other expensive creatures.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, especially if you expect them to be boarding in purple Vex.
特别是这些卡只要1费，什么罡风、巨破、灭神
啊
只要1费，就是你在进攻刀妹的时候，对面只要能够开出，比如说3到4费。
Yeah, I'm not sure purple Vex really has anything to do with it, but
Well, I just mean, like, they're also cards that are losing value potentially. Like, I think that they're already okay
yeah, because you
pullouts,
can't
but
accelerate them.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Darius is kind of good against purple Vex because you can play it, and then next turn it can be big and go try to kill it. But yeah, mostly I think like Vex is not that scary against Rengar. Like you do have to kill it, but you can kill it with basically any unit you untap with. So I wouldn't think too hard about it when you're sideboarding. But yeah, I like keeping the curve low.
他们之前已经携带到了这个派克螳螂的组合，也有的刀妹他们会携带到萃取，去
Yeah,
针对皎月这个
that's
折子
basically
战
it.
却保
Challenge,
证了
I'm not sure if it's good or bad. It's like
我觉得这就是
you do like it's really good value if you can use challenge to kill a Stellacorn or an Aurelia that they tapped out for. But a lot of times, if they have one rune open, then you know, if you challenge their thing and they Defiant Dance, then your thing dies and their thing lives. It's like really tragic. So I don't actually know if it should be in the deck or not.
没错，这个也是其实也是受制于我之前夺冠的时候讲的，因为打皎月太难了，然后包括带这个派克的这个构筑会产生金币，可以有效的防止对面的折戟再战。然后而且派克是一个后手可以直接打出的单位，它是一个帮你，比如说你输了骰子，但是你手中要是有一张派克会很舒服，这也是在寻求更多在大赛里面生存的这个空间，我觉得。
对，就是稳定性上面。
My wife is messaging me to remind me to
没错，但是
take my meds.
那你这局的胜率其实会大幅度增加。我觉得这就因为这一点去投入3张单卡就已经值得了。
再包括环境的变化吧，就是我们说到，因为这个版本当中可能刀妹跟剑圣。然后包括皎月，其实很多时候也就是一个会在场上去跟你进行战斗。是的。那其实这种经常会出现1v1的情况，那螳螂的登场也是这个紫色的组里面，不管是皎月还是刀妹，我觉得都会慢慢。
Your wife does the same when she disappears. Yeah, I think mine was getting ready to go to bed, so she was like, "Hey, make sure to take your meds." I mean, it is almost 2 a.m. here, and she's not wrong.
偏向于1v1，
没错。而且螳螂在刀妹卡组的角色其实就是另外一个大哥。当自己的选定英雄区的艾瑞利亚阵亡之后，你们可以看到顾嘎勒瑟是选择了第2张刀妹，那有的人会选择会选择带一张螳螂，也是很多种解法。
对，其实螳螂在刀妹的卡组当中也算是一个，就6点身材，我觉得就是这个游戏大哥的一个标准。
而且它可以通过你的操作，比如说你先吃一边，然后再魅惑解掉另外一边。然后再飞1次，这样的话可以加3次战力。
对，
这还是很
单回合内去加2的这种效果。
是的，
就魅惑一下过来加2，然后你再去进攻再。
Oh, well, yeah, that okay, that works too. Get soon. That's fair. How much longer do you think we have till game 2? I think I should go take him now. I'm gonna run and grab him. I'm sure I can get back in time.
You probably have like 3 minutes, but yeah, if you're not here when it starts, that's fine. I'll carry it.
I mean, I think I can make it in 3 minutes.
通常会带的这个青灵之靴游走鞋的装备，其实能让整个卡组玩起来比较的灵动。
是的，再加上这一场也是我们前面有跟大家去提到过进阶瑞士轮的最后一轮比赛。
对，
他们直播中赢的那个人，其实就应该有机会进到16强。
我是感觉，虽然说我们看到刀妹的数量啊，在进入到进阶瑞士轮以后是比较少的，是目前排在第3位啊，相较于皎月是少了1个，然后相较于剑圣的话是少了比较多，但是我能够感受到，就可能还是有很多的刀妹高手在其中，然后也有机会能够进入到未来的16强啊。那128的这个饼图我们看完以后，其实我觉得大家也在此时此刻应该都会比较期待，说到了16强以后会有哪些传奇的登场。
是的，就是128强，其实展现了很多选手们，特别是一些来追求金属头玩家们的理解，而来到了16强，其实就是。
Okay, we're getting back to the game. We've got cutting their decks. They really don't want you to miss any moments. Okay, both players are ready to play. And okay, we got Arena's Greatest and Sunken Temple.
很标准，就是先攻很有可能还是巨人梦之巅，没错，然后后攻的这个沉默神庙，
然后看一下后宫能不能摸上那张紫派克，对吧？这个前面如果在后宫有的话，哦。
So there's a Noxus Hopeful and a Fiora Peerless in hand for Rengar. I do not run either of those cards, so this is definitely not my list. Fiora Peerless seems kind of nice here, though. If there's an Aurelia sitting on a battlefield, you can, like, I don't know, punch first your Fiora and go in for 16. That's pretty nice. Sam, do you have a particular domain of choice for set 4? No. I think it's fairly likely that I will play a set 4 Legend in Barcelona. But, yeah, I don't know which one it's going to be. Could be, you know, any of the domains are available, basically. Okay, both players seem to have remembered Arena's Greatest.
因为其实直播桌上面大家是用这个破罗，我们的很可爱的破罗小摆件去计分，然后平时大家可能打比赛或者打电赛的时候是拿这个手机摆在中间，利用我们的小程序计分。
Alright, so this point with Inferna is definitely offering it up to get eaten by something with the boots, but with Faith Oak plus Noxus, you have a pretty good shot of having a good counterattack, so I like the score. There's a Fizz in Aurelia's hand, that's interesting. Wow. You can't do this. Aurelia is just going to die. There's a Faith Oak on board.
What did I come back to?
Yeah, this is the just classic Chinese play of just jam Aurelia, turn 2, tap out for it. And it's like even worse than usual because it's dead on board. Faith Oak plus Rengar will just eat it. Or I guess without equipping, Faith Oak plus Noxus will just eat it. Now you can just like develop something nice to your base, although they don't actually have a great development play. They can use the Fiora Peerless. Pump the Noxus, send both of those guys to Sunken Temple, kill the Aurelia, draw a card. Oh, what?
I think they're just going to do
they're
the
going to use
Rengar.
Rengar. Yeah, that's fine.
就是要去解决刀妹的话，你的费用其实也会受到很大的影响。不过诺亚一定是觉得，只要能够解掉这刀妹，我就算付出再多的赋能也能够接受。没错，这边。
Yep, they were just paying the deflect for the pull with the Faith Oak.
可以去换掉我的这个幽人仙灵。
这里因为还有一费的保留啊，一会儿这个4只狗打一拳会变成11点，
很恐怖。
And then pay to draw.
上来其实也需要一些法术牌。
这里要抽吗？
他要用沉默神庙了。
这里如果抽的话
The player was checking like, what order do I have to put my Poro up to 4 or pay 1 to draw a card? If you do it in the wrong order, the judge might tell you, you know,
Right.
I have to take you out back and shoot you.
I will say, I do love that they use the little Poros as the markers.
Yeah, that's definitely better than just like a die or whatever. Is there a unit? Okay, there's another Aurelia. So I guess the play last turn was, you know, with the knowledge that there's a backup Aurelia. So it does make sense to actually make that play. I take it back. So now Aurelia can go kill this Rengar, I think, because the Rengar player tapped out to draw a card.
首先爆鞋子的费，
是的，
然后爆传奇的费，上去之后下个回合能用的费用会比较少，然后留做防守的费用也比较少。
Certainly seems like that's probably what you should do.
叫5回2，然后冲锋8。
And then you have on guard plus defy up to defend it.
那也
So
很优质了。
是的，
5回2冲锋8是
not a terrible situation, although the millions of punch firsts is probably going to get it done.
Right.
会不会把底下的新兵拉开打掉？
这里要先看他会不会选择触发沉默神庙。因为手上的手牌其实也
Aurelia's at 8.
如果不抽的话
8 goes over the 6 of Rengar, and then we'll see if they choose to draw a card. If you draw a card and it's Zonya's Hourglass, you're going to look like a genius.
手上好像是有决斗将士加灭世的。
But there's also a charm, so maybe you'd rather just use the charm to get rid of Noxus Hopeful, and then you'll be a little safer. Then one punch first won't get you. So I think that's probably what I would do.
还是打了。
Yeah.
感觉他可能觉得灭世在这个对局当中没有用，那拳头也灭不了，对吧？他把场下的单位解干净，这样起码可以防止，如果你没有拳头的话，你去飞单位就直接上来给我换了。
是的，而且对方如果不清的话，这里是7点，这样你上来你要先交牌，还挺难受的。
诺手，
但是对于这
Is that a Darius
That's a
pickup?
Darius, yeah.
That'll
So
be big
Darius
enough.
plus
然后有拳头有诺手，
punch
这会
first
是
can
稳
get
下
it
是
done, and that would also
双
score 2 points, which would be a pretty big deal.
可惜不是7费，不然是送了一家拳头啊。
I think there's nothing available that can stop that. Let's see, what would Defiant Dance be? That would put Aurelia up to 9 and Darius down to 9.
Maybe
He's gonna
minus
be-
2 because Darius would be if you
Oh,
play
It'd
Darius.
be
And,
11
yeah.
even.
思路是这局
Yeah.
尽力而为。
So yeah, even Divine Dance is not enough. So yeah, Darius punch first, kill the Aurelia, and conquer the other battlefield. Looks pretty good to me.
现在来到了第7个回合，两边分数是4比2。
这把看上去也是一个持久战。
诺亚这边其实还是再去考虑要不要在这回合强行用诺手加上先打再问去解掉对面场上的这个艾瑞利亚，确实没有任何的保护。
Then
主要
if they have like
再掏出来一张
Stellacorn plus
再来让巨破的话
On Guard plus Boots, they can kill the Darius. That would be kind of the worst case scenario.
哦，已经摇过
对，
了。
就是
对
极限应该是
But if they do that, you hold the 7.
对对对
，9打9。
是的，9打9。
And then
能够有诺手。
还可以加一费。
Yeah, I don't know. It's not great. Maybe you just play Fiora and base and chill.
算过了，就是万无一失，这张拳头加诺手，一定是能够解掉你的刀妹的。但是这么打的话，对面就是也不交招了。对吧？也不交招。
It's gotta feel good when you're buffing your unit to the point of needing more than 1 die.
Yeah.
因为你2号机也用了，对，你真的掏不出3号机了。
这里是已经超过了一个巨破之舞的覆盖范围了。
没错。
13点进来打6点。
Yeah, so the hand is what? Fizz, On Guard, Boots, and is it Discipline the other card?
但是我不想交。
Or Defy?
成功踩出战场之后，其实
I think it's a Defy.
这里就很难了。
Yeah, there's a Defy.
我在第一弹就说，千万不能
So it's gotta be a unit off the top then.
对吧？因为踩完1个回合之后，他就开始游龙了。
Yes.
这也是我们说打这个荣耀竞技场最难的部分，稍有不慎或者对方。
Tide Turner.
That is a unit. Is it an absolute unit? I don't know if I would go that far, but it's a unit. I guess there's a Fizz in hand as well, so that's also a unit. But Tide Turner, Boots, and On Guard is 6. That's enough to get over this Darius.
其实也可以碰拳，然后保证时间。对，
因为他们一
And oh, there's a charm that you could replay with the Fizz.
最好能够去分出胜负。
And do you have enough to do both? I think you do have 6 runes, yeah. So Tide Turner, On Guard, and Fizz is 6.
Yep.
但是还是
That would cost
尽力而为。
basically every rune you
I was
have.
gonna say, aren't you down to like 2 at that point?
Yeah, it's not great. Okay, so you're just playing Fizz, and oh, now you can charm. Yeah, sure, this works. You charm the Inferno over with the Darius,
一起把它解掉。对，
and then
小鱼人贴鞋 这个决斗架势是一个
yeah, are they gonna let him change the way he tapped?
这样的话
Doesn't matter, but
说挣扎还是对的。
oh, you're saying no, thank you.
这里要想一想。
再确认一下。
这里但符文是回收不了的吧？
Wow, take back.
是的。
They're letting him take back the fizz, but not the recycle of the rune. Come on,
他可能算费用不够，
ridiculous.
所以先打了控潮。
小鱼人
There's a second boots as well. Does that do anything? Not really.
穿鞋主要
No, not really.
I guess instead of charming, you can. Yeah, so you on guard here, then you play. No, you don't have enough mana for all that.
这样子会有更优的方式吗？
4费嘛，
他可以拿，他是不是可以拿
把头
2分？
把头摇回来。
对，他可以拿2分。
Oh, I see. You do have enough mana. You go boots, blade dance again, and then go kill Darius.
区的这个法术深度变
Then you
深
get to
让
save
小
the
鱼人
on
在
guard.
后续的回
That
合
seems
的时候
reasonable.
能有更多的法术选项。
如果对方这波没有能够冲锋的单位，我的魅惑还能再接你一波。
第二双鞋，
这里再回2个，已经彻底不考虑了。
The next turn you have fizz plus charm to take out whatever they develop potentially.
第回合8，一个3费，一个2费。
Yeah, so different way to get there, but you save more cards in hand. Still down to just the 2 runes.
不过如果冲
Yeah, I didn't really count the amount of runes each line would use, but I think I would just do whichever line uses the fewest amount of recycled runes,
因为他拥有时间。
because that seems like the resource you're going to get bottlenecked on here.
他这边的
而且这边只有4费了。
下回合还能再冲
Slight
上
nitpick,
包括再
I
打
think
出自己
ending with the
再
tide turner on the
这里可以把新兵解掉。
Sunken Temple is not great. Oh, I guess with the boots line, you do have to do it that way though, because you have to go to the Darius
打在上
second.
面，然后把剑姬拉上来。
对，应该是要把
so
小鱼
that's
打在
fine.
上面了。
现在控潮是个6点，小人打在上面。
All right, so
然后去听剑姬。
the most dangerous unit is this Fiora for sure.
而且这
It's
个
not easy to kill that with charm.
如果你不交任何的牌的话，小人就会被换掉。
对，然后反正先拿到
But you could potentially kill it by
应该是没有什么问题的。
下回合新兵上来会是
Could charm
by
and on guard
having
though,
the
right?
一
fizz.
拳会变成9点。
Well, the charm's in the graveyard, so you have to.
6加2是手
Yeah, so you could, yeah, charm the Fiora and on guard, but then
先打
this Noxus Hopeful is going to get you. But it's kind of okay.
太恐怖了，他们的这个交互。
Okay, so they're just going with
如果不报符，
Fizz,
他就
Charm,
会打得没有还手。
Fiora,
所以两边得一直打，一直打。
and then
这种
Fiora will
高
just
手
trade with
之间的
Fizz.
一开始是觉得养费，但是真正的碰到这种交互强烈的卡组的时候，你是根本没有空间去养。
Judges are trying to enforce a certain recycle order of the runes, which is not appropriate at all. You can just recycle your runes in whatever order you want.
是，本身就是
Right,
So
because
not okay
it's
for the judge to get involved here. But they did this yesterday
是
too.
那种非常激进的操作。
yeah, because you can activate it whenever you want. It doesn't have to be according to the cost paid.
Right.
You could theoretically just float the power in whatever order you want and then pay costs.
Yeah.
但是也是没有任何的手上有
All right, so
没有防守余地了。
this is
我说实话，看他们的对局真的很恐怖。
9, so it is going to work against just a punch first, but it's almost impossible for the Rengar player not to have something else to go with a punch
决
first.
斗就有点
So yeah,
妙了
you can play Kaisa and punch first. Oh, perfect. Accelerated Kaisa is,
Yeah.
is
哦这里
yeah, that's the game.
再加一个拳头，
卡莎加拳，
没错
卡。莎加拳是10点了，没问题。
确实有一个能够活跃单位。那双方
Plus 1 from the Rengar trigger. There was also that challenge in hand as well, so
就可能已经没有什么希望了，但是他硬撑到了
you
这也是我
然后也是打得
们刀妹的
非常激烈。
魅力啊！
could challenge one of them.
导致了后续有很多的改变嘛。如果说没有抽到这张卡莎，
Yeah, you don't have a way to clear the damage though, so
局面给翻回来
I don't think that would really help.
最后你看双方的这个符能，在冲完卡莎爆完拳头之后，
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking you could like challenge one of them and then still just conquer the other side, clear the damage that way, and then try to go for a
稍微
hold.
抢得快一点点，就会觉得就让他换了，然后下回加2，
是的
对，吧？但是他节奏加是在这种情况下，他给小
But
鱼
it doesn't matter. Kaisa just gets it done.
只能说这把两边的费用上基本上没有超过7点，感觉都是在这个，尤其打到后几个回合，交互了2波以
The
后，
hold's not likely because of the double boots anyway, yeah. You just have to go over the top there.
我已经找不到任何失误了。 对吧？就是只有可能说我们的这个预判，或者说我们觉得他们的一些打法，他们会找出更优解。
至少在上帝视角来看都没有太大的失误。
So we're going to game 3.
就是选手来说，他是单一视角，我就已经尽力做到最好了。
对。
然后古嘎勒瑟这边因为也是劣势的这个对局，然后他也是尽力做到了最好的打法了。
对，毕竟是后宫嘛，但确实我觉得这样一来的话，其实两边在前2局里面消耗的时间还是非常多的。
只有10分钟了。
现在对于双方来说，你可以看到，在最后碰拳的这个阶段，大家非常的迅速，就是因为可能想要为自己第3局争取更多的时间，还是希望能在这一把比赛里面全力争胜。
而且其实最后都懂，你看这个把牌一展示，对吧？就直接碰拳不犹豫，然后立马收牌下一回合，10分钟的时间，然后是刀妹的先攻。
没错。
但是我们要知道，在第1局比赛当中，也同样是刀妹的先攻，他们打到最后的分差其实没有拉开超过1分。
是的，但是因为马上要进死3了。对于这个时间的把控，两边选手可能会选择更激进的打法。
是的，有可能会像第2局这样疯狂报废、疯狂交互。
是的，就像我们比方说刀妹打这个loop 的拉克斯，可能会考虑 T2 直接用控槽把河蟹拽下来抢第2分，就这种类似报废很激进的操作。
就还是打不同的对局，可能会有不同的策略嘛。我觉得这也是刀妹这个卡组为什么能够一直处在第3赛季的整个比赛里面的常青树的一个很重要的原因。
同样也是一套真正的高手卡组。对的，就是他的一个选择的决策，他的分支实在是太多了，
决策点会比较多。
战力的这种把控，就是其实有刀妹的对局，一般来说都是这个算术题。
对，
是的，而且我觉得同样另外一边。
At some point, I believe Blevins is going to be joining us. He said he was here like an hour ago.
Huh. He's a spooky ghost.
Yeah, I'm just always afraid that I'm going to get maybe Blevins bot jump scared.
你相比于刀妹这边有玩天角的空间，狮子狗这里的话可能更讲究说自己的每一张牌都一定要用在刀刃上。对啊，因为每一个怪、每一个单位
There's Forerunner is cursed, and it's all his fault.
发效果的机会。
是的，
只能说对于两边来说，这个我估计他们现在应该也比较心急，这个第3局的比赛，尽快开始，
期待一下第3局。
对的。
我觉得心态上是可以的，但主要是时间确实有一些紧张。
Sam, why do you always put your local time as Pacific time when we do these?
然后另外一边狮子狗每一轮的拳头的数量也都很多，然后到了第3轮，其实
Because I have to be very Pacific.
先打再问的数量。
Fair enough.
Bro.
有没有造化弄人，都是一些关键的考量。
No, I just assume majority of viewers are either PT or ET, so I put PT usually.
Okay. I was just trying to think. I was like, I'm not Pacific. Cass is usually not Pacific. Blevins is not Pacific. Guess Pastry?
My guess was that if you are staying up late to watch a Chinese tournament, you're either waking up early on ET or you're staying up late on PT.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I have both the times on the graphic for PT and ET.
Yeah.
So.
Well, also, if you have both the times, then why put a local time?
So you can compare it right next to it. You quickly look and be like, oh, okay, when's the next match? Awesome, right there. Easy.
Okay.
Graphic design is my passion.
Levin says he's here and he wants let in. As if we're gatekeeping him.
I am gatekeeping him, actually.
That's fair.
I'll loosen the cage for him.
You know what's not being gatekept? Game 3 of Aurelia versus Rengar. And again, thanks to Huge, we know the Rengar is Noah.
手牌抽下来的时候，真的是抑制不住。
我事后也跟他就是聊了一下，他说没有一个刀妹看到这个手牌不会笑，
对，就没有一个人能绷住。
对，
是的，双方碰拳了，来吧。
Pre-game fist bump.
比赛8分半的时间，
刀妹
Yeah, Peak and
哇，这个河蟹有点救命了。
对，本来摇摇头没有先攻的单位，但是这个河蟹来了之后，很舒服了。
哦，
Scoots on turn 1.
这里也是拿到了星落啊，
但他的红色符能，其实我在前2局有观察，诺亚这边的红色符能带的并不多，
不多是吧？
对，
他可能会是一个4-8，甚至一个更极端的配比。
Not a lot of units I'm seeing over there. Next turn they'll have Aurelia from the champ zone, but
对，就以我的经验，就如果是3拳下满的色组的话，你保底是一个75，对吧？84也很有可能。
Aurelia, we got Defiant Dance, Zonia's, Boots of Swiftness that were developed. Just don't tell Blevins and it'll be fine.
如果操作快的话，还是能打比较多的轮次的。
Oh, hey, Blevins.
两边都已经意识到这个问题，操作都很迅速。是的，我这边的铺场。
Okay, don't forget your Targon's trigger. There you go.
想说别忘记回了。而且上一次的全国公开赛也是，RIftatlas也是因
And
为忘记
a ride the win, so again, not a unit.
所以我觉得
Hello.
肯定不会忘记的。
可以看到这里
Yeah.
Defiant Dance.
过了，所以说这个巨人风之巅的效果没有回。是的。
Hopefully this game, yeah, Aurelia player doesn't spew the Aurelia champion. Yeah, so this is a much more careful. Wait. Oh, they were just arguing about the Targon's trigger.
这可能会产生的影响就是一个专法。
Or probably what was happening is the judges were arguing about the Targon's trigger, and both players were like, "Shut up."
I'm glad nothing changes
Let us
about Chinese
play.
tournaments.
Yeah.
Judges intervening and Aurelia players just jamming their Aurelia with absolutely no protection or fear.
Yeah, okay, here it is.
Backfire
Yeah.
immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, but this is a different a different feeling from the previous game because this time they have one rune up, so and there's not a Faith Folk already in play, so
Not dead on board.
Yep.
yeah,
And they hit a
so
Zonia's.
it's a lot harder to kill this thing.
It's also
Although there is
getting
yeah.
kind of close to time running out as well, so kind of have to speed up play anyway.
It's true. Both of these players already have a draw as well, so
是很关键的一个。
not looking to get a second draw, I would guess.
I'm very intrigued by this Fiora and Rengar list as someone who's going to be playing in a skirmish in 5 hours with Rengar.
Yeah, it seems like
I
kind
might
of
slot it
a
in.
nice, yeah, a nice thing for this matchup in particular.
Yeah.
Probably is fine against Master Yi too.
Yep, that's what I was just about to say. I think it's probably also for the Yees you expect.
Yeah, I kind of think Master Yi is a pretty good matchup anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. But
So here, if you're watching at home and you're wondering, they're letting the crab die and then responding with the Zonias to the death knell so that you don't have to waste your Zonias on the crab. The crab will have already died. You're just responding to the trigger.
Judges could
Yeah, so
not have
this is a-
thrown that XP in faster.
yeah, this is a good setup. But you now have the Aurelia. It's like totally safe. You have one rune up, so you can protect it from a falling star or a challenge or something. And yeah, next turn you'll have Aurelia with boots and Zonia's backup. It's going to be tough for Rengar to actually get through that.
对，就是如果你在死3结束的回合不能到8，在这个对局当中想要领先2分难度确实比较大。
一般来说，我们会想就是在死3之
And
前
it's probably not going to be worth scoring
没错，
the Targon's Peak this turn because it's going to just end up costing you Noxus Hopeful.
先沉淀怪吧。对于狮子狗来说，
This would be a
更多的沉淀为主。
great time to have one of those auctions to steal the Zonias.
巨神风这边要不要上，其实是个问题。
Yeah.
但是按常理来说，这里
I think Mom Sky doesn't play any Gear Hate, and this is looks like it's maybe more inspired by Mom Sky's list, although I don't think it's identical. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are no auctions.
要沉淀还有一个卡莎的选项。
So running Forsaken over Star Spring, I'm guessing.
看下选手如何抉择了，应该
Interesting.
Yeah, we saw Emperor's Deus and Arena's Greatest.
非常
Yeah.
理性。
还是没有受到影响。
对，我觉得就是玩的很理性。那对于刀妹来说，可以玩的稍微大胆一点。
哦，
有
这里如果是双御风的话，是一个很厉害的抢分点啊。
Is that still
如果我能保证
no additional units once again?
而且有一张金身能保证自己。
Yeah, but that's okay. You have the Aurelia, and it's pretty well protected. So think like all you really need to feel like pretty good about this is something to stop the Fiora.
Well, I mean, they did just pick up a rebuke, right? Isn't that what I saw the draw was?
I think it was a Ride the Wind.
Yes, he Ride the Wind.
Oh, it's just a second Ride the Wind. I see now.
Well, I don't know what the other card is, but I think the draw for this turn was Ride the Wind.
Yeah, their draw last turn was also Ride the Wind, and so when I saw it, I just assumed it was staring at the one.
Oh. Oh, this is okay. This is
okay.
great. I love this.
Sweet.
Yeah.
play.
Nice move.
确实，这是可能在对手的构筑里面，对于刀妹来说比较难处理的牌，毕竟自己的单位数量比较少。
唯一的威胁了。
然后
This is why charm is busted.
So I guess they're debating between Ride the Wind or Boots. I think I would just use Boots now and then probably use Ride the Wind on their turn. Because you're going to get your third point now with the Boots, and then your fourth point will come with the Ride the Wind. What is it? It's discipline? You don't need discipline in either line. This doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, this tells me that they're gonna try to do Boots, right?
Yeah, but the Boots was enough by itself. It's only 6 over there. Boots was going to take her up to 9. So
Yeah, we just we just cycled a discipline for
yeah,
a reason.
that does not make a lot of sense to me. I guess you're going to get the mana back with the Targon's Peak, but like you'd be happy to just have a discipline in your hand.
对吧？够大，而且主要是因为对面是一个成剑机，是的，所以选择直接一并拉在这个竞技荒原上。
这样4费留着互动。
But there was a Starcross picked up, which is not a terrible draw either.
Yeah, not with that crab.
然后这里的话，
The crab is a liability against Falling Star, though, so one thing we might see is Falling Star just try to kill the crab to get rid of the Zonias, and then maybe Starcross could get played in response to that. But okay, no, we're starting with this attack, which is, I think, going to draw out or Ride the Wind.
Or not.
I guess there's the Rengar is looming, so if you Ride the Wind, you go up to 8, and Rengar goes up to 11, and then yeah, you need that discipline back.
You just wish you had a discipline.
So the Defiant Dance makes it all work totally fine.
Yeah, so here's the ride. Also, we're about... Oh, I think we just ran out of time and we're in turns now, right?
But yeah, this is going to definitely favor Aurelia. She's going to get turns 1 and 3, and she's already at 4, so she is able to get up to 8 if she just scores 2 points every turn.
这个5费唯一能够拍一个7战力的单位。
这边好像是有面试在手里的，
所以需要确认一下了。
Thought he did the old "Can I see your hand" trick.
慢慢打。而且这个回合的交互可能是最关键的一轮。其实这样看，我觉得对于诺
So what's the thought process here? Are they just considering using Thrill to go to the other side?
Well, I think they did not see this coming, and now they're having to, come up with a plan against it.
Right. They just don't have, I think, I mean, the only options that they have right now to even do stuff are Thrill and Nidalee, right?
I think there's an Inferno, so you could just slam the Inferno and have 8 here, and then...
oh, there is an Inferno. Okay.
At least you stop them from scoring. Oh, wait. No, yeah, you're the attacker. Okay, Nidalee would put it up to 9, so that seems a little better.
5点的话，乐色这边是有一张巨货回应的，这边还在考虑给谁。
It's also just kind of guaranteeing that if you do end up winning this, then you're going to draw a card from one of them. That's
Yeah,
pretty-
but that is definitely not a guarantee.
yeah, pretty big if at the moment.
Yeah, On Guard and Defiant Dance is going to be tough.
Yeah, so probably we'll see the On Guard played, and then Rengar will have to do something else, and then Defiant Dance will end his career.
但这边呢，如果诺亚选手不计代价选择伊芬娜加狩猎律动的话，有可能，而且狩猎律动可以把减一给取消掉。
9
Wow.
to
I mean, there is a
如果要打到底，好像是诺
there
亚
is a situation where you theoretically could still win this combat, but then you're throwing like everything at this, and that Aurelia is just gonna get saved by the Zonias, and then you just turn around and lose on the following turns.
他是这一波能拿到。
Well, like you could
does-
play Inferna, and then you could like thrill the hunt your hopeful up.
2, 3, 4, 5.
而且手里是没有
Yeah, if we can
是的
Inferno plus no, it would be ideal if you could even just offer the trade, let the Zonias pop, and then Falling Star. Well, that's really expensive.
Well, that's definitely not going to work this turn because
No.
the Aurelia is a +5 already.
Oh, right, because it
That-
keeps the
that
yeah,
buff
it
will
keeps,
stay on,
yeah, it
yeah.
does keep the +5. Yeah, that's definitely not happening.
Yep, that's what I was saying. Like, you could theoretically still win the combat, I think, if you Inferna and then you thrill on your hopeful
自信的牌。
to have that go to the battlefield as well. But then you're blowing all of your resources for an Aurelia that gets saved by Zonias and then just wrecks you.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not a good situation. However, maybe because of the time situation,
Right,
it
because
might
of
be worth
Turns.
going in on this and then just trying to scrape a few points and, you know, have the game end 7-6 or something. Although I guess the Rengar player only gets one more turn after this, so 7-6 does not sound very likely.
Not great.
哦，这边头已经有。
All right, just gonna champ Rengar for +7.
Yeah, so this is 16, and Aurelia is at 11 right now, so Defiant Dance would make it a tie. That seems worth playing, I would guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seems favorable.
不让你拿这一
It's
分
denying a point. It's denying card draw.
Doing this
平换
is
长盘打不了了
just trying to save this hopeful for the other battleground for points,
然后这边的新兵是拿
because
了
it's
13
it's less might than if you went the other way.
平换其实意味着诺亚基本就是愿意
Still
Yeah,
leaves
if,
the
if
hopeful
this card
open.
is not
但是这边的话
exactly
相当于
Defiant Dance, then you do get to score both sides, which is nice.
Mhm.
Though I think even if there was no Defiant Dance here and you scored both sides, you would probably just lose anyway.
这边我还有御风，
对，
啊，对，反正就是还是有可能性，对吧？
是的，
先平换再说，
两边感觉是要神仙打架了，一会儿
真的
就是
神仙打架
就是在这个战场上飞来飞去了。
对
嗯
你御风，我狩猎律动，对吧？
先后顺序很重要，先上来。
Okay, I guess Rengar can sneak a point here with
绝对
Thrill
不会忘的。
on the next turn,
然后
so
有了刀妹的回合，
嗯
but yeah, that doesn't really accomplish much.
对，这张河蟹可能会拿到。
Is there a window of opportunity after the Targon's Peak resolves?
No.
Okay.
是的，
现在只有4费，其实手中能打的牌只有这个造化弄
No,
人。
not unless there was like a second Targon's Peak or something.
会考虑
There would have to be something else on the chain, essentially.
Right.
要看一下怎么去操作的。
嗯，
那如果是直接推上来的话，对面会打出狩猎律动，然后打出狩猎律动之后，它可以反应打造化。
是的，无论是造花或者御风都可以，但当然这里的话，可能造花会好一些。
造化会更好，因为它可以让对面不拿这一分。
嗯，
这个回合刀妹的传奇效果是不是没有活跃啊？
已经
So, attempting the thrill.
过来，
This is probably answered by Star-Crossed on Crab just because you don't want them to get the point.
疏忽了，
对，
Mhm.
对，因为他这个游走斜嘛，毕竟。
嗯，
其实
'Cause then you just secure the win if you're the Aurelia player, because
非常重要。
they'll just be able to redevelop, and then you'll hold to 5. It'll be 5-3. You're up by 2, so you get the win.
会拿到第4分，然后布加勒瑟他是5分，
5分了，
但是意味着
So were you supposed to hunt thrill the when the crab moved in? Because the crab got to score and bounce.
The falling star could actually kill the Aurelia here. There's nothing in Aurelia's hand that can stop it, but that would have to be combined with scoring 2, or I guess scoring 1 point would be enough.
Yeah,
it's not really true because you could then play the crab, strap the boots, and win.
对他如果上不去，拿到第4分，其实就结束了。对，看了一下手牌，好像是要展示了，展示给对面。
Yeah, can't score points, so it's over.
实在是太高了。
是的。甚至来到这个第3局，我感觉两边也真的是在这个可能没有特别多的时间里面，给我们展示了这两个卡组很精彩，很精彩。
Sam, how have you felt about this matchup in general from the Rengar side?
I think it's close, playable on both sides.
That's how I felt about most matchups with Rengar, but I've played significantly
it's
less.
Definitely that sort of deck.
Yeah, it's scrappy. There's also there's so many little rooms where you can outplay your opponent or trick them, or they guess wrong, and I've actually really liked. It's funny. I was actually secretly on Rengar before you did so well with it and made it popular. Now people actually see that it's really a good deck, so I'm off of it.
Yeah, I got 38th place in Hartford, and there were 3 Rengars ahead of me. So
really,
yeah, it was.
In Hartford,
very,
that makes sense.
Yeah, very different situation from Vancouver when nobody else was playing it, or at least nobody else knew how to build it.
Yeah, I mean, half the people, well, more than half the people were building it just as an Aurora shell, because
yeah,
there was that brief week where everyone was like, oh, if it's orange, it has to be Aurora, and Aurora.
Yeah, that was definitely pretty goofy.
The internet's a funny place.
Yeah.
It is indeed a funny place. Can't wait for more actual 2v2 events. I think Rengar could be a lot of fun in 2v2.
两边就是对攻，因为你只要不攻一波，让对面守下来一波，这个局面就完全不同了。是的，就相当于一来一回2个轮次。
But you can't ambush to your allies' battlefield, though. Sad.
No, but you can thrill the hunt on your allies' units.
Oh, that I didn't realize. Okay,
it says a friendly unit, and then it's like controller or whatever plays it. So it's worded to allow you to thrill the hunt here. So being able to thrill the hunt your allies' watcher is hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Or
that's pretty nasty.
Oh yeah, if they watcher, you can play Rengar Rumble and just put 6 Brynhears in the decks. It's not good, but you can do that. I think I'm still on the make infinite battlefields Ivern Pike combo with Baron.
Yeah,
it's gonna be me and Marshall's 2v2 combo.
It doesn't sound like infinite battlefields to me. It sounds like
could be.
1 additional battlefield per turn, but
per turn, yeah. But if the game never ends,
something. Oh, you think the infinite battlefield is going to stop the game from ending? I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, because in this scenario, every time they replay the Baron, their opponent has an answer for Baron, and then they get it back in Blevins' Magic scenario. So nobody ever holds for the 11th point.
Infinite battlefields is definitely a misnomer, because you're not generating infinite battlefields in 1 turn. You just have the ability to keep making battlefields infinitely, technically.
It's just maths. you know, the multiple fronts, right? It's the war on every front.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad, and also doesn't even really do the thing that the deck promises to do. So it's probably like the thing that I'll build and be like, yeah, this is dumb. And maybe play it once.
I mean, that's how I feel about every deck I build.
I still think Lucian is underexplored in 2v2, but
like I'm having fun playing Akali and Mel, but I'm not convinced that they're like actually good yet. I still feel like both of those decks have a lot of bad matchups as well.
I've played against a lot of Akali on Riftatlas, and I don't know if it's because of the deck's not being optimized, or people aren't playing them well, or some combination of both, but I have not even gotten close to losing to an Akali deck yet.
Well, so I said this earlier on the broadcast when somebody was asking me about it, but I am of the opinion that people are still trying to be too cute. Like they think about, they think about the wombo combo and not about like what you do for the rest of the game. So
yeah,
I'm seeing a lot of versions where they're on like a lot of equipment and Riven, or they're on like Jhin. And it's like, okay, I move my Jhin around a bunch and I get all this energy and power, and it's like, okay, well, what do you do with it now, though? So
turn. Hide one card.
I've just been playing essentially like Suicide Black version of Akali. Everything is expendable. Try to double conquer as much as possible. Lots of either accelerate or using the shuriken flips as like pseudo accelerate, move around. It's fun. And I think that there's at least some legs to it, but there's some pretty bad matchups too.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people draw like 3 or 4 cards with Celicorn in a turn. It's not nothing.
Yeah, you can draw a ton of cards with the deck.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure you have cards worth drawing. It's
right.
Not trivial to do that.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah. Again, it just goes back to like a lot of people think about like, hey, you can do this really cool thing with Akali, and it's like, okay, but what's the payoff? I also think I see a lot of people talk about how like, oh, they get to do this thing they always say for free every turn. Like that's my favorite thing on Reddit. It's like, oh, you get to draw like 4 cards for free every turn. And it's like, well, it's not for free though, because you also, for a lot of the time for that stuff to work, you have to have empowered your legend, and against other fast decks, it's very hard to find space to empower your legend.
Yeah, these are the same people that are like, oh yeah, I got this t-shirt for free. Oh really? They give it to you for free? Yeah, when you spend $50 on the store, you get the t-shirt for free.
Yeah.
Yep. Ooh.
I mean, even if it is like, you know, for free, you go in with a style card and you pull it back every turn, you draw 2. Like that's not for free. You chose Akali as your legend, and that's the legend ability that you're getting.
Yeah.
It's like pretty good if you know, if your legend says draw 2 cards a turn, that's obviously really good, but that's not really what it says. You have to do a bunch of work to set that up.
Mm-hmm. Charmer chat is telling us to play a game against each other now.
Well, good news. Jarvis Prime already has a lobby for us.
Oh, is that Sam's name? We have regular Jarvis and Jarvis.
Well,
Prime.
we have Sam and we have Jarvis Prime.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sam is here, and then we have the AI Superbot Jarvis Prime as well. Okay.
Roger.
I just needed to be caught. Roger. I needed to be caught up on the lore here. Let's see.
Do you want to play against Akali or my bad Mel deck?
How about this deck that I'm going to pull out is definitely going to almost certainly be better against the bad Mel deck, so let's do that one.
Okay. Give me a second.
I'm only mildly sure that it works.
Import, use deck code.
There we go. It's funny because you said those words as I was saying them in my head. Here we go.
Oh, it's yelling at me because my
There we go.
All right. Does it still show me in the lobby? How do I get back to the lobby?
We got Pit Crew Lackey versus Charmer. From the winning pit.
The winning pit.
Hey, Pit Crew, it's me, the Lackey.
Choose deck.
Oh, wait, I can do... Okay, this will solve my problems. I can keep chat up, and now I can cover up the stream with Rifttatlas so I don't cheat. There we go. But now Charmer and Sam can flip me off and I can't see it. That's fine.
Y'all will have to share hands, but you can do that once you get in the game.
I need to what?
So in the
Share
upper right corner,
hands.
go to the little spectator icon and make sure you share
Okay.
hands with me.
Neutral battlefield would be, yeah.
Are you playing turn 2 Aurora?
No.
Okay.
There's no Dazzling Aurora in this deck.
No, unless you get lucky.
Not currently. No. This deck is way dumber than that. Okay. Actually, I don't think I need this.
God, this is annoying. Yep.
Was that the right thing, Sam?
Yeah. Bitch? What do you mean this isn't Aurora? I see your hand.
All right.
You'll
Stack
see.
deck.
Stack deck. All over the floor. Stack deck. Stack deck.
Two hand. And then oh, look at you, these
This card is not
fancy
in Aurora.
runes. It's mobilized. Of course, that's an Aurora.
It's true.
Is this mono blue?
It is mono blue.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means some kind of echo shenanigans.
Perhaps. One, two, three, four, five, six.
Progress day. Your day has progressed.
Woo! We got there.
Bro, what even is this hand?
I may need chat
sorry,
to help me
stream.
figure out this deck.
I'm gonna disempower, pay one, and draw. Oh my gosh, I found an actual unit.
You've used the card Jame Daytome. Congrats. Uh-oh. think this card's supposed to still be in the deck. That's fine.
Bro, what are you even cooking over there? I'm so scared right now.
You maybe should be, but maybe not. Wait, hold on. Float one. Whoop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's play dude. Untap. Then play this. There we go. I think this can
Sam,
untap.
where is the token panel for gold on this?
You
Huh?
press the little
It's on
plus
there.
icon next to your
Yeah.
base.
Oh, by the base. I see.
Well, any-
There's where gold.
Or the battlefield, or wherever you want to
Any
put
of
it,
the any
Yeah,
of the
well, it
locations.
wasn't showing up on the battlefields. It's only on the base one. That's
Oh,
what was
you're
throwing
right.
me.
It is not there, but it is on the base. Resolves. That card is so good. Is that the Doug theme song?
Yeah, it definitely was.
Only 90s kids remember. Okay. Let's.
Huh.
I just want to draw a card. Oh, actually, I don't need to draw a card, do I?
Huh is correct.
1, 2,
I don't know.
3,
I don't know
4,
what I'm
5,
doing
6,
either.
7.
This normally I don't play that on a battlefield, but hey, that looks familiar.
L is the thing. There we go. Okay, that is now impaled.
What is the name of that unit that you have on the battlefield?
Applied researchers.
Applied researchers.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, there's no way that this ever works, so I should probably just not do that. 27 cards left in deck. Guess. Yeah, screw it. 1, 1, 1, 1.
What are you doing now?
I draw 3 cards.
Wait. Wait. Oh wait, you can counter that with that. Okay, well we got the moment. I don't know why in my mind I'm like, oh, it costs 3 power. You can't counter it. No,
we're not going to be countering it. We're going to be stealing it.
I know.
I was gonna say, how do I take back one of my recycles? I accidentally overdid it because it's all right. Because it's reduced by my researchers. Yep. So I would like to draw 3.
Yeah. I wanted to as well.
Incredible stuff.
This is certainly incredible. I wonder...
Dude, I swear I run other things in this deck. I'm just drawing all the same cards.
That. All right. Well, let's just see what's in your deck.
Hmm. Right now it's just 6 on 6, right?
Yep.
I think I might just let this go. Is that the right play? I think I do. I think we just let this go.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Infinite Dragon
25
Jace. It's
cards
not
left,
Infinite
I think.
Dragon Jace. I have not seen the Infinite Dragon version. Honestly, there's a pretty low bar here to be better than this deck, so.
All right. We're gonna start with a stack deck.
Retreat plus Cloud Dragon. Which one is Cloud Dragon? Dragon Riftbound.
It's the Azir Drake one. It's the draw card. I think it's a 5-cost 4 might. Something like that.
Oh.
So you bounce and you draw 2 cards.
That sounds way better than the
We're gonna
jank I'm running currently.
Horo and draw because I have 3 gear.
Yep.
Gets even more fun if you play Rockfall Path, so you can use the bounce spell offensively.
Let's do that. Draw. Re-empower.
So that draws you infinite card. Wait, that just draws you infinite cards. Wait, how does it draw you infinite cards? What does it do? How do you win? Does it still need
Well,
echo loops? I'm asking chat these questions.
No. How do I? Is R also? Yeah. Okay. This interface keeps throwing me off. I think we just. Yeah, this was just a development, just end turn.
Okay.
All right, all right, all right.
22 cards left. Almost halfway through my deck, and there are at least 4 cards I can think of that I haven't seen a single copy of. Malzahar.
Yeah, of course. There are cards I need on the bottom. Actually, kind of. Technically, these should be recycled randomly, but I'm just.
Hey,
doing
just so we're
them in-
clear, your grabber is garbage.
I agree. I agree. Any infinite energy loop. Infinite energy, then Renata loop. Okay. Yeah, the retreats I get. Oh, okay. You loop 3 retreats plus acceleration gate. With the oh. Yeah, that okay. Yeah, that loop is way better than whatever this jank is that I'm running.
Thousand Tail, no accelerate.
Yep.
Fellows.
you killing everything, or are you leaving the watchful?
I'm killing it all.
Okay. He's dead.
And we'll end the turn.
Okay. We're still very far away. We're a long way from home. You're at 3. Huh. Empowered Jace.
All right. Jace is empowered, I guess.
He is empowered.
I'll allow it.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna go up to 5. I have more stuff. Yeah, no, I don't really have anything else to do. It's not great, but it's relaxing to play. Okay. That's Mom Sky, if you have a list that you are comfortable with the people of this chat seeing, I will play it. If not, that's fine too. I don't mind. Your stuff is going to be cheap again.
Yeah, that's fine.
5, so I still have another turn, possibly. No, I don't actually want any of that stuff. You just posted it in chat. Wait. Oh, did links get like auto moderated in chat?
They probably get blown up if I had to guess.
All right, do it again.
Oh, you're gonna let me draw cards again?
Yep.
I have 19 cards left in deck.
This is my anti-Mel deck. I just trick you into stealing my premonitions.
I mean, I do kind of want to. No, you can have it.
Hey, nice. Is there enough stuff? Probably still don't want that. Next turn is the turn where the stuff is going to have to start happening, so I probably do actually have to do this. Draw a card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Resolves. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Thank you, Mom Sky. I got it. Oop.
Stack deck.
All over the floor, stack deck. Whoa. Oh yeah, this deck was also put together before cards like Dredge Up existed. I need to think twice in my life.
Starting to build decks with the spoiler season stuff before all the cards get spoiled is definitely a bit fraught.
Oh yeah, I mean this one I saw someone post the thing. I'm like, I'll put it together, and then I haven't updated it since. Time warp to end the game. Time warp to end the game. Time warp to end the game.
Yeah, if I had it.
I am unbelievably far away from being able to do the thing that this deck needs to do, which is really quite funny. Mel. Resolves.
How are you supposed to kill your echoes?
Malzahar.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's not great, but it does technically work. Yeah, this is absolutely unequivocally not going to work.
That's what I like to hear. Promising future.
I gotta try something.
I mean that's good. That costs 5. I can't rebuttal that.
True.
Wouldn't do much if you could. Or I guess you could just counter it.
Right, you can just counter it.
No, you steal it and cast it yourself, so that I have to play my card first.
Guess we're both looking at top 5.
Yep.
So my choices are this or this, essentially.
Okay. We'll just pretend that is hidden. Not gonna change what I pick anyway. Let's see. Oh, I need all of these things, kind of. Okay. You've got a fizz. You got a fizz in me. A fizz that comes in before this Malzahar.
Yep. Fizz is going to play a stack deck.
Yep.
Stack deck, good to resolve.
Yep.
It gets recycled afterwards, right? So right click should recycle it. Is that how that works?
No, it doesn't. It only right click only recycles runes.
Well, I pulled it out of the trash.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so we look at 1, 2, 3, and we'll take. Oh. Yeah, we'll take that to hand. Recycle the other 2.
I think. Yep, it's fine. I'm just gonna do. Wait. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm just dead. 4, 5. Oh, actually, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, and it costs an extra power.
What was it that you played with your promising future?
The Malzahar.
Oh, I see it now. Gotcha.
Echo accelerated.
All right.
Very normal way for Echo to die.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm super dead. GG. So
Here,
yeah, basically what this deck is trying to do is similar to the Lux. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. There's a video on it if you search like Jace Infinite. But it's like it loops Echo with Malzahar, and then you can garbage grabber back acceleration gate, and that basically with some seals will generate infinite energy and infinite power, and then it just has Renata. And then you can, once you generate infinite, you can start untapping the Renata with acceleration gate.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly what you were trying to do. I just figured it was a safe bet, like kill the Malzahar whenever I saw one, and then I was trying to keep star-crossed and rebuttals, but my rebuttals after that first one were buried.
Yeah, I
also didn't find Hue until it like didn't matter.
Yeah. When I cast the first premonition, I basically forgot that you can just steal it. I'm like, oh, because it costs 3 power. That's too much. That's not how that works at all. But yeah, this deck is not well, it doesn't even have all of the cards in it from
yeah. I mean, I feel kind of bad, but you said it would be better against Mal, but I actually think it might be worse against Mal because of rebuttal.
Yeah, that is true. Potentially. I was just thinking because I'm assuming it's slower than Akali.
Yeah. I mean, it is slower, and it doesn't help that I like missed turn 1 plays, but
right. I did get the dragon version from Mom Sky. Again, it's not a high bar, but I have to imagine it's better than this deck. So let me do this. Left without saying GG. Bad manners.
Unforgivable.
Unforgivable.
Do you want me to just run that back, or do you want Akali?
Whatever you want. This will be the first time playing this deck, and yeah, no set. Okay. There's also a Jace Infinite using Hue. Wait. What happened? Wait. Oh. Do we need a new game lobby? Chat is saying Akali, so.
Akali it is.
Oh, we might need a new game lobby. Because when you go back to the old one, it's like still trapped in that game.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Every deck feels hella mid apart from Kennen. See, I don't agree with that because I also feel like Kennen feels hella mid. I just immediately queued it up too.
Yeah. That Aspirant's Climb is a big tell that Mom Sky or whoever brewed this deck did it before they knew what the format was.
Right.
Cardinal sin.
cast Think Twice. It's even better than, well, it's not better than Think Twice. It's not instant, but
Reminder to share hands.
all right, there we go. Boom. Akali. Mr. Harold. You tried the green purple reanimator with Empower Burn guy. I have not.
So I can't score the Forgotten Monument until next turn.
Right. I think Akali cannot win versus this. Okay. I'd love to hear that. Yeah, Mom Sky, you're definitely going to have to coach me through this because I'm just winging the combo at this point.
So this is going to be kind of weird.
Yeah, 2 criticisms with this play.
No, yeah, this is not correct. Hold on.
One thing I want to point out is that you can just play your Kaisa in your base and still do this. And then, like, it's the same result except Kaisa gets to conquer next turn. And then the other thing is that instead of doing the Kaisa, you could empower Akali, empower your legend, and then you can go into back alley bar, go back out, and then go back in. And then you'd be 4. And then your charm would kill their thing and you would not lose a unit. So maybe you would prefer that. Maybe you prefer developing the Kaisa. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like still developing the Kaisa's probably the way that I want to do it. Let's do that. I still want to charm this in though and nuke it. That thing scares me. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely agree with charming.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Self-explanatory, to be honest. Just play dragons and draw. Okay, I love to hear that. Just play. You see card, you play card. I like it. The loop 3 retreats and then loop 3 retreats plus acceleration gate.
Draw for the conqueror.
Oh, you can empower the Akali unit and it gets +1. I didn't even realize that.
Oh yeah, I could have.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I forget that also gives the +1. I only ever think about the damage.
Yeah.
That is definitely something I got to remember more.
Yeah.
Well, then that, because in my mind, the only reason I didn't want to go that route was because I wanted the 4 might. I felt like 4 was more important than the 3, but that was absolutely the wrong way to do that then.
We're learning.
I think I probably would have just empowered the legend still, because that seems like the more important thing to empower.
Yeah, it feels like you're investing into something that will pay off eventually.
Let's do that, and
don't do it. Okay, good. You didn't do it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whee! Seems pretty good.
Right, so now we just need 30 Cloud Drakes in a row, and we've got this.
Yep. 4. It's repeated. Okay. Yep. This is all good. Jin nods, yeah. Jin nodders. One of my favorite things in Riftbound, whether it works out or not, is when opponent hides a card at a battlefield, and then I just ignore the battlefield, and they're like, wait.
Yeah. I like how it's stuck there.
It's like, yeah, you can move another thing in and swap it around, but it feels like I don't know why my mind goes to this, but it feels like the type of thing Bugs Bunny would do in a cartoon. Like if there's a cartoon about playing Riftbound.
Move, Stella, draw trigger.
Yeah. And you get to do the shenanigans.
Activate, then pass. Is that good? Come back.
All right. I'm F6 right now.
All right.
I know that you're old enough to know to get that reference. See, back in my day, the only digital client that you could play was Magic Online. It's not even true.
Are you guys old enough to know about Apprentice?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're MTG boomers.
Yeah.
All right, so that gets me to 4. I think it's just this and leave 2
When I downloaded Magic Online, it was on a CD-ROM from 8th edition. From the 8th edition pack.
Oh.
Let's see. Oh. Any Magic Workstation gamers? Yes.
Yeah, that was in between Apprentice and Cockatrice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cockatrice.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is probably
10. 10 sounds like
it's
cheating.
a dragon deck.
Whee! Bang.
Whee! Whee! Aw, boo. Ha, you don't draw a card from your Lonely Poro now. Ha ha!
That's true. You do draw a card from the Stellacorn.
But I draw from the Stellacorn and I save it, so.
Yeah. You're leaving the Kaisa there?
Please don't leave the Kaisa there.
No, I'm not leaving the Kaisa there. I just.
Why not? Okay. That's fine. That makes sense. That all makes sense. I don't think I'm not ever trying to win with points, am I? I don't think so. I can't imagine that I'm ever trying to win with points. Although maybe the Elder Dragon changes that. Maybe I can try to win a real game.
You might be able to win by stopping your opponent from scoring points, but probably not. This turn is not the time to move in, I would say.
Yeah, not with the Gem Drake either, because that's a pivotal combo piece. Yeah, I downloaded Magic Online from a CD-ROM that came at in a like thing that I bought from my local game store. That was tied into 8th edition. It came with an Elvish champion, foil Elvish champion.
Is the Stella good to come back?
Yeah, I'm F6'd again.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Good lord.
Just for reference, Chad, if I was playing in an RQ, I would be paying attention, and even though I have nothing in hand, I would still be going through the motions of saying pass over and over again, but for ease. For ease here, I'm not doing that.
God, that dragon's so spooky.
Yeah.
You know what? I think this just goes back.
Okay.
I think it's done its purpose. I've drawn.
Yeah, it's only drawn 17 cards.
I think I've drawn enough.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 9 here. Yeah, let's start by doing this. Dredge up from graveyard. Does that resolve Mr. Green deck?
I'll allow it.
Okay. It needs to get banished. Draw a card. Okay. One, two. Cast Show of Strength. Draw one card for each mighty unit I have.
I'll allow it.
Okay. 1, 2. Mm. Mm. Mm.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎收看福人战场
5.
第3赛季全国公开赛的比赛直播。我是
Dredge up.
大家好，我是淮南。大家好。
Good lord,
来到
fine.
了我们的淘汰赛阶
Draw
段，
one.
对吧？这16名选手
嗯
将会迎来最激烈的挑战。我觉得这对于他们而言
Interesting.
压力会变得更大。
从2048再到100。
Do I have the ability to stop you from winning if you do a thing? Probably not.
I'm definitely going to do the thing. I don't know what the thing is, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I don't think I have much recourse to that, so I'm going to cast Mobilize.
对于这16位选手来说，经过4轮的考验，就有机会能够成为我们本赛季全国公开赛最终冠军。
包括我们在直播桌上看到的冰选手，包括
I don't want my Herald of Scales to die. Which there is a world where you can't kill my Elder Dragon, but you can kill my Herald of Scales. And I'd rather not. Don't think it's helping.
16位选手操作的传奇啊，而且今天其实，在早些时候公布的128强的饼图里面，其实剑圣是占到了非常大的一部分。
Darius, Wingardium Dariosa.
比时排名第3的刀妹，在这个时候反而是来到了第1位的位置，一共有4套进入到了16强，
也证明了这套卡组在高手的手中能够带来的上限会更高。
这个刀妹进入全国公开赛的
Is Cleave on Darius? Yep. Yep. So it should be 10 on 10. Yeah, I'm thinking. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yep.
依然有3套，而我觉得还有一套值得关注的就是拉克斯，有2套拉克斯进入到了我们的这个16。
All right, so now
他应该是有6套，也就是说有这个1/3的拉克斯选手挺进到了16强，我觉得这也是一个非常夸张的突破。然后在我们的这个16强的传奇当中，因为一共有8名传奇嘛，所以我们也需要对冠军做一个预测。然后其实我们在淘汰赛阶段每一轮都会有一个小预测，像我们在赛前的时候会开启一个预测，然后这是我们的冠军预测。敢敢和华南是给到了皎月，然后阿门给到了刀妹。
Generally want to hold Elder though and just draw until. Oh, okay, that's fair. I had it. Yeah, I definitely took a high value Elder earlier on, but that makes sense to not do that.
All right, so I think it's supposed to be send Kaisa. Activate Legend.
Yep.
And then in response to the Legend, ambush.
Mm-hmm.
This in. Is Kaisa good to come back?
Yep.
All right, comes back, gets +1 from this.
Yep.
让我们就官方给大家去准备的，我们要去带上这个小道具，再给大家后面的解说。所以说，先来投票吧。华南，你感觉这个挖掘机和皎月哪边会赢？
我说实话，我这刚刚给皎月。
Oh, I'm still.
有点行为上不一致了，那我投一票给皎月吧。
合理。那阿门呢？
I'm still 1 short, but I think I still just have to do this.
Yep.
可能说整个3个赛季的竞技水平表现都是表现得非常高的，
是一个很高竞技、很稳定的一个选手。
对，包括使用
Yo, what's up, man?
招牌安妮，他使用的是这个雷克赛。
Okay, so
招牌的传奇，然后去转而研究另外一个卡组的，应该说明另外一个卡组
7.
非常非常大。
是的，是的。
Clairvoyance.
华南的一票给到了
That's good.
We'll cast Dig Through Time. Okay. So let's predict 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is. I don't. Let's go. Recycle.
Trying to think. I haven't seen any of my shurikens. I'm still mad that I messed up the beginning of this game. I really have to remember the stupid +1 from Radicalium power.
Okay, this needs to happen, so let's do that.
Heads up, we've got a game.
Oh,
Thank God.
okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, and it's a Rek'Sai game.
Okay, yeah, let's we can pause this for now. Ooh,
Rek'Sai
Rek'Sai
versus
versus
Diana.
Diana.
Okay,
Nice.
a couple of pretty good decks.
Is that Cloud Drake the only thing you were doing, Levins?
Yeah.
Then I'm pretty sure I just won the next turn.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'll reveal my hand so that you can see it, but I've got
Rengar. Yeah,
So-
oh yeah, definitely. Yep. Cool. GG. They really need to find out how they can get the like Amazon affiliate links to link some of the shirts that the players are wearing, because I want that. I want that orange shirt. Like, this is the second time on the Chinese co-stream where I've been like, I need to find that shirt, and haven't been able to.
I
So
mean,
they're missing out
the-
on an opportunity here.
Chinese players often have some pretty cool drip. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not trying to throw shade on the NA players, but it's not the same level. Like I can see the charm of one of Alan's like ironic panda or cat t-shirts, but
Wait, you can see the what now?
the charm.
Oh yeah.
You have to play Lee Sin with that shirt. True.
Yeah.
Or Jax.
Yeah. Yeah, or Jax. Imagine if Jax had a real shirt.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Rek'Sai must be going first because they just sent back the manufacturer.
Double gusts feels a good way to slow the game down.
Yeah, it's definitely nice
Yeah.
to have that against Rek'Sai, although the War Camp might make it a little inconvenient.
True.
So the Diana's sending back their only unit, also confirming that Diana's going second. Play the champion
So-
plus Gust on turn 1 is like really strong start.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that you get it for free is just so good.
Yeah.
但是在这一次全国公开赛场，其实不管是维托还是拉克斯，再包括说妖姬，都有不错的表现。是，而且刚刚数量出来的时候，我看了一下，除了御三家，右边前面的全是黄色，
全黄，
是的，
是的，一排黄色。
这边
Oh, and a stack deck. So if they go to War Camp and you can't gust, now you have another option, but that's still gustable at 2, so
Mhm.
don't have to worry about that, I guess.
2 cleaves is not a great holding for right now, I don't think.
No, not this early.
The keep from the mulligan was cleave and Trifarian Glory Seeker. So they must. This Rek'Sai player must think that the cleave does something useful in this matchup. Maybe they just have a hard time actually getting over the Diana legend or champion.
I guess
the Cole
one
the
way
Weak
to-
they're lining up. That would be a pretty good thing to play after Gust here. Oh, hello. You're not going to give a window for Gust?
Yeah. I think they were like,
Yeah,
hey, Showdown, I know it looks like I have no energy, but this legend.
Classic forget about Diana legend.
Yeah. But this is nice. Now you can just blast your Cole the Weak, get rid of Diana, and then play another unit. If they do make this play, the Diana has no other units, so it would actually be potentially game-winning here.
Yeah. I like the play. It looks like they're lining up double develop, but I feel like that kind of strands your call. The call's not getting better.
I really do not want to
for a
let
while.
this Diana start drawing cards.
Oof.
You're going to be facing Diana on a battlefield with a lot of backup here.
Yeah, this is basically saying I'm going to discard this call of the week, or it's not going to become relevant until multiple turns later. I guess maybe they're trying to save it for a Hui, but you still then have to deal with the Diana.
Yeah, I think it could be possible that after they see no unit played this turn, they may recalculate and decide to fire it next turn. There's a stack deck though, so that could actually find a unit. And there's a unit on top, but there's no way you're keeping that one when you're resolving a Diana. It's Tide Turner. Thinking about it though, they do have a Stupefy that they can use to draw into that and then just play it right now to rescue the Diana. The Diana doesn't really need rescuing. She's pretty safe on Abandoned Hall here, I think. So
yeah,
I would just dump the Tide Turner.
I'm curious your thoughts here, Sam. If your opponent is in the tank on this decision, what are your reads as the Rek'Sai player here? Because like if it's a spell, I feel like you're probably just flipping it, right?
Yeah, it has to either be a good unit or a bad spell.
Okay.
But they push it to the bottom, so it doesn't really matter what it was. All right, so given that they were thinking about this Tide Turner, are they going to fire Stupefy to play the Tide Turner? No.
Well, they weren't thinking about the Tide Turner though, right? Didn't they push the card to the bottom and then Tide Turner is what was revealed?
Yeah, but the Tide Turner was also the card that went to the bottom. So they were considering a line that involved keeping Tide Turner on top, decided against it, and got a Tide Turner on top anyway. But yeah, I guess
second call of the week.
Yeah, it is. That certainly makes playing this call of the week a lot more tempting. And you could even play the manufacturer first, or I guess another option is send one of your guys to the war camp first. And then you can either stack that to Cole, or you can play something off the Void Brewer. Yeah, I like this play.
Yep.
但刚锋这张牌确实也毕竟就是前期就好用，他要真的玩到后期，但是这是皎月，因为皎月利用刚锋在这个废弃大厅上加数值，然后
Is soft to another gust.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally fine. I'm happy to play Gust here, or to get like whatever. You don't have a really better option about dealing with Gust.
Ooh. Tide Turner's still there, but hard bargain could be potentially interesting if you are worried about calls or something.
I think you really want to take a unit here. I would take the student with a handful of spells.
Yeah.
If you take a non-unit card and your Diana dies and then you just don't ever draw another unit, you're really giving away like a free win if you do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and a free win against an aggro deck that has Arena's Greatest still in their repertoire is not that's not the free win you want to give up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't really like giving up any free wins.
No. I like to occasionally. Every once in a while, it feels good.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly do give up free wins sometimes, but
yeah, I definitely do.
All right, are we gonna mark the +2 on Diana? Okay, yes. Are they gonna give it to him? We'll see.
I mean, in the rules, technically, do you have to acknowledge it before? Like, if they ask, you can't lie. But
yeah, that one I
this?
believe is an invisible trigger unless
right.
you know somebody asks you how big your Diana is or whatever.
Right. Yeah, I had a judge call happen where they're like, "Do you need to acknowledge the trigger?" And it's like, "Did you ask them what it was?" And I said yes, and I told them.
Do you need to acknowledge your tribal chief? The answer is yes.
And nothing really for Diana to do about this, so yeah, Conquer happens, you get the Rek'Sai trigger, there's a Call of the Week, but
third Call of the Week.
I mean, I kind of want to play that Call of the Week. It's going to cost you a better unit than if you had sequenced differently, but it's not that big of a difference.
Right.
And now you can play Faithful Manufacturer.
Yep.
And yeah, it's looking pretty good for Rek'Sai. Diana is really going to need to find some units. A Hui would be really good.
I was just about to say a Hui, and then also developing the student to play around. The call would make sense.
But there are 2 calls in the hand of Rek'Sai, and that there's only 1 unit at all from Diana, so the next unit top deck is basically covered. So if Diana doesn't draw like multiple units in a row, then she's going to be in trouble.
And it needs the new Lingering Tentacles card, Lingering Soul's Tentacles card.
Yeah, that would be a really, really strong card to draw against this particular Rek'Sai hand.
Yeah.
It feels pretty good.
I mean, there is the new chaos that when you empower, you can play a unit from your trash as well. That a lot of people are going to point to Fizz being the obvious target, but even just getting back like Diana's and stuff might be fine.
Yeah, that card's a pretty good shape, so I think it'll probably see a lot of play in a lot of different contexts.
Rek'Sai needs, and I feel like you are, what are we at? We are at 1. So we don't necessarily need to conquer both battlefields here. Probably just going to, we could make a similar play, just conquer 1, get a Rek'Sai trigger, use a Call of the Week, develop, pass. Feels good.
Yep. Well, you definitely want to score both sides here, but
okay.
Yeah, I like what you're saying with the Call of the Week. There's really no reason not to score the other side.
That's fair. That's true. There's not really an accelerate threat in Diana.
Also, one thing that I think you're overlooking, that's kind of a macro strategy thing, is when you have a once per turn conquer ability like the Void Brower, if you conquer both battlefields on one turn, then next turn you're going to hold both battlefields and you won't get to conquer. But if you conquer, well, if you have one open battlefield and one hold battlefield, then each turn you can vacate the battlefield you held and conquer the other one and get to use the trade every turn.
Right. I think I've played Rek'Sai. I played Rek'Sai one time ever, and coincidentally, it was against Alan ZQ.
That's a tough spot for Rek'Sai.
I did win, by the way, but he wasn't playing Diana. He was playing Pike at the TCG Grand Slam. So
I see.
算是利用单位差去不断打分，这里的话可以直接做到2+4啊，就不管你这个。
Okay, so instead of calling the week, they are doing your play of not scoring, and they're not doing your play. They're doing the one thing that you
I was gonna
said.
say, I need the call of the week here. My play definitely involves a call here.
So, I mean, it's definitely not an emergency to call the Ravenloom student. I don't really care that much about leaving it in play.
True.
I do think it's a little distasteful to not score a point, but it is a good amount of development, and now you're a little more insulated against, you know, whatever backline removal stuff they have, like Moonfall.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like a little more able to address something like a Vex getting played.
True. Vex is definitely a very relevant consideration for this type of deck.
找点怪吧，因为这把确实下去2张控巢以后，其实能可想而知的是怪的数量会变少。对，会有很多啊，还是2张法术，第3张，哎，
这张
Oh my God, Baron
in the main?
That's not
Been
the
seeing
unit
it
you
more
want in a
often.
spot like this.
这个单位有点
No.
不拍出来，因为是主牌局，这张大龙是没有办法调，就是放到背。
That would be a really juicy cold target.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh.
This is not a great set of cards, though. You really need that Hui if you're the Diana.
Yeah.
You do go with the Baron. I think it makes sense because you just need a unit, and like you already have a Moonfall. It's already not going to do very much. But yeah, the Baron is certainly not ideal. As the board sits, you could imagine that if you play the Baron next turn, it will trade with 3 or 4 of these units in the back line. And that'll get you at least a little bit of forward momentum on making up some of this board deficit. But yeah, this is a really tough spot. This Rek'Sai Void Burrower is going to keep triggering every turn, and there's just like nothing really that Diana can do about it.
Yeah, I guess we're hoping that they like overcommit and you get some value off of Moonfall, I guess.
Yeah, you hope they forget the Moonfall card exists.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if it's your only line, you play to it, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, I don't feel like the game is that desperate yet, but I mean, Diana doesn't know that there's these 2 Call of the Weeks in hand, so I think yeah, the way they're playing is reasonable, but it's definitely not going to work out.
对他不会被康掉，他不会被什么强买强卖这种给康掉。第二是他在配合挖掘机投的效果的时候，还有一个爆发费用的上限。是的。
I like this hand face down, put a die on it to show how many cards it has. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Not something I do, but
I will put my hand face down and like spread it out so that it's easier to see, but
yeah.
I might start doing the die. That's good.
Well, the problem with the die is that it could just be wrong. So having the card spread is definitely a little bit better.
It's also easier for me because then I don't have to count.
Yeah. Plus, you got to put the die away if you have to pick up your hand again.
Yeah, and when you're at the tables that I'm at, you're cramped in, and the table, they need extra room on the plate to show the table number.
I was just gonna say, I don't ever have the problem of being cramped, Blevins, because I'm in the area where all of the people around me dropped for being out of contention already.
No,
Turns out you have all the elbow room you want at X4.
No, I'm solidly at the I'm at the sweatiest parts of the table, which is the like X2. You are playing for your life every single round. It's not great.
I will say that the RQs I've played at have had plenty of table space, a really good amount.
I will say I'm exaggerating for dramatic effect, but I'm also a pretty large dude, so I just feel like I'm cramped no matter where I am.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. So I think Rek'Sai should be at 3 points. Yeah, they have that right on the board. The overlay is a little behind. But now we are going to see the problem that I talked about last turn come up next turn, where you don't have a Conquer to get with the Void Burrower. Although you might have the Baron Pit available.
True.
Yeah, I mean, a Vex and a Fizz have been drawn since then, so I think probably the Baron is going to have to wait for another day.
If you tap out for Baron and your opponent plays the third call of the week, I mean, I'm conceding 100% of the time right there. You just out of shame at that point.
Well, yeah, even on board, there's 11 damage in the base, and like if the Baron just gets conquered over, that's pretty doomed as well.
Yeah, not to mention the Under Titan we see in hand. That is
There's 4 cards in the Rek'Sai's hand, and any one of those 4 cards would punish a Baron play.
Is it BM to shuffle your hand and just flip over a card at random to play it?
That would be a nice little showmanship angle. Okay, so Diana has found the units in their deck, so that's no longer a problem, but they are very, very far behind on board, and they're going to have to come up with probably 3 or 4 holds to win this game, which does not seem easy.
No, not against the deck that just wants to attack. It has a lot of attackers.
Yeah. Maybe if you play your cards right, you could get Rek'Sai to I mean, you still have to hold once or twice, but you could get them to like back off, do a development turn when you're at 5 points, and then you slam the Baron for the last point. It seems like maybe the most plausible path to victory.
Right. Because Baron feels like it is not. It is the least likely for your opponent to predict.
Yeah.
At this point. I will also bring up, having watched the last couple of turns, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of banning stack deck, only for time reasons.
Yeah, good.
Like for the Sensei's Divining Top reason, not power level. I'm fine with it as a card.
The problem though is they went and they did the Kennen thing though, so even if you ban stack deck, you're still gonna have what 9 playable in Kennen or whatever anyway.
What if the card just said take 7 seconds at the front of it? Like it was just a keyword that just said take 7 seconds and that's it. And your opponent gets to count you out like a wrestling ref. Like,
actually, I think it'd be really cool if they printed something that was like it was a 1 energy and it just said counter target spell that took more than 7 seconds to resolve.
Look, we are live designing Riftbound's first unset, and I'm here for it.
Oh,
Okay, that. What is it, like a vase? That's actually a bird.
That's the new Ivern bundle thing.
Oh, like I said, it is, I guess,
Bird.
actually depicting a bird. I just can't tell what
Yeah.
it looks like.
It's tough. It's tough to tell.
it's in a beautiful place. One might even say that's a bird of paradise.
Yeah,
Ooh.
the magic coverage always forcing everyone to use the normal, like, standard tokens, I think is very good, and I'm kind of surprised they're not doing that here.
See, they force you to use the standard tokens, but then you can also use the wildest arts of all time because
Yeah.
some cards are the wildest art of all time.
It's a lot harder to tell people they have to get standard versions of their cards.
Yeah, when Wizards is printing the crazy versions.
Yeah.
Right. But also, like, you want to be able to sell
Yeah,
cool
I get
tokens,
it.
you know?
I get it. They just announced a secret lair that is literally just 6 food tokens. I get it.
All right,
Oh, now you're
so
making me hungry.
Baron with 2 plus Diana up is not bad. The Moonfall can do a pretty good job to defend the Baron.
True.
Though I think it's going to get stopped by Under Titan a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Diana wants to go to 5 points, and then no, okay, they're only going to do 4 points.
Okay.
So they're saying huge stack on Baron Pit. You're going to have to send massive amount of units, and then I'm going to Moonfall you for 1,000 power, or
Yeah.
1,000 might, I should say.
I like the idea.
Yeah, it seems like it has a chance to work if your opponent plays wrong, and I mean, maybe they won't even have a good way to get Baron off the board if they want to play around Moonfall.
Yeah. I mean, the Vex helps also as far as turning off some of the accelerate shenanigans from Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
Under
but
Titan is
you can just go
huge.
Under Titan plus just blast in and Noxus Hopeful here and kill Vex as a way to start. Yeah, so I don't really think this is going to result in a triple conquer, but I do think it's probably going to be a double conquer on the non-Baron Pit battlefields.
Isn't that
And
2
then-
cleaves in hand though?
Yeah.
I think he has 2 cleaves in hand, and unless I'm just bad at math, I think there's actually enough for this to be a triple.
Even through the Moonfall, you think? Yeah, I guess maybe it could be.
We send guy over. I mean, probably. I have to imagine. Oh, don't play that. It's gonna be okay. He saw.
Yeah,
It's gonna be stunned.
So there should be. I mean, you're already going left. There should be an easy, like you could send an Inferno or whatever over to the Fizz side. That's not a problem. That's right. And then, like Sam was saying, if you go just hopeful into Vex there, then they have to Moonfall if they want to save the Vex. Otherwise, Vex is just gone. And then you could literally after that just send in Rek'Sai solo, because Rek'Sai is going to be what, 6 down to 4, then back up to 10 with the cleaves.
Yep.
Well, Baron's 12, so
I thought.
if
Oh yeah,
if you
Baron
do-
is 12. Sorry, I was thinking about Elder. Yeah.
Elder
so
Dragon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're inversed.
This is. Are you just forgetting that Baron is in play here? Seems like this unit is just going to die.
Oh, this isn't a line. Opponent forgets cards.
That's going to make it harder to triple conquer.
Yeah, that.
So-
Okay, that's.
The sequencing for this turn is all wrong. It definitely should have started by killing Vex, because then, like, the unit you get off the Void Brewer can be accelerated thanks to the Rek'Sai Breacher. So, yeah, okay, now we're going to just try this one again. Kind of tricky spot for Diana if you don't want to get, if you want to be able to stop the kill on the Baron Pit, you need to hold up this Moonfall and let your Fizz go. You could maybe, let's say, Moonfall the Rek'Sai into the Baron Pit and give +1 to your Fizz with Abandoned Hall. That would let Fizz trade with Nox's Hopeful and kill Rek'Sai. And then what are we looking at? 4 + 5 + 3 is 12. Not enough to win.
I guess if you kill the Rek'Sai for free, that's taking away 4, 5, 6 versus the Moonfall would be getting rid of 6. So it's kind of a wash, and this saves your Fizz.
Yeah, but I guess probably what would happen is one cleave would go on Nox's Hopeful.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, sorry. One cleave would just go on Rek'Sai and then pump the Nox's Hopeful with Abandoned Hall. And then Rek'Sai would kill Vex, and then everybody else would kill Baron. So
Why did they just draw a card?
that was for
Because
conquering
They're
not
at
scoring.
7. Yeah.
Oh, right. It doesn't. Yeah, I'm dumb.
Okay.
It doesn't
So
increase the number of points you need.
The Vex is still here, still getting buffed by Baron, and everyone's already here with the Moonfall. So if you Moonfall this right now, it is 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's 10. So Baron would not even die. But there are 2 cleaves. 2 cleaves would put it up to 16. That's not enough to conquer. But if you pull anybody else in with Moonfall, then it would be enough. So I think you just have to rip the Moonfall, pull nobody. And then I think 1 cleave gets played, and then Baron dies. And then it's Vex against, both other battlefields are threatening to be held for the win, so it's not going to be trivial to get out of this, but maybe it's possible. I think there might be a Fizz in hand to use with Moonfall, and then maybe a movement
One Ride the
to get
Wind?
Vex over, or another Moonfall.
Yeah, 1 Ride the Wind would theoretically be able to get you to deal with both battlefields.
How do you figure?
Because you ride over to conquer 1, and then... Oh, no, you're right. I'm thinking... I combined Relentless Pursuit and Ride the Wind.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work.
So this player dropped both their cleaves, I think, saying I've got it, but then realized they don't actually have got it. So yeah, this is enough to kill Baron, but not enough to kill Vex, and I think this is going to be the end of combat here.
Yeah, giving away that free unit, forgetting about the Baron buff, really threw the math off for this turn.
Yeah.
You have eaten 10 minutes into our game 2 allotted time in this game 1.
That is true, yeah. I haven't felt like it's been that slow of a game, but I guess this turn has probably been going on for about 8 minutes.
This turn, and then like I think just a couple. It adds up, like a couple of stack decks and like looking at making some decisions on Rek'Sai Burrower, like all those things. It adds up.
Yeah. In defense of the Diana player with the stack decks, the Rek'Sai stuff does add a lot of time, and that's on your legend.
Sure. I'm not saying that either player
for
has
time
particularly
reasons. What I'm
simply.
saying is just ban Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah, anything that involves making a decision between more than one thing, just ban it.
All right. So there is a flash. That's the movement card. And is there a fizz? Did the stream freeze? Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
Decisions.
So there's a moonfall, so you can moonfall the Noxus Hopeful, flash over to the war camp.
Yep.
Or I guess if you'd rather be on Abandoned Hall, you could flash, go to the Abandoned Hall, and then play Moonfall during that showdown on the bird. But the bird has deflect, so probably don't want to do that. You could also just play the Stupefy and try to peel something that is less costly to use than this Moonfall, because the Moonfall would be really nice to have as backup.
Yeah, I mean, how much energy does the Rek'Sai player even have up? It's like just one, right?
Just one, I think, yeah.
So
but I
Stupefy
don't mean
on
backup for this turn. I mean,
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, if you were already going to think about using this flash or whatever anyway, using the Stupefy on the Hopeful just to dig and see what you have doesn't hurt in that situation.
Okay, so they are doing the pull the bird play, which it does make sense. You're gonna have a much stronger hold here on Abandoned Hall. With a Stupefy and an Eclipse. And then you are also threatening to win. No, that's not true. I was going to say you can go to the Baron Pit to get your 8th point, but you have to actually get over to the war camp as well.
You think this list runs Watcher?
Not in Diana, I wouldn't think.
Oh, I just asked because I wouldn't have thought of main deck Baron either, so I was just thinking of accelerate options for war camp if they do hold here. Oh, that Vi is spicy.
Yeah, it's not super great against backs, but it
doesn't change much.
I think probably we will start by sending the 2-drop to the Trifarian War Camp and using the Void Burrower. That's where I would start, I think.
Yeah, plus the draw from the Conquer as well, just to dig deeper.
Yeah, true. You can get multiple draws from Conquering.
So naturally they won't be doing that first because they don't like options. We saw that with the not getting rid of the Vex the previous turn.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like you're not gaining much from not conquering the other sides here. And also just this this 2-unit attack leaves you with no way to actually close the game this turn, which is a little annoying. Alright, see what Stupefy draws. If this is another castable spell, that's going to be pretty big. Was that Star-Crossed? Okay, that's not a castable spell. But Eclipse on Under Titan is going to make this not a conquer.
那么这个预知的牌可能会有影响，因为如果看到造化动人，应该是不会要的。
是的，是的，
对吧？我们看一下，
看一下他再看一张会怎么样呢？
有可能会抽到的是什么？
是什么？
也没什么想法。
Finally
Hui.
found a way.
Yeah, but Hui is too late.
他
You need
Right.
a card that has
Way
immediate
too late.
impact.
哥们儿，
这个最后时间
I guess it lets you play your star-crossed. But no, I think you want to bin that. If you could find like a Ride the Wind,
也没什么特别好的办法
then you could actually potentially do something.
的稳定性组成，就算你有非常多的过牌，但是依然有抽不到的可能性。
这里能看到，其实应该已经过了20张左右了。
对，超级多。
再一个顺劈，
Oh, Cleave plus Hall still forcing trade.
Yeah, that'll be a trade.
然后还能再加一点。
No, not a trade. The hopeful it was Yeah, it was 3 and 1, and Cleave is adding 4.
5点战力。
Oh, right. They didn't Moonfall.
怎么办呢？
Yeah.
这里
Nope.
如果被
吃到御风了，
So Vex will die.
吃到御风
Under Titan will die.
我想一想啊，
对吧？
还能再挖一下。
You could use the Vi to save the Under Titan if you want.
对，就是其实这张牌如果真的是御风的话，不小，
对，
风险不小。
但是好像纸面上没有防御风的能力。
Deemed not important. I think that's probably
因为
correct.
如果他要分开战力，就是占3个，就先双针，然后再最后3针，可能打不过这个了。
So
Draw first,
drawing from
then
the
you use your Rek'Sai.
退一个，但是那种情况就更复杂了，因为
Under Titan.
对
Whew.
连什么都防不
Okay.
Void Rush is a pretty good hit.
然后看
这
到
样
Yeah, especially paired with Under Titan.
冲一张，在这回合3针，
An almost freebie.
好像并没有冲锋单位。
Okay, you put the Hopeful in play and the Inferno in hand. Then go conquer Trifarian War Camp.
And hope you draw and accelerate.
Yeah, I don't know if they play any accelerates really.
再抽一张，
Yeah,
They have the
some,
Rek'Sai
那就把自
Breacher.
己的手牌打光。
right. I've seen a couple of lists that run like one extra breacher in the deck,
有
but
防御的就扑上来了。
Yeah, I like this idea of stacking a bunch of dorks on the War Camp. There was
Ride the
Red
Wind.
Vex didn't survive, so
No.
no good.
当然，其实我觉得如果这张
Okay.
在会的就是那张牌出现了，其实
That was a hell of a game.
对，
因为
对的，
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite back and forth.
如果把这张造化放下去了，这回合如果是会加御风，
Or rather, it was Diana like at varying levels of behind most of the game.
再抽牌，然后加上御风加上大龙坑的话，可以双针。
哦
那只剩最后一个场了。
对，就是最后一个场的话，就看抽上来的牌有没有帮助了。
是的，是的，因为会如果抽上法，因为它只能抽1打1，抽1弃1，但如果抽到法术的话，就能再额外抽一张。
对的。
如果额外抽一张是一张，
Only took 30 minutes.
或者别的
only
就有可能能闪避。
took 30 minutes.
It looked like they may have added some time on the
他们都会有一点点小的紧
top of that.
身经百战的
I don't know.
这个牌手了，对吧？你看老伯在这种关键的时候去忘掉了大龙，我觉得在那一刻他一定是
抹了把汗，
这肯定是心里咯噔一下。
对，你看他老伯的动作就是真的是冒汗了。
对，
这那一瞬间，其实真的会感觉到自己错失了一个非常大的机会。而对于 TCG 新人而言，其实最后他这一局比较尴尬的地方就是过不到会，中期一直断怪。然后我们可以看到单卡数据解析啊，在使用黄色的卡组当中，有59%的玩家携带到了这张清理门户，而这一局就是3张清理门户让 TCG 新人的皎月根本没有
So,
中期战场的单位。
where are we in terms of the
抓到了这个本身手牌
like
单位比较少啊。对，
what? How many rounds are we away from top cut?
手里还有2张的话，这个跳水可能作用没有那么明显。
It's me.
这把我们也看到很戏剧性的一幕，就是这可能是只有
4 more.
卡组能做到的这个大龙加上月之降临，对吧？首先因为它是专法，其次这个13费可能只有在皎月的传奇的带领之下，才能够打出这样10+3的13
How
费。
many rounds is this tournament?
而且大龙的这个战场
Yes.
其实也会让局势
Okay,
转，因为
that's
你
fair.
通过3针比较困难，但是你有可能能够通过单聚手获胜。那其实我们刚刚最后就在讲啊，如果有御风的话，这个局面会变比较复杂，然后老伯他可能会面临一些新的麻烦。
这应该是因为老伯的手牌防守不了的，然后只要这个会动起来，应该是
It's one of those it'll end when it ends events.
Yes. I think you are correct.
Like the viewing screen that they have behind the casters is way bigger than at the North American RQs, or the English RQs, I guess. I technically haven't been to a North American RQ, but I would imagine it's the same as the EU ones.
It is not.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, that viewing screen that's up there is feel like bigger.
Get a viewing screen in most North American ones.
Yeah, there's just like a big projector thing, and
yeah,
it's like all the way.
That's what it's like in the EU ones.
Too.
Oh, weirdly, the EU ones they've been weirdly close to the feature match area. Like to the point in Lille, we had to like desync it because the players potentially could hear the like commentary from that.
Yeah, it gets tricky because most of the venues close or people clear out around like 6, but we usually have games going to like 10 or 11. I'm sure Sam can attest to how silent it can be in the like top 4.
Oh yeah, it's totally empty in there.
Unless it's Bologna and you have 2 Polish players in the finals.
Crazy thing, PSA to everyone who is here who attends North American qualifiers, you are allowed to stay in the venue until the games are finished. If you want to watch the games, you can stay behind and cheer on people.
Yes, but I've heard varying things depending on the venue and where people are when they close the venue. You can generally stay if you are watching in the viewing area, but if you're not in the viewing area, they'll kick you out. And I have heard people say, "Oh, they've changed that." Okay, so you can just stay.
They changed that in, I think it was like Vancouver, so they are allowing people to stay behind if they would like to.
Yeah.
So please stay behind and watch the broadcast.
Yeah, because I heard in I can't remember which one, but they were like people were in the venue and they're like, "Oh, we're closing the venue." Like, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna go watch," and the staff was just like, "No, you gotta leave."
Yeah, that used to happen in, I think it was Atlanta, Vegas, and then it definitely happened in Houston. But it's definitely up a lot since then.
Well, that's good.
And I can attest, I can't spill the tea too much, but LA will be a much better viewing experience. And you should plan to stay.
What?
Oh.
LA will be a much better like setup. I don't know about viewing experience, depending on who's on the broadcast.
Okay, hold on. I need to if I had to pick one event to go to, LA or Vegas, which one should I pick? Assuming that I'm not qualified for the RQ.
Do you like TFT?
Actually, I don't not like it.
If you like TFT in any way, shape, or form, I think you should go to Vegas.
In any way, shape, or form.
Really good events. I think Vegas will be more fun because Radiance. And I think LA might have a little bit of a solved meta, as we usually see with like the 3rd or 4th RCs. In most of the
Maybe it'll just depend on if I get a best of for a particular champion that I may be. No,
I would also say it depends on like I think who you're looking to guaranteed run into. So with that in mind, maybe when we're not on a live broadcast, you and I should talk.
Wait, hold on. Did you even qualify for an RC, Blevins?
No, that's what I'm saying. I haven't qualified. If I'm not qualified.
Oh, okay. I'm following the train of thought now.
Plus, if I qualified for an RC, I would go to whatever the European one ends up being almost certainly versus the NA one.
I'll see you there.
Woo! Well, I mean, I still need to get that qualification, which I'm not banking on.
Okay. Is that an angler beast? Diana's
Sure
hand?
is. It
All right.
sure is.
That seems like a nice card in this matchup.
Yeah. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I kind of like keeping the 2 5s here, as awkward as that is. The other 2 cards are not especially good.
Man, I need to put one of those in my Mel sideboard.
Yeah, that card feels pretty good.
Unchecked power? What? Is that the card you want against a deck full of cheap creatures? I don't know. Maybe they just had a bunch of crap they needed to take out. Probably want to take out that Baron, you want to take out your acceptable losses. Maybe they got some other junk like that. Nothing good in the sideboard. Wow.
What a rip.
I love the clearly showing that it was the card off the top that you ripped.
Yeah.
Play.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need
get a little tilt equity.
need to send a message.
Yeah.
Inflict psychic damage, that sort of thing.
Okay, the Carrion Dredger getting played instead of the Rek'Sai Breacher is a little interesting. It's going to burn 1 energy here that you don't get to use, but it's definitely a lot more resilient, and leaving the Rek'Sai in reserve to accelerate someday is kind of nice. Now there's a sequencing question here for Diana of, do you want to stack deck before you Candlelit Sanctum or after? And generally, I think I would like to say you want to do stack deck first. Because if you Candlelit Sanctum and you keep 2 cards on top, you're not going to get to use stack deck at all. Looks like maybe they're considering going to Targon's Peak, but there's nothing really at Targon's Peak for you. You can play your Diana and have some runes up, but you don't have anything worth casting.
It does feel like
another call. I've seen this before.
Nicer there.
Okay, so the play is available to cleave this thing and then go kill the Tide Turner and then play Call of the Week. Which is pretty appealing.
If the opponent is using any resources.
Smokes or Stupefy plus Gus. But you're not even that far behind on that exchange.
No.
No, not really.
Okay, but they decide not to.
Stack deck.
Yeah, and now we can see what this Targon's Peak mana is for. Nothing. Tide Turner being picked there is, I think, a nod to the Hui being in hand. Having Tide Turner to use with Hui makes it a lot scarier. So this play is also illegal. You have to commit to using the Rek'Sai before you see what the scries are from the Candlelit. It's obvious that the Rek'Sai player did intend to use the Rek'Sai, the Void Burrower, but if your opponent was, really in the mood to stir some shit, they could call you on that.
So you need to actually exhaust the Rek'Sai before the Candlelit Sanctum trigger
Yeah,
happens.
that's correct.
Okay. Interesting. This is why I'm not a level 1 judge.
Yeah, and in general, anything that says you may, that's a trigger, is giving you a choice of whether to put that thing on the chain or not. And you need to make that choice at the time that the trigger condition happens.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
不能像上一局那样了，因为面对黄色色组，你没有生物浓度，真的打到中期就是断怪。
Okay, chat is saying this is Bolin Zhang playing Rek'Sai, who is a Magic player.
Oh, okay.
I thought he looked familiar, but I'm like, I don't know where from.
Yeah, I also thought he looked familiar, but I have no idea what his name is or you know where I know him from. So
it's possible we've seen him on the co-streams previously as well.
Yeah.
It's from the gym.
True, Liftbound.
Right, Liftbound.
So they scried Baron to the top, I think, or predicted, I should say. And now they're about to go down to 5 runes, so this Baron is for 3 turns from now. That is definitely interesting, but maybe they have the pull back at 5 points and then play Baron to go to 8 thing lined up.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think it's off by a turn, so I'm not sure. But, certainly that line has to be on your mind to justify keeping a Baron on top here. Or I guess one other thing the Baron could do is get discarded to play to add 3 might.
Always a backup option, or maybe even just the...
Yeah, like maybe the idea is you're going to hide Tide Turner, and then you want the way to be able to go up to 8.
That does make a lot of sense.
You had no other unit. Yeah, I think that must be what was going on there.
Alright, so this... You've got a couple of different ways to pump via assault. Just becomes a question of if you put them on, okay, that's a Tide Turner, Hui comes over, you have to get over 11.
Yeah, so this could be a disaster. If you go Noxus Hopeful into Diana, which I think is a pretty natural way to start, Tide Turner brings Hui over, Baron gets discarded, and then it's 11. Then you cleave and Blood Rush, your Noxus Hopeful. Then a Stupefy could get played and knock the Noxus Hopeful down to 10, although I'm not sure there's a Stupefy actually. There was one that went to the bottom with the Candlelit Sanctum is the one I was thinking of. But I guess that wouldn't even be that much of a disaster. You'd still have 10 to kill the play. Diana would live.
So I just noticed this. The timer is going up. So I have no idea. Are we 6 minutes away from going to time right now?
No, so I think what that means is we're in top cut.
Yeah, I was about to say, are we in the untimed rounds then?
Yeah, look, under where it says 1 to 3, it says a bunch of Chinese characters and the number 16. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do see it.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty sure
must
that
be
means
top
this is the
16.
top 16. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Alright, so kind of makes sense why the players were being a bit more deliberate with their or intentional with their choices.
Yeah.
They got the time, use it.
All right, so instead it was accelerate Rek'Sai and then send 8 into this Candlelit Sanctum. So I think if I'm Diana, I probably just flip the Tide Turner and kill one of these attackers.
我记得这个会当时出之前，就是废料堆还没有被禁用，当时就已经想着6费就可以开门
Yep,
了。
here's the Tide Turner.
Okay, they're gonna try to make some kind of stand here.
哦，还是选择拉了过来。
Problem is like this is all like very face up.
如果不变8的话，是不是太小了一些？
不变8，对，连这个。
Wonder if you could justify just discarding the unchecked power.
他这个大龙就是为了去给会
No, okay, they're gonna make Blood Rush get used here, and that'll be enough by itself. Do the extra +1 that it gives compared to Cleave. Oh, there is a Stupefy.
相当于是一切都用来进攻，而对面依然手上握有2个频率，就是2个控潮者。
但底下只有1个，然后自己的费用也不是很多，这边角。
Yeah, seems hard to resist doing the Blood Rush.
这里1费的话，罡风是打不出来的，只有最多是一张敲诈。
这其实是个强攻1，对的。现在暂时是一个场上的8点打11点哦。
老伯还在计算这个数值，想一想是不会被干扰到的。
Okay, so they're going for the trade with Cleave instead of the kill with Blood Rush. I don't really understand that.
Yeah. It seems if they were trying to bait their opponent to play another card, like the opposite order makes more sense, but I guess in the end it's going to be the same.
Yeah. Oh. This way they get to use the Blood Rush on the bird to get over the Tide Turner. Okay. That actually worked out very reasonably. And now I understand why the Cleave was played first.
Here we go. This guy's smart.
Yeah.
He is really smart. He should like play MTG or something.
Well, I mean, I do think he made a lot of mistakes in the previous game.
Also indicative of MTG players. And all players in general.
But yeah, I mean, I do think even good players can make a lot of mistakes in Riftbound. That's one of the nice things about Riftbound.
Yeah.
这里还能再跳一张水。
但是对面其实剩的只剩2个控潮了，因为已经把对面大怪给解掉了。
这里，
all right, so Candlelit offers up an Under Titan to fish for another 2-drop, but no such luck.
但是因为翻的是另外一张是攻防主，所以这里就会有一个2费。
这是刚刚血腥冲刺分开给的2个强攻2。
是的，这样的话可以沉。
Oh, but there is a Noxus in hand that you can just develop here, which is pretty nice.
上一个场地挖过的。
刚好2费再把新兵拍出来。
这个2费该手给的太关键了，相当于变出一个4点的战力在场下。
这样凭空自己还有一个频率，至少。
对，就场下能保证有一个频率。
All right, how is Diana going to get out of this one? Their hand is unchecked power, a bunch of crap, and they just have a Tide Turner.
I mean, you get a nice little you get a 2-for-1 with this unchecked power.
Kha'Zix there, right?
Yeah, I do see that Kha'Zix. I'm not sure what the second card is. I mean, Clips, Abandon. Is that a Ravenbloom student? Yeah.
Looks like, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. So they actually have plenty of units. Yeah, I like this going to 4. And then you can develop Ravenbloom, hold up Kha'Zix, and Eclipse. You have both up, I think. So that seems like it is going to be pretty tough to crack for Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. And then next turn, that means that you can stare at that unchecked power, consider playing it, and then remember, no.
Yeah. I really don't think that's going to get played. But if Rek'Sai can't conquer Targon's Peak this turn, which it seems like that's not easy to accomplish, then their momentum is really going to be taken away. Because they're not like no conquer means no free card from Rek'Sai, means it's going to be harder to conquer next turn too. You don't have the fodder for all these Cold of Weeks that you would really like either, unless that card in hand is a manufacturer, but I think it's an honest broker, I'm not sure. Okay. So
Under Titan.
We're just developing Under Titan and using it to swing Noxus Hopeful into Tide Turner, and then if Kha'Zix gets played, it would trade with the Noxus Hopeful, so it's not super appealing. So you could Eclipse the Noxus Hopeful,
Yep.
and then maybe also play Kha'Zix, or maybe just not play Kha'Zix. This is going to be a trade, and that means no conquer, which I think you'd be fine with. But then Cold of Week could get played after that, but there's really nothing good to sacrifice still. Alright, so they do go with the Kha'Zix play. That gets a second unit on the board, which threatens to score 2 points next turn, which I think makes a lot of sense. So now, if you're Rek'Sai, the only way to stop that is by culling one of your best units. So I think you're probably just going to have to suck it up, play your 2-drop, yeah, and let the 2 points get scored.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good, but I think you're right. I don't imagine that there's a better path there.
All right, and that flash I think was put to the pop from Eclipse, and it's going to be good here. It's going to generate 2 units in your base for next turn. I forgot the Angler Beast is still there. I kind of don't like either of these cards. Yeah, they're going to the bottom, it looks like. Alright, if we have enough to play Angler Beast and replay the Student, I think I would like to do that, and then I think that also means that I wish I didn't keep this flash on top, because the flash doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I do like this though, because ultimately, it's the most amount of might on your side to set up the double conquer on this turn. Flows your opponent down at least a little bit.
Yep. And now Rek'Sai has a pretty good turn lined up here too. They get the double conquer, play 2/2-drops, play 2 Call the Weeks, and have units on both battlefields. And Diana only has 1 unit, although the Rek'Sai is going to get killed probably. So maybe you actually sack that one and put one of the 2-drops in your base or something.
Well, I was going to say it's also going to depend on what you see here.
Oh, yeah, actually, I guess either one of the units will get killed. So maybe you have to, because Cosmic's going to get kept. So, yeah, maybe it's going to be a different kind of turn. Now that we've hit this Void Rush.
Ooh.
Oh my god, okay.
Disgusting.
Pretty good.
Alright, so we'll float 2 energy, play the Falling Star to take out one of the units in the back line, and then I think I would like to play 2-drop plus double Cull. What is happening?
I think they were discussing payment stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this probably just takes out Angler. You just take out the thing with the largest might.
Yeah, I mean, I would call the thing with the largest might Kha'Zix, but it doesn't matter. If you're going to play both Culls,
right.
dead.
That was me operating under the assumption that this is slam both Culls, but if not, then I would agree. If there's any situation where you're not playing both.
Okay. I would definitely like to play both Culls because it's going to be much. Oh, that's a manufacturer. Wow, that's perfect.
Yep. Manufacturer.
Yeah, I thought that was another Honest Broker. Those cards have very similar art.
They do. Those two trip me up a lot. Not that I've seen them in here, but Manufacturer and Captain get me a lot as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is just going to be double Cull. You have no units in your base. I have holds on both battlefields. What do you got? And it's actually, hilariously, the unchecked power is going to be good because we're sacking all the units from the base.
True.
You got to sack another unit there, Rek'Sai. Oh, genius.
Gonna sack the Rek'Sai.
Yeah. Really heads up. So unchecked power is not playable here. Or I guess it might be the best you got, but it's not good.
Right.
Okay, it is the best you got. Moonfall doesn't help, so yeah, you have to just run the unchecked power and hope they don't have anything.
That flash was rough.
Yeah. If I'm the Rek'Sai player here, I'm like, holy crap, I didn't think of unchecked power at all, but luckily I accidentally played around it.
No, if I'm the Rek'Sai player, I go, ha, played around your unchecked power, fool.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he was thinking about with the Rek'Sai, but if it was unchecked power, then that was a great play.
I'm guessing it was probably what you brought up earlier, which is it opens up a battlefield to be able to conquer, which is really good.
Well, it doesn't really matter on the the last turn, because
That's true.
if you hold both, you win.
This is true.
So Bullen's being offered a mediocre 2-drop here with the Candlelit Sanctum, and he's considering just taking it, which makes sense to me, because if you can just set up a couple people in your base, then you can bring this buy-in next turn and really be like very likely to successfully double conquer.
Stack deck.
All right,
I mean, you get
stack
to
deck
dig.
drawn is going to prolong the agony a little bit
I
here.
was gonna say the game's at least 20 more minutes.
Okay,
Sprite
half
burst.
take Sprite Fountain. That's the only card that does
Sprite Fountain,
anything.
yep.
是的，是的。哦，这立大功了，而且还能手上说不定再防守一下。
对，就是他的手牌可以用上来了。
对，但对面下一回合是一个手牌里面是有两。
And now I guess you got a Candlelit trigger. That's nice.
专法还能拉一只。
哦，是的。
对，专法还能拉一只。
拉一只打得过吗？都减成1还是可以的。
对。然后。 如果触发守望圣殿的效果，可以去。
If this Flash was Ride the Wind, this would be game over.
Yeah.
抽不了牌了。打到这么激烈了，突然。
And I guess if the Sprite Fountain was Sprite Burst, it would also be game over.
True.
双方真的是在把所有牌组当中能利用上的资源都给用上了，对吧？
Okay, so it's going to be a mid-combat Moonfall to get the Diana Legend mana.
再去玩一会儿。是的，有点没想到。
Yeah, it's a heads-up play, preventing double conquer. So Diana is still going to need to peel something, but they got a lot of looks. Gust and Moonfall are not really what the doctor ordered, I would say. What you really want is like Ride the Wind.
Yeah.
But I mean that is pretty optimistic. I guess you even know about the Vi, right? So you're gonna have to at a minimum get over 2+ Vi.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the Gust at least theoretically makes them have to like replay the 2-drop, but it doesn't help you win either.
I mean, I think you're just dead on board. If they just go to Targon's Peak and play Vi, you just are dead, right? Okay. This cleave seems like kind of a spew to me.
Yeah, because you have the Vi.
Well, yeah, well that, but also you can just go to the other side. But I guess you value the Candlelit more than having the cleave in hand, which is not unreasonable.
他是7到8的抽牌，先触发场地，多看2费，然后这起码能多铺一点，但是对面如果有一张御风就输了。对，一张御风。
Yeah, and there was also a Blood Rush in hand. Okay, so Under Titan going to the bottom, saying it's not important for me to get 2 extra mana. I just want to make sure I find a card that does something, which is very reasonable. But yeah, I don't know. I think this Carrion Dredger just goes in your base.
Yeah, I think prefer to see it in the base. Well, I mean, I guess looking at the hand, if you don't think that you can double conquer, then just trying to hold, leaving energy up for the Vi makes sense on defense, but
yeah, I guess you also know they kept a card on top, so if you think that card could be Ride the Wind, then or like maybe whichever of the missing Ride the Wind plus Moonfall then making this play forces them to use one of their Moonfall before you have to play your Vi, which is kind of nice. That is not what they have, though. But
Oh, interesting. Still going to send the...
yeah, so now this Carrion Dredger is not going to create a bird, but Vi is here to defend, and that's going to be enough.
Yeah.
Just had to hope that they didn't do it, I guess.
Yeah, given that the Vi was known info, the Sprite should have gone to Targon's Peak.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like if you know that they have the Vi, I almost feel like yes, you have to get them off that battlefield, but I also feel like just digging one card deeper if you know that you don't have a way to get them off the battlefield anyway. Yeah, I really wish they would have went in the other spot just to see what the top card would have been, but
there it is.
Is he counting out the Call of the Weeks that were played during that series?
Yeah, there were an awful lot of them.
So 6 across 2 games, I think. Imagine now we have access to Call of the Week, Fizz, Call of the Week. Call of the Week, the Fizz, reanimate the Fizz, Call of the Week a third time. No, the Call of the Week would be gone. Just play another one. What cards do anything? You rip another unchecked power? No, that doesn't do it. No, that would you'd survive one more turn. You ripped another unchecked power. Not a lot is the answer. Aaron? That doesn't work either. Control cannon. Yeah. Would be something. Jarvis Prime sent me a cannon list, and
oh yeah,
I almost don't want to open it because of the name that they gave it, but it does look a little bit spicy.
That bad, huh?
Okay, it does do the thing.
构筑也是有值得学习的地方。老伯这个红黄结合的雷克赛就是为了去打主流，没错。而 TC 之星人他卡组当中皎月有这个大龙，有提灯，然后还有我们这个去针对铺场卡组的这种就是骑兵，对吧？我觉得这都是自己对于卡组和环境的理解。对，操作
It does do the thing.
赛后这个淮南，对吧？预测上面。 下一把要惩罚一下了，下一把要惩罚一下了，是的。
So that means we have a Rek'Sai in top 8.
虽然说是2比0的比分，但我真的觉得
cool.
2把比赛其实都到最后那一刻，你不到最后一个回合，真的很难去说谁能够一定获得胜利。因为过程中其实有一些曲折，但是最终的结果上，确实是老伯的雷克赛最后还是2把都是险胜。
你看他们的数据其实真的很像。
Do we have any idea what any of these stats are?
对吧？50对50的这个获胜率，然后传奇使用次数也是差不多的。是的。
Can you tell me what one of them is?
两边各打出了1张，而老伯的那张和平卫士卫其实是帮助他获胜的单卡。
The 50% is matchups against each other across the entire field.
I think probably one of them is number of copies in day 2, one of them is number of copies in top 16.
Okay.
And I don't know what the third integer quantity was.
其实也能够发现，我们很多 key 牌给出来的都是会偏向1弹的一些单卡，对吧？第1弹很多单卡的一个设计，确实现在看起来是有点这个强度的，比如说像星落，像是清理门户，像是灭师、训练有素这种，就属于第1弹，包括魅惑吧。是的，就已经把这些机制立在这里了。是的。
Okay, Charmer, if you want to see this This cannon vomit. I have it loaded up. Oh, it ignores the full cost. That's cool. Wait, how do you... Oh, I see.
So I am definitely down. Which list?
Whatever you want to play.
Can you all join the lobby I set up?
I just joined it, yeah. While you're getting in there, Blevins, let me run and grab like a drink and a snack.
Yeah, I'm gonna also refill my coffee. All right, Sam, it's all on you, bud.
Oh God,
you need to start juggling or something.
Oh no. I've already seen this match. Show me one I haven't seen. All right, chat, what do we got? Would you say Ezreal is the best deck in the format currently and at the end of set 3? I'd definitely say it's a contender. I think I might be down to say Lux is better, but nobody's playing Lux, so it's hard to actually call that the best deck. Yeah, Ezreal is pretty good. I think Master Yi is pretty good. Yeah, it's probably one of those two, really, based on results. What brews do I have this set? I barely read the cards. I will probably put together a deck of 5 or 6 of the new legends, and then I'll play each of them for about 3 matches, and then I'll throw away most of them and I'll work on one of them. And then maybe I won't like it and I'll just play something boring. But we'll see. Any Draven in the top 16? I do not know what's in the top 16. It's impossible to know. You think the budget Rek'Sai deck is popping off hard and it's really difficult to deal with? I don't know what makes it budget, but that nobody knows how to play with yet. But yeah, I mean, I have to like actually build a deck I like in order to do that. And last time I tried to build a deck I liked with Kha'Zix and I failed, so I played Rengar. So that could happen again, but it's not like I have a set 4 Rengar deck that is ready to go either. So I might just have to go with whatever. But I've got teammates that are working on, you know, plenty of new decks, so I can probably just play one of theirs if I don't like whatever I'm working on. Yeah, you say the Rek'Sai deck is all 50-cent commons. That's true. I would not say that makes it a budget deck. When I think of a budget deck, what that means to me is that there is some card of monetary value that you wish you could play in your deck, but you're not playing it because you're too cheap drafting anything? How does that process look for you? That's a good question. It's kind of the opposite of that. What I do is I'll build a deck generally by going to Piltover Archive, clicking new deck, and just like putting in cards until I run out of cards I want to put in. And then I'll just like play one game or one match. And then if the deck feels terrible, I'll just throw it away and never play with it again. And if it feels like there's something that is good happening, even if I don't have like, you know, a well put together deck, but you know, if there's some synergy that happened that was like, wow, that was really powerful, then like I'll, you know, keep working on it, focus on the thing that I liked, and try to find the right build.
That's not too far off from what I do. I typically also start from scratch, Piltover Archive, put stuff in till typically by the time I'm done, that the deck will have like 80 cards in it, and then I just start whittling it down to the 40. And what I'll do is, if there's things that I'm taking out but I know I want to test later, I will say on Piltover Archive I love having that bench feature, so I'll just throw cards on the bench and do swaps in and out if I feel like the deck has legs, kind of like what you were saying.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I do think it's important to throw away decks that aren't working. Don't be too attached to it just because you spent, you know, an hour building it or whatever. Because there's a lot of decks out there, and you don't have that much time for your tournament.
Don't obviously give away anything that you're not willing to give away, but how are you feeling about this set so far in terms of deck choice or preparation? Or have you just not gotten there yet? Obviously the set
I haven't
just
really
released
started
yesterday.
testing yet, but I do think that a lot of the new cards and mechanics are cool and interesting, and I think I would expect most or all of the new champions to see a reasonable amount of play at the next RQ.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. I feel like the situation when Unleashed came out was not really at the same level, where like a lot of the legends seem kind of poop.
You see this dual Charmer picture? Not picture. Charmer and Blood.
See the what?
You guys dueling?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
I mean, I'm in the room. I've been waiting for Blevins to join.
I'm back. I'm ready.
Wait, he's there. He's ready. He's 2 Charmer. Ready up.
My thing says player 2 open slot.
All right. Oh. Yeah, that's weird because I see you in.
No. Yep. No, I had to refresh apparently.
Classic. Oh, let me move this so I don't cheat. I am guessing. Let's do this one. I got that. That's nice. I can start doing that. I don't really know what this deck wants.
He doesn't want anything. Mulligan 4.
Mulligan 4, and don't draw any.
Mulligan 4 and let me call a judge.
Yep. I think it wants cert card. This is my guess. You play empower me, disempower. Right.
I hate doing this, but
that's her.
Yeah, I feel like into Kennen here. Though I haven't seen a ton of Kennens run on Call of the Week, I do feel like there's an argument to be made about 2-drop leave energy back, but
right.
The problem is if I'm gonna even fake having a defy, I need to actually have a green rune. So that's why I opted for this.
Let's do this to do this. Draw. Okay. This thing. To trash. That also does this. Yep.
All right.
Possible I wanted to do this, but I don't know.
I really don't know how I feel about this hand. Never mind. I know how I feel about this hand. It's not good. That's the answer. You just have the 1-up, right? Yep. So come in here with priority, activate legend, or I mean with focus, activate legend, hold priority, put in an Inferno, and then pass.
So, yeah, that's fine. The thing can resolve.
So your merchant would, yeah, I was gonna say die from the damage.
Yep, that's
from
fine.
Akali.
Yep, the damage resolves. Wait,
yeah,
hold on. There's still another pass back where I can do this.
Oh, okay, yeah,
it's fine. I'm just doing. Okay, now F6'd.
And then this is my minefield.
Yep.
And I empower that.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, my hand is kind of awkward.
Okay, so I'm guessing I have to choose the card to give flow before the minefield trigger.
Yep.
Okay. Stack deck has flow. And then to trash. 1 for one in a power for this. Then play the flow stack deck. Is that good, Mr. Defy? Okay.
Yeah. I'll allow it.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. I feel like I want this card. That gets banished. Yeah. Float 1. Makes sense.
And then we just, I
Ooh.
think, develop Kaisen Pass.
That's hilarious.
I'm running like 10 2-drops, and I haven't seen a single one this game. Oh, no, I did. I saw one Inferno, sorry. I saw one out of my 10. Yeah, Ross is fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's a big dude, but...
Okay. Float 2 energy. I'm guessing that's what this whole deck is trying to do. Then Fizz. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Stack deck. Okay.
拿画面上的这张卡牌举例，在场上呈现数值状态放置的卡牌被称为活跃状态，它已准备就绪，可以随时使用。相反，横置状态放置的卡牌
Yeah, ban stack deck.
Yeah, ban stack deck and lightning rush and void rush and
当你看到这个图标时，
Rek'Sai
需要将卡牌从活跃状态横置为休眠状态。如果
and
看
it
到
all.
回收这个表述，则需要将该卡牌正面朝下。
Do I need... Nah.
会放在传奇区域。
Um.
符文以及颜色决定了哪些卡牌能放进你的卡组。卡牌上的文本内容是这张传奇的技能，决定了你的游戏风格。一张同名的英雄单位牌会被选定并放置在传奇一边，左上角显示了打出其所需要的。
Yeah, ban all of it.
法力费用需要横置。
Gives me too many opportunities to make the wrong play.
符能费用则需要透过回收的方式支付，将对应图标颜色和数量的
Draw for my conquer.
放回符文牌堆的最下方。右上角数字叫做战力，代表该单位能造成的伤害以及能承受的伤害。文本内容同样是这个英雄单位的技能。选定的英雄单位
Just like way behind on point tempo.
符文牌堆放置在对应区域，可以把符文牌堆中的符文卡牌看作是你整局游戏中的经济支援。主牌堆将会被放置在这个区域，你所能够打出的卡牌都将从这个牌堆中获取。把卡牌从手中打出时，需要透过横置以及回
Mournful Witness.
满足其登场的费用。装备牌打出后将会以活跃状态存在于你的基地中，而法术牌将会在你打出并生效之后进入废牌堆。在这里也告诉大家一个小 tips， 单位也可以直接打出到你所控制的战场来。
Sure.
当场上的单位处于活跃状态时，可以进行一次移动。一般情况下，只能从你的基地移动到一处战场，或是从一处战场移动到你的基地。移动后将会变为休眠状态。当其移动至一处空的战场时，你就成功征服了一处战场，可以获得1分。最先获得8分的玩家将会获得最终的胜利。当你移动至一处存在敌方单位的战场时，将即刻发生一次战斗。
Just want this.
单位所拥有的进攻和防守。
Just want this, I think.
在这之后将会进行伤害分配，统计战斗双方各自战场上的单位的战力总和，然后同时分配到对方的单位。
Clever girl.
所有存活单位身上受到的伤害将会被移除。
Point tempo's fake, don't fall for it. Oh, that's... Is this a, like... Is this the, like, pro player, the master player, bell curve meme? It's like, you first start playing, don't know what point tempo is, it's fake. Then become like an intermediate player, and like everything is about point tempo, and then pro players like, yeah, point tempo doesn't matter, it's fake. Doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
Mom's guy is right.
Damn.
All right.
I'm solidly in the bad part of the bell curve. Which actually makes me excited that there's more to learn. Not that I didn't know that already, but...
I think we finally want that.
Display good things. Fair. There were many times when I was watching Gregor Skowalski play Rengar, and I'm like, I don't understand why he's going to like odd point here. And then it was apparent like many turns later. I'm like, that's why he's just such a good player, and I'm a Dolph casting the game.
It's very simple. It's 5 is greater than 4.
True. Yeah. So how does this? This is offering.
Oh, this is cute.
Oh no, this is killing Fizz. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna kill Fizz from the damage.
Yep, and now you're empowered. Yep. Okay.
That's empowered, and then I gotta do burn. And then
you overforce for points, you get blown up. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. You still play smart, but you just don't over rely on point tempo. It makes sense.
For a few minutes.
Yep, that's fair. With me and Charmer on the call, that makes a lot of sense.
I gotta recharge my headphones.
Stella in. Draw from the move. Pass focus.
Hopefully, consulting not one but 2 best of Rengar players in one day can help me win a skirmish with Rengar today.
Gonna play Shuriken Flip to move the Stellacorn back home. Draw for the move.
2 to an enemy unit. Up to
up
1.
To
yeah.
1.
And then move.
So I'm
friendly
choosing
unit.
0.
Okay. No.
For my up to 1.
I knew that you were doing it correctly. I just needed to read it out loud so that I actually understood where.
Yeah, the up to 1
card.
catches people sometimes, but
yeah. So you can just use it to move your guy, which is kind of cool. It's like half ride the wind, half. It's half ride the wind, 2/3 Hex Tech Ray. Got it.
yeah, the question now is there ever a world where I can survive against your Otacon?
That's a tough one. That's a tall order.
I think the answer is no. I'm just debating. Do I really want to de-ramp just to move this unit back? I feel like the answer is yes.
Fair.
Yeah, we're gonna play Shuriken Flip with Flow.
Yep.
To move this back. Yeah, that one's banished. Because the problem is that I'm just again, like I'm a turn behind. I can't really afford to, I think, lose more
trigger
units, because even if I'm stuck and I have to try to hold at some point, then I'm gonna need extra bodies to deal with the Otacon.
Here's a scenario where I think I'm good on my point tempo.
No, you're not. Yeah, I hate that scenario. I hate that scenario quite a bit, actually. All right, we're gonna move Stellacorn, draw for the move. Activate Legend.
Yep.
On Stella.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good to move back?
It's good. It's good.
All right. So it moves, it readies. Draw again. And it technically also has +1 might now. Move,
Yep.
draw for the move.
Yep.
And then I will pass focus. I have to do the burn.
We've got a game.
Yay, game!
Woo! Well, that is just about time for me to have to leave anyway, so this will be perfect timing to go back into a game.
Farewell, Blevins. Good luck in your games.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to see my future house first, which is very exciting. Get to scope out this studio space.
Huge?
Yeah. I'll just show you these cards in my hand, Charmer, and let you decide if you were able to beat that next turn.
So I'll show you mine. The plan was conquer the other spot, so I go to 6, stick Darius on one of the locations and hide both the pikes, and then sit on
so I was going to be able
Defy
to
and Discipline.
2, 3. It's going to have 2, 4, 6, 8. So yeah, I was going to have Rebuke, which would force you to play both pikes revealed, and then I'm just attacking gets through that, right? 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And then I could also play this plus reanimate Fizz to Rebuke another time. It's going to be tough to.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stop
defend.
2. Wouldn't be able to stop 2 rebukes.
Yeah, makes sense. GG, y'all. Good luck in the game. Bye.
皎月选手的 ID 应该是叫 Kalios 吧？ 这样子读的方便一些。
All right, Master Yi versus Diana. We can tell we're in top 8 territory now.
哎，有2，而且还是2个都前期不错的2。
是的。中期可能比较关键的还是对于剑圣来说至关重要的
Crab, Horo,
可以看到一张经验的 buff
Challenge, and what is that? Grim Resolve, right? That's the name of that card. Bottom's the Grim. Draws a Discipline.
毕竟面对着皎月后手稳定的一个3，还是选择了这一张 II 破罗作为
Other side of the table. Way, Tide Turner, Stupefy.
其实这把皎月的手牌，感觉100分的满分至少可以给到80到85分啊。
我觉得会，要是再有一些卡牌变数会更好一些。
就法术的含量好像少了一点。
我们一般会说皎月如果起手1越多就越强。没错。
Oh my god, my headphones still think they have low batteries. It wasn't enough charging. Hopefully they last until the end of this match, though.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. All right. He picked up a Defy from the draw, develops the Horo.
Oh, we got the fabled Game 1 Arena's greatest. Because it's top 8 and they know they're going first. Oh. Okay, my wife is home. I think I better not do this match. It's gonna be bedtime. Yeah,
Good
thanks for
night,
having me
Sam.
on. It was fun. We'll see you next time.
1比0的领先，皎月全英雄没问题，感觉可以3-5顺拍啊！这里就是皎月加会。
本来皎月这边后宫就没有那么难受，而且现在还领先了1分的情况下，局势开始逆转了。刚刚我们还觉得就是说在这个
And then there was one.
情况下，前期的剑圣还是挺优的。
是的。
不过由于这个分数的原因，你看愣了一下，发现自己好像遗忘加分了。
其实，在对手加的那一刻，我看他那个手往那个小破罗旁边一摆，应该是也已经意识到了。
一般都是对面加，发现自己加不了。
确实来到了我们2000人的赛事最终的倒数第3场的比赛。
So it'd be an insane time to have a charm for the E player. Scoots. Gonna leave the 2 up for combat tricks as the discipline. Also, I believe has an on guard and a defy. They want to split their energy. So in this situation, I think the interesting choice is you go in with the Diana, try to leave stuff up to try to save it, knowing it's just a Scoots on the other side. They didn't develop their champion on turn 2. The other option would be you could just pass. Also, why does it say 1-to-1 here? Did somebody miss a Arena's greatest trigger? Because the E should be at 2. But anyway, you could just pass and develop your way here. Try to go over the top next turn. Yeah, I think the E missed the Arena's greatest. In your opinion, what does a deck that generally plays out giving up point tempo needs most consistently?
Draw.
Yeah, draw. Like if you're giving up point tempo, it's because you are typically trying to develop so that you can either curve out and just like be bigger in the mid to the late game, but you also want to have options as well. So draw is really important to have, because ultimately if you're falling behind early, you're going to be in a situation where you have to either hold or at a minimum prevent conquers from your opponent so that you can continue to catch up, and you can't do that without options. So I think draw is pretty important. This would be a, I think, completely different game if the Yi was up 1 additional point the way they should be here. Gonna play the champion. And probably pass if the previous play patterns were any indication. Doesn't really have anything else to develop anyway, so that makes sense. All right, Dyna's picked up a few more low-cost units. Not a lot in the way of combat tricks. It does still have the Stupefy. Doesn't really need combat tricks right this moment either, but just trying to think through what you're potentially searching for with this way, what you might want to do with it. Like there's an argument to be made that if you send the Hui in over the crab, you might want to look to discard a spell and draw additional cards if you think you have enough to just eat the crab. And why wouldn't you? Could take a peek with the Diana first before cycling through with the Hui. If you're trying to dig for something like a Ride the Wind or a Flash to maybe save the Hui in case they try to go over the top on the following turn.
这里是有装备的。那确实不知道该丢什么了。
主要这个作为待命会有一定的迷惑性。
是的。哦，还是一张冠军的叶之锋刃城市赛。哦，这里的话就其实能读到对面的手牌了。
So merchant is discarded. It's going to be the +3 might. Draw was an edge of night picked up, so that will likely end up hidden by the end of this turn. Question, I think, will be whether or not it's going to be hidden where the Hui is, or if the Diana goes in the other direction if you put it there. You can also do some interesting stuff with that Tide Turner as well, where you just double hide. So like you could send the Diana over, use your legend for the Diana activation just to take another look. But then you could play the Raven Bloom, maybe at base, and then after that energy is expended, double hide so that your opponent has to try to play the where's the Tide Turner, where's the Edge of Night game. Although I think that it's an easy puzzle to decipher, because I can't imagine a scenario where even if you're double hiding, the Tide Turner wouldn't be hidden at the arena to pull way over and get additional triggers.
但自己这个6费确实现在虽然说一手单位，但也没有选择继续去做沉淀。
这边的话，决斗不太行吧？
御风哦。
Sees the ride, the wind, jams it in. That's even better.
刚刚看过对面手上有敲诈，就这个决斗一定会吃敲诈。
看一下这里要不要做防守。
Could maybe even have a situation where if you hide the Tide Turner, pull the Hui over, and then also run it back.
这个会一旦动起来，没有办法刷资源了。
感觉要丢的话，可能真的就只能去丢敲诈。
This is, of course, all playing under the assumption that your opponent doesn't have a defy to interrupt a lot of this. We know that there's at least one in hand.
选择干2张防守。
控巢盖上面，夜刃盖下面，
这个其实比较明确，
还挺明显的。
So the Raven Bloom into double hide is the line. So if I'm the E player, I think I'm just operating under the assumption that Tide Turner is under the arena, Edge of Night on the other side.
所以其实现在的信息都是非常清晰明了的。
除非你敲1张出来。
对的。
看一下 CLKS 这边怎么处理对面的双巨手啊！剑圣这边毕竟是一个易守难攻的卡组，还是得要看在进攻端怎么表现。
这边有抽到狮子狗吗？
好像并没有。抽了一张阿克上。
是阿克上。
那他有没有可能是想等对面把这个夜刃翻出来以后？
这回合如果打的话，估计就会翻出来。
Ease draws the Akshan. Akshan could steal Edge of Night, but you got to get him to use it first.
造成的战力差只有2点啊。它不太像，比如说可以埋伏刀妹的一个复活甲这样比较重大的问题。
对，而且复活甲主要还是阿克上自己用起来比较舒服，不像你如果带了其他装备，你在上战场的话，其实会提心吊胆一点。
是的。 而且这里费用并不是很多，选择先进攻会这边，你交 trick 我可能就要跑了。
All right. He goes in to where the Hui is, then tries to go with the discipline. It's on Abandoned Hall, so this would take the E up to a 7, which would be matching an Edge of Night if that is what was played there. So discipline is good. Resolves.
那这样子的话，其实如果接下来有时间把这个绿道边羽拍出来的话，
对，而且
也很舒适哦。
这个对于 CLKS 来说，就是看他的这套剑圣是怎么样去做。
This is going to be an attempted stupefy.
比较特别，这样的话可以用到对面的废弃大厅。
你还别说，这个绿刀妹的构筑对于剑圣来说，在面对到刀妹以及皎月的时候，都有去使用对方废弃大厅的可能性，
也是抓到这个环境了。
敲诈也成功通过了。
加1点，对面减1点，四射路加2点。哦哟，这个闪现的路障。
Oh, and I think it was a flash picked up. So even extra insurance here.
但其实对于皎月来说，在这个对局里，时刻要记住，闪现是有存在被灭世的风险的。
是的。
Homie just drew an Irelia. Yeah. Couple of the E's are running him, Mom Sky. I don't know that I'm necessarily a fan of it. Vanguard looking to be a +3, counting the abandoned hall.
先交闪现，
这里先交闪现，再被灭世，然后还是可以跑，
然后再控潮，先通过决斗架势。
我感觉御风留到后面用好一点吧。
这里就一张御风，一张闪现，你只能灭一张。
对，
但是这边其实直接开空潮也可以了，已经。
开空潮就其实是不用浪费那么多法术嘛。
是的。
So here's the Tide Turner. Try to save the Hui, but you also get the trigger.
但这里其实得注意，要尽量去考虑丢单位。如果这里
Picks up a Star-Crossed.
其实没有那么大。
Discard another Raven Bloom. Even more might now on the other side. But also, again, represents the potential to try to come back. Again, we know that there is the Defy available to the Yi, but there is a situation where ride the wind on the way to go back over. Could threaten to still win that combat.
那其实这一波在皎月视角里面的资源交换，我觉得是不错的，因为自己相当于是把夜之风刃这个常驻战力给拍出来了，同时打掉了对面2张 buff 牌，一张训练有素加上一张决斗架势。
所有自己的牌都获得了效果，而且自己的会也没有死，代价是自己的符文爆的比较多。
但下一波其实也存在利用闪现去返场进攻的可能性，会上去了以后，
Just, I think, trying to figure out what the potential might would be. I think it'd be very greedy to send this way back over. Just because not only is there still quite a bit of energy up, but you haven't seen like punch first yet.
而且剑圣没有抓住前面最薄弱的时候，因为剑圣自己身上也没有很厉害的单位。
对的，就是他4位回合没去拍这个4，我觉得
5 energy up as well, and it's on abandoned hull, so cards like discipline, even just digging and finding more. Yeah, I think just giving that up, saving the Hue makes the most sense there.
你的2和4都清掉，
就是为了防这个月之降临。
但其实我们也知道，如果剑圣没有这个第2
So now the question for the Yi player becomes, what do you do with the rest of your turn? You have the Aurelia, but you don't really want to exhaust everything and set yourself up for like a horrific moonfall. Okay, so the first mate is going to ready the Yi, allows it to run back home safely. Still keep some energy up for Defy or other tricks. That means probably just passing here on 4. Diana will hold to 4. Should have a pretty easy conquer if they want to send the Raven Bloom into the abandoned hall, which is a good place to have it, so that the spell count just doubles up on the Raven Blooms. Now picks up another Ride the Wind. Also, other than the Hui, don't think it matters much, but I can't help but notice it appears to just be all Chaos runes for the Diana player. So if this Hui moves back, I would have to assume it's just because this hand is a bit clunky, and there's a desire to filter even more here. Does pick up a Fizz. That's, I think, very helpful. Just in terms of the versatility, because now if you want to draw an additional card, you could even get rid of one of those Ride the Winds, still have one to play at action speed, and then you could always Fizz to get it back. Instead opts to get rid of the Star-Crossed, but same concept here. Just drawing an additional card. Did pick up the Vex, could do something where you consider playing the Vex either in base and passing or even on a battlefield in passing, but you know, be kind of limited on an energy. Yes, you have the flash, but if they go in and go over the top and then they have a Defy for your flash, that feels like kind of a blowout. I don't know, it's kind of an awkward spot for the Diana right now. Alright, does look like they're going to be playing the Vex. I mean, hovering pretty hard over it, but again with... Yeah, I was going to say, with only a couple of energy up, I'm not sure that I'm a huge fan of that if you're just playing it to reinforce. I don't think I would have minded developing it if you're just moving everything back to base anyway. You could just also play the Vex in base. I guess the thought process here is maybe trying to play around Charm, where if they go into a battlefield and try to charm something up, you have both Flash and Ride the Wind still available. E player with that Sabotage pickup is probably in a good position because you'll get to see the hand pull away one of those movement tools. was gonna say, I'd be very surprised if the sabotage isn't fired off first. My opponent pulled everything back and is sitting with full energy up. I would be very tempted to take a look at the hand first. I mean, the Lonely Poro here is fine. If it dies, you'll get to draw a card anyway. This is kind of non-committal. You could still sabotage after this.
一张艾珀罗，其实对于 Kalius 来说，主要还是在思考对面有多少加攻的手段，尤其是先打再问啊。到目前为止，一张没有出现过。
So if they're pausing here, based on what's in the hand, I feel like they might be trying to ride the wind this way up to the abandoned hall. Now this should eat a defy, but there is another one available. And again, with the Lonely Poro, this would have been fine as a non-committal thing, but I still would have liked to have seen the sabotage, I think, first. I just like having the info. Yep, gonna try again. And now with the way the sequence goes, I'm not sure that there's much that the Yi will be able to do to stop this. This will be going in if they discard a unit. Will result in a 10 might Hui. So nothing in the hand that would allow this Lonely Poro to go over the top. Could draw something like a punch first, and then try to go. With no additional defies in hand, you also can't stop this flash from going off, potentially. And Hui is huge.
战力能膨胀到11点吗？手牌上看起来还是比较困难的，没有先打再问。对。那这样的话，对方下回到7还能再玩。而且这一回合其实
So now, if you're the Yi player,
比较明确的是消耗了对面2张御风而行。是的。但对于 Kalius 来说，自己知道反正手上有小鱼人，所以
don't really have good tools to go over top of the Hui.
下回会全体撤退。这里还是选择开枪了。
Oh, now the sabotage goes. There could be a situation where you just flash here if you're worried about them trying to strip something and then still killing this way. You could flash in response just to take it out of harm's way. But if you feel like it can hold, going to 6 and then just running the way home on your turn means that you'd be in a very good spot. But yeah, I like this. Oh, and picks up a Moonfall finally. But unfortunately, with the sabotage still waiting to resolve, not a lot you can do there. Still feel like if they're going to get rid of it one way or the other, though, I don't think you want to discard the Moonfall here just to draw another card, because then if you draw another Moonfall, for example, you're hosed. I'd much rather see this be the Gust that goes away. Oh, well, keep forgetting. They haven't actually played a Moonfall yet. No, I actually take that back. This is much better. You want the Moonfall in the bin because of the Fizz. The Fizz is going to enjoy the Moonfall significantly more than the Gust. So this is actually correct. So choices are Gust or stacked deck. Yeah, to recycle the Gust. So theoretically, Yi does still have some options. There's another first mate, I believe, in hand. So this could be like a double conquer, first mate, and then run one of the units back. Save the back off for the other one. Right, imagine if we had just pressed sabotage. I'm with you, Mom Sky. Your opponent, like I said, your opponent ran all their units home, left all of their energy up. I know that the Poro, like I said, it was technically kind of non-committal, but just take the look. Taking a look in the trash. 1 defy, 1 on guard, 1 sabotage. So trying to resolve this stack deck and make a choice. I think the decision here is between probably what, switcheroo. I needed to see what the rest of that was. Also, Jarvis Prime, if you're listening, the Billy chat popped out.
God damn it. Please hold.
It's shrinking our screen real estate.
Fixed.
Thank you. So like I was saying, you have first mate, you have back off. You also could just hide the back off on whatever one. You don't want to play it from hand and get the draw. You could have a situation where maybe the turn here is you play a first mate to run one of these home. You hide a back off. And then you could also like use challenge. Could use challenge on like your Yi to clean up a Diana that's back there. Instead, they're gonna develop the Irelia. All right, they are gonna hide the back off.
种就是如果说对面真的进攻上来，自己3费打一个走开的话，对面就不需要再防任何的加攻手段了。
而且可能还会吃到这个仪器。但如果是手打的话，还是最。
Diana with 6 runes plus the legend, so 7 energy to work with. Still has Big Hui, has Raven Bloom, and has Diana.
如果不打这个幻幻乐，想双征还是有些难度的。
主要还是会被晕。
而且就是如果你要用到这个飞兹。
I think the question for our Diana player here is, you know, do you put them on having the back off? Because there could be a situation here where you send your Hui and your Raven Bloom, expecting them to back off the Hui. Raven Bloom on abandon would get double bonus.
也不好说，有可能他可以蹲住，然后再闪回来。对。选择最后一次加攻。
Sending Hui over here first is also fine, just because you do have Fizz. So the play here could be you take this, Hui has the big buff, you're at 10 might over here, you play Fizz to hit the Moonfall, have Moonfall drag over the Yi, that's going to force the hidden card to essentially fizzle.
So 走开这张牌还是其实蛮难用的。很容易，如果盖着出，很容易被对面规避。
对于 Carlos 来说，判断对手是金身的情况下，可能他也没有那么想去月之降临给你拉过来。
是的。
但虽然说这是上帝视角来看的最优情况、最优解。
Thinking. All right, gonna take a peek with the stack deck. I was going to say, it looked like there was going to be a snap decision on a Ride the Wind, but I don't think it's necessarily that easy if you're planning on doing the Fizz play. Oh, it was a Rebuke. 2 power, not 1. The art for Ride the Wind and Rebuke is so similar that if I don't see the extra power, I am completely lost. I won't lie. Interesting. Gonna move the Raven Bloom up to the arena. And then is this gonna be what, hiding switcheroo? And then just trying to hold? I still feel like a Fizz to just pull that Yi off the location would make an awful lot of sense. Perhaps the Raven Bloom is just insurance in case there is like a punch first after the fact, like you yank the Yi over and you're trying to play around double punch first. They're not Oh my gosh, I was about to say they're not thinking about passing here, are they? But they do. Okay, so just setting up shop on the other side, but he's going to hold the 7 now. And yes, you've got a decent way to hold over here on the arena's greatest, but with them having a hidden card there, I think you have to assume they're not going to relinquish control. So whatever it is that's over there, your ride the wind play. I think that's the problem. I think finding the only other thing I can think of is that, you know, again, holding here, you've got the rebuke, you've got the switcheroo, you have a flash. So as long as you do successfully hold here, it's going to be pretty easy to flash units back and then just go to the other side. So you've got a very good double conquer line. It's just a lot of eggs in one basket for trying to hold on this arena. Yeah, I mean, there is a strong case to be made about, you know, if they think that the card is Zonya's, then if you moonfall the Yi over, I don't know that that's still like necessarily the wrong move though. So I like the fizz with the moonfall play before moving the Raven Bloom in the hide up. So when it was just Hui, even if you expect that to be Zonya's, if you're moonfalling, if you play fizz and you moonfall the Yi over, then you're still getting rid of the Zonya's and you're also still denying the hold there. The one thing that this path does is it does strand the Yi in that location. Akshan gonna take the edge of night. I just going for this hold scenario would make me nervous, knowing that my opponent could, you know, I don't think that there's been the charms and the star-crossed and so forth. So it's ganking. Oh yeah, I guess it would be because, yeah, they're up to 7 XP now because of the hold. So yeah, I guess straining it there doesn't even matter anyway. So this challenge is kind of problematic. I was gonna say you can't use your legend here because you're not in a showdown. So the flash can save the Hui by moving it, discarding a unit. Fizz is in hand, could draw another one from the move. Then it would go up to 8 might. Acceptable losses is not what you're hoping to find. Doesn't help at the moment. Get your Edge of Night back though. This switcheroo has the potential to be massive for Diana here.
看着有没有这个加的习惯，因为对剑圣玩家来说，很多时候确实容易漏掉这个废弃大厅上的加工，自己不太常用。
I think the player is just trying to think through what the options are, what could it be, etc. Remembering the abandoned hall from the challenge. That's important, could come into play later. Alright, gonna play the crab so that the back off can stay there. So now the Yi can gank over without losing the back off.
如果是决斗这个学生的话，确实可能会不太一样了。
哦，怎么说？
因为决斗学生这边应该是没有反制的办法，不可能把这个会闪现下来。对，那自己手上的闪现就没有用了。那这张学生阵亡之后，你的盖的欢欢乐其实起到作用并没有特别大。
空间不是很大了。
盖在会的脚下，我就是盖在这个会的脚下，然后让学生上来协防，我感觉很像欢欢乐呀。其实
是的，
单推倒美。
我感觉决斗学生好像赢了。
我也感觉决斗学生。
我算了一下，好像赢了。当然这是知道对面手牌情况下。
没办法，这张待命。
All right, so if you are Diana, I was going to say, I like using the switcheroo here. Because if this works and then they have to do something else and send the Yi over, you still have the rebuke.
哇，这把确实我觉得在这个第11回合当中啊 ，CLKS 7比6的情况下组织的进攻
，Switcheroo can't be defied, so you're safe there.
很关键的胜负手，因为对于一个先攻剑圣来说，这把可能他还是会很希望能够先赢下来的。
对的，
是的，而且确实本来应该是可以。
I think they're going to be asking the judge about order of operations on the switcheroo bonus and then the Raven Bloom. So he gets +3 because that was the difference, and then goes up +4 because of the Raven Bloom. So now you are at 6. The Yi, you know, again, it could gank over, but you would need some additional might.
对于他来说好像只能过了，看一下这张走开能不能带来奇迹。
还剩1费的 CLKS 甚至还在想办法。
因为他这里翻出来，如果晕自己的河蟹给剑圣加到6点，哦还是不够。
他得到。
学生已经是因为打了欢欢乐结算之后又加了1点。
对的。
All right, E passes. Diana's going to hold a 7, and after all of that, I'm pretty sure Diana just comes out ahead here. Because the problem right now is that the Yi player doesn't even get the bonus might because of the crab. So you've got the back off in a dream. Yeah, we are in the untimed rounds. So the 45-minute timer is unfortunately accurate. We are in the untimed rounds.
这里骑士会的身板是已经很大了的，选择让皎月去穿，做出了很明智的选择。
是的，双推。
All right, Edgenite equipped. Hui going in. You're gonna get the Hui trigger.
自己还有折退。
这边把技能顺序声明一下。哦，这就没办法了。
甚至还有月之降临。
Finds a moonfall.
选择眩晕一只。
但这样依然是一个5点
5打4，因为你没有触发。
5点打4点。对。最后这张河蟹毕竟也拍在场上。
但是可以给剑圣再加一。
All right, so there's the back off that we knew was coming.
如果没招的话，就会退回去。
Wei is now stunned.
手上其实空发一张这个折戟吧。
That should be fine because the rebuke getting rid of the E just leaves the crab left. And here comes the rebuke. And there is the conquer, and game 1 goes to Diana at essentially the 47-minute mark. Nice quick game between two proactive mid-range decks. Glad that it went so quickly. I'm not tired at all. It's not 6:10 a.m. where I am after being up all night.
每一个回合的思考量几乎都存在着将近5到10分钟的时间。
是的，而且
Went and got a drink and some snacks to make it through the rest of the broadcast, and it's not even going to make it through the round.
第二个是这个决斗的对象，我觉得还
哎哎哎。
显了一些。
没错，就那里去选择决斗会，因为你只是比他大1。
因为如果这个阿克尚能活下来的话，配合大副自己又有6点战力的这样加持，所以还是很关键的。
对的，其实我感觉。 可能也是因为自己前面的一个失误，影响到了后续自己的一个心态，包括说自己的。
Well, it was a bit of a crazy and tight game 1 there.
回想你刚刚的这波错误，有一点点可惜吧。然后我们现在是皎月先行拿下了1分嘛，我们俩压力有点大了。但好消息是我下一场休息，等会儿你来。 哦，那人会就想你来，但是也不好说，因为我们的剑圣选手还是有让1追2的机会。我觉得就是其实，哪怕说像前面关键的分数漏掉了，其实他还是有很大的机会可以去赢的。
对，
觉得确实自己后面的那个2个回合没有打好，但来到后面的这个回合，自己可能可以再次要一个先攻。
对，第2局我觉得应该还是先攻，而且很大概率是先攻流星疗拳吧。
没错，
这个对于皎月来说防守难度就会大很多了。因为前面剑圣抢分会抢的比较快一些。其实这把我觉得就是在前期没有给到皎月太大的分数压力，让他这个3-5顺拍，然后没有上去拿分的情况下，依然保持了一个。
I also feel like a clown right now. Having this clown nose is perfect.
是第1局能够赢下来，肯定是非常非常舒服的。
It's very accurate. People just clowning around. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
怎么说呢？这也是，好像也是，这是我们最后一次了，最后一次有荣耀竞技场的大赛了。所以说后面应该不会涉及到有漏发荣耀竞技场的这个烦恼。
只能说到了第2局以后，对于剑圣来说就是调整心态，然后下一把稳扎稳打吧。因为其实这个局我觉得对于皎月来说会更难处理一些，毕竟下一把的战场上会是一个流星疗拳，那对皎月来说会是非常非常难去处理的情况。
而且我看这个剑圣的构筑，目前看下来啊，其实感觉打皎月没有原本的这个构筑这么强力，而且也是因为自己手牌一直没有摸到狮子狗和这个数值的这些单卡，导致后面打的其实有点难受。
对的，
就是刀妹跟走开这2张牌，其实在剑圣构筑里面出现的频率没有那么高嘛。然后他是就是 CLKS 是比较热衷于这2张牌的，看起来。
是的。
但是我觉得这也是他的一个优势点所在，因为你肯定也是靠着自己的一些信息差，然后能够去走到现在这个位置，对吧？
但目前看下来
Wow, is chat as tired as I am?
他带这个刀妹可以再吃到对面的废弃大厅，对，但第1把
Didn't even notice before one of the casters is an Aurora player.
受到一点影响。
还有一个
Awoa.
4费那个回合没有选择去拍自己的选定英雄，
Awoa.
选择去拍了河蟹。2位老师对这个点怎么看？
Yeah.
就是太不愿意降临。对
Starting to lose it over there.
A little bit. Hey, fun fact, my oldest son is dating somebody and her name is Aurora.
As in, like,
So he is an Aurora player.
Without guard.
Is in Aurora Borealis at this time of year, at this time of night, localized entirely in my kitchen, or in this kitchen.
Magnetic personality.
这也是我觉得除了我们刚刚提到的2个点以外，一个比较重要的点吧。
Hey, at least it quickly got into game 2.
可能会携带魅惑，或者是像
A little bit of mercy.
你的4费回合，包括5费回合拍出 非常关键的英雄单卡的时候，是需要去思考很长的一段时间的。
来吧
A little bit of mercy.
果然是啊，而皎月的后手场是选择了珍宝堆，
哦，还是比较少见的这个。
对。因为皎月的后手其实他也有像上把一样这个3-5顺拍的可能性，那其实珍宝堆的利用率不一定会那么高。
I need a gutter gin on stream. That might wake me up. Honestly, like Casino Teemo might wake me up. I kind of want to mess around with playing Casino Teemo, but also with the new Karox and Tornado unit to play with the casino shenanigans. All right, so the Yi had a Rengar in the opener. I'm pretty sure that Diana just picked up a Vex after the mulligan. All right, waiting for the pre-game fist bump. There it is. So Yi misses a turn 1 play. Like I said, I saw Ruin Runner. Ruin Runner could be a pretty big deal here. Misses the turn 1 play, slams the legend. Meanwhile, on the other side, Diana developed. So what? Stack deck, acceptable losses, ride the wind, the Vex, and Raven Bloom, and I think a Hui. So I think the biggest issue here is just trying to not get blown out by Charm. So we're gonna see the Diana go in, activate the ability, and just show, I believe that was another acceptable losses. So maybe trying to stack those up for Zonia's, etc. Or just have discard fodder to draw additional cards with Hui. I like the Raven Bloom triggering here. The Star Spring to send Diana back, keep it safe. And I was going to say, I would expect you to just leave the 3 energy up after that particular play. Alright, so the Yi has a punch first, 2 Ruin Runners. They do have the charm. I think that's a not so fast. Saw 2 with a power. And then the Rengar. Gonna send in the Yi. It's already just winning heads up. Oh, that's what it was. Wasn't another acceptable losses. It was a stack deck. Oh no, that's still the first one. We haven't even played the stack deck yet. That's right, they activated the Diana. There's the 2 losses. Okay. I wasn't hallucinating. I feel like it. It is very early in the morning for me after a long night. Gonna select the Fizz. Don't hate. The other options weren't exactly spectacular, and Fizz gives you a lot of flexibility as the game goes on. So playing the acceptable losses here does now mean the Raven Bloom is forcing a trade, and that is good enough. He develops the Ruin Runner and passes. All right, Diana picks up a Stupefy. This could be a turn where, given the hand and no real way to save the Diana in a way that makes a ton of sense. Well, I mean, I guess there is the Ride the Wind if you really wanted to do that. This could be a turn where it's a develop way and you maybe take a turn off sort of thing. Could be a turn where you get Diana someplace and then you reinforce with the Vex, pass with the rest. A couple of different ways to navigate this. Ruin Runner is a bit scary. Diana goes up. Get the activation. All right, gets bottomed and finds a Rebuke. Pretty strong card in this matchup when your opponent does not have Ruin Runner, let alone likely two of them at some point. All right, going to pay for the gold. Going to ride the wind over to Star Spring. So you get the double conquer and then you'll be able to return this home. So you get to potentially dig a little bit deeper. I feel like the Gust is going to get bottomed. It's not a lot of utility staring down a Ruin Runner. And this is just digging deeper. And plays the Raven Bloom and passes. So I don't necessarily hate this. I mean, obviously using the Stupefy there, not great, but if you know that it's the Raven Bloom on top because of the Diana trigger and you know that you're just going to turn around and develop it anyway, you get everything back. You're relatively safe. The big issue that I have with this is just that you're now completely exhausted and Charm has a lot more value. But the Ride the Wind was used. There's no flash in hand. So it's not like you could have prevented it anyway. Charm does get rid of the Diana there once the Ruin Runner is on the Star Spring. Second Ruin Runner is developed, as was foretold. One hump, two hump, one camel, two camel, one thump, two thump. So the Yi is looking to potentially be in a good spot to rebound here. It's not necessarily over for the Diana if they can get Hui developed and the Yi overextends, you might have an opportunity to use Hui to at least clear one of the Ruin Runners. It's just very hard to do because even in situations like right now, right, where you see one rune available, whether that's a Defy or a Punch First, or even just like an On Guard in some situations, it can be a real headache for the Diana player to make that work. Now there could be a game plan if the hand was a little bit different, of trying to get this student on a battlefield where you reinforce with the Vex and then you just sit with, you know, defensive options. But again, double Ruin Runner means that you can't bank on your rebukes or the like to get that job done. So here comes the Hui. Like I said before, Hui is, I think, got to be a big part of the plan of getting rid of these Ruin Runners at some point. Gonna hide a card. And so if I'm the Yi player, to me, that signals potentially Tide Turner. The idea being that you develop Hui in the base, and then Tide Turner can bring it in and give the giant plus might to maybe deal with a Ruin Runner. That being said, with all of those runes available and a Punch First and a Discipline, I think you can still go over the top of even Hui Tide Turnering in here. Two energy up for the Diana, so if the Yi player is trying to think through what it could be, there's no like stupefy targets, so that's, you know, a bit of a wash. So really it's more, you know, stuff that would be able to pump the Raven Bloom. All right, so Hui does go in. So currently 10 might on the side of the Diana, but Discipline's going to go off for this Ruin Runner and picks up the On Guard. Yeah, there's, I think, nothing this Diana player can do to hold this location. And what's worse is after this Punch First, not only are you losing the location, but pretty far behind in terms of both board state, but also just like hand quality. Like that hand is kind of a brick once you lose all these units. I believe there's a second Hui, so you can take a turn to develop. But double Ruin Runner with energy up to protect them is going to be a problem. And if you're the Diana player, you're probably extra salty, at least in the moment, because, you know, you've got the rebuke. You've also got Fizz if you needed to re-rebuke at some point, but these Ruin Runners just spoil everything about that. So Hui comes down, eats the gold. It's probably also Raven Bloom. And then pass. Leave yourself with some energy up. Master Yi has just turned 3, hand check, pass or fail. I think that's a pretty honest assessment. I also do feel like in this particular game, it's even worse than that, though, because of the double Ruin Runner. But I don't think it's unfair to say with the Yi matchup, because they're so consistent, especially in those early turns, that it just comes down to, do you have the thing to, you know, break the flow of Master Yi?
除了本身自己场上有2个骆驼以外，
这个也很关键啊。
这个可以再发个增益。
对我又大一点。
很多时候到最后决定性的就是那
Scoots。
有的时候千万不要小瞧一点战力带来的影响哦。
而且骆驼配上增益，我本来就是个8。
对，所以你上来你只踩一脚的情况下，
我2个骆驼我就不要1个了。
对，我就跟你平换呗。虽然说理论上会这个英雄单位可以无限变大，就是在费用情况允许的情况下可以变大个几次。
He picked up a pit rookie, can further buff
主要是你的场如果被踩住了，就2个场都被踩住，你没有空场给你。
one of the Ruin Runners. Looks like that's going to be the play. Yeah, I would guess this is just pit rookie, buff one of these, and then probably still just pass with a bunch of runes up. Oh, interesting.
皎月比大小还是比不过剑圣。
选择撤退吗？
这里选择撤退是
Gonna bring one back.
考量呢？
可能觉得自己只想守1分，然后，但要是这分没守下来有点尴尬。
主要这样其实让会
Tide Turner picked up for the Diana player.
这个，而且你的轮次其实落后于我呀。
就这里，如果
我实在不行，上去刷一波呗。我还有一张控槽，我把手里的用不了的牌优化一下。 但是还得先打下这个骆驼啊，
先上珍宝队这边，好不容易空出来的空场，卡牌变数，
哦，这张牌还可以，
丢折戟，再抽一张，想抽御风这种，
哦，愚人的御风，但会被灭世，
对的。
All right, Wave gets Hui gets the score. Expect them to make a gold here. They've been pretty consistent with doing that, so unless they're trying to account for all of their energy.
要不先开卡牌变数看一眼。
开卡牌变数看一下游戏计划，看能不能拿到这第6分。
对。我感觉反正11费是可以优先考虑开卡牌变数看一眼的，还是说想要先拿控槽？ 再去绿一下会这边的牌，
但是不闪避。
All right, so I think the wave off was actually saying no, not going to do the gold. Instead, probably just going to play this stacked deck because your hand is again very good into things not named Ruin Runner. All right, Moonfall and Flash are finally some of the tools that would have been nice to have. I mean, yes, there's that Tide Turner there as well, but a couple of those were already picked up. This is potentially a tough call. We've crossed the 70-minute mark in a series that is very likely gonna go to game 3, and we're only in game 2. Unless this Diana can catch a break. Try to push through against the Yi. I do feel like the Yi player is in a pretty good position. Diana is not likely to be able to get to 6 points here. And if that's the case and they end up passing, Yi will hold the 6 They could just also pull that Ruin Runner back, develop a little bit further, and set themselves up for an easy double conquer. Is this the finals? No, sadly, this is not the finals. It is the untimed rounds. I believe we are in the top 8. I say I believe because it is 6:30 a.m. and I've been up all night, so my apologies if I'm not 100% on that, but production is telling me top 8 is true. Okay. I'm still almost with it. It's pretzel time. Sam, is that a new fizz animation for this event? I guess I just realized that it wasn't the trident.
Yeah, they updated it.
All right.
那这肯定是不会让你通过的。对，这个目标其实已经很明确了。老大，要不我们在愚人卡片上呢？我感觉是愚人卡片一下吧，就是再搂2眼。对，愚人打这个御风被康了，还是会回收。控潮移下来。那没有太。
Fizz tried to ride the wind, that got defied. Tide Turner trying to just save the Hui, which is, you know, again, fine, but if this Diana can't get to 6, and again, I don't think they'll be able to, with Yi holding to 6 and being able to pull back, develop and plan for the future, it's not going to be looking great. Oh, finds another ride to win though.
又来感觉了，是的，来感觉了。但是我还有一张面试。这里是剩5费。5费，那你被灭了，我在愚人。对。没招，没关系。哇！而且这个时候你手上留着的这张急速反制其实也没有什么用嘛。但是这里有个问题。 我打个 trick 好像能打得下来，好像你打不下来。对，现在有可能打不过啊。对。对皎月来说，现在有点执着于这个第6分。现在，因为真的我觉得不拿的话会很危险。现在看一下场上这个骆驼6，然后等会儿上来是个8，然后假设算上那个决斗架势10。 这骆驼上面应该是个10，那自己这里如果因为已经换下来了，要是没有换下来，我还能摸2次。有没有学生推上去，然后遇上去？因为这里还有一次加攻。自己已经想好了，这样的话就可以加2次。 就只是防不住打拳。刚刚没看到，是因为这一次的丢牌还没有完成。对的，他就是因为刚刚还在抉择嘛。就原本我们的角度上来说是要把这张责退给丢掉，然后去给自己过牌。但这样就意味着自己的待会儿的抽啊，这上去一抽不到单位就会很伤。哦，对，因为自己手里面其实只有这张小鱼人了，但小鱼人是一会儿要用来复用御风的。对，那有点。 So
the biggest issue here for the Diana player is if this ride the wind goes off, and it does, even if it's another discard of a unit, it's only going to be 11 might. I think the Diana player is potentially doing it just because there's no other option, right? But even at 11 might, you weren't guaranteed to win that fight. going into the Ruin Runner, because a single punch first shuts you down when you factor in the E Legend ability, but it's a second defy.
两边都在，尤其是对于 Kalios 来说，现在他需要去
要不要相信自己的右手？
相信自己的右边的第一张牌，而且还是建立在对方没有。
Lucas, this is the top 8, and finals should be today.
我觉得这个赌的太夸张了。但是从上帝视角上看，是确实可以赌一赌的。
对的。
而且我们就总会说后手局。 有的时候可能需要玩的拼一点，才有机会能够去破发。
而且自己已经拿下了第1局了，
好像要打出了，来了，
如果赌一赌，说不定就2比0了。
All right, they're just gonna slam the fizz, and I have to assume this means ride the wind. Yep, they're gonna try again. Do you have a third defy?
CLKS 这边眉头一皱，他好像不吃压力。
主要这个对面剩最后一张牌。 不会，在他的视角来看，会不会最后一张牌刚好就是一个单位？
是的。
那来吧，来吧。
右手第一张，究竟是什么呢？
哇
Oh, off the top, there was no unit in hand. Wei finds a Hui. And then this is where. So the Ruin Runner is currently 8. On guard is only 10. A punch first would have got it done. But it's not there. And Diana has life. I did not think Diana was going to get to 6 points here. So I guess bravo for just going with the all-in.
再把折退可能要考虑一下，因为对方只有1个骆驼了。
这时候对面毕竟还是存在着。 打出后续狮子狗的可能性，不过月之降临再次上手，
符文之神还是回应他了。
对的，
被月亮眷顾的召唤师啊。
那剑圣这边呢？
他还有什么能做的呢？
抽上来是一张河蟹，
需要再过牌。
Cody, you may be correct. It's entirely possible that 4 does mean top 4. I was just going off of what Jarvis Prime told me, the producer.
就是需要过先打再问。其实现在没有别的需求了，就是先打再问了。
对方
I hope to God it's top 4. I may have fallen asleep and missed it.
不能估算了。
这会等会儿。
You and me both, brother.
然后再来一个23，然后这还有一个可以变大的学生。 保底是一个15了。
这边先看一眼，
确认一下对面的最终的2张手牌。
Sacrificial scoots to see the hand.
敲诈和月之降临。
No, it's not. Moon 4. What they do at the top there is, for their schedule, they say elimination for top 8 to top 4. So this is top 8 going into top 4.
但是如果对方不选取目标的话，就没有办法打出了。
就相当于他只是对。
Because you look at the schedule graphic, they had the same thing: 8 and then a symbol to 4, 4 symbol to 2.
那要不要像刚刚排文说的搏一搏呢？
感觉需要回去，真的需要去过一张，先打再问啊。
先征服没问题。
两边战场都站住，来到7分。
规划一下费用，因为自己明面战力已经是输了的。选择让过。
Not sure that the Yi player has a ton of recourse here.
这一回合费用非常的充裕，
那感觉双征很轻松啊。
对，
找单位吧，我觉得现在先用卡片找单位吧。
Because you should be able to very easily still conquer the Star Spring side. And then once you do that, Moonfall. The -2, I believe, is to everything, right? So it gets around the Ruin Runner portion. When you're going into the other side, you should be able to still play Moonfall. There's the On Guard in hand. So you got to get above 7, but Hui should be able to do that. Delicious pretzel dust.
目前我们直播桌上的剑圣是最后一个了，
仅存的了。
对的，所以在这一个对局当中，最后的这一个回合非常的关键。
御风而行，选择了御风，难道还要相信这个右手第一张吗？哦哟，也不一定，就至少我可以白吃你的新人，然后过来总攻，也是可以的。这4张牌，其实还是有点担心。
All right, so
因为他也在考虑对面手上还会有什么。这边看
Stupefy on the pit rookie is enough for the student to go over the top.
敲诈先去过一张。
对的。
They want to go that direction.
新人会变得很小。
等会儿上去。
Stupefy will go to the pit rookie. Kind of surprised that that was allowed to go off. I don't know how many targets this not so fast is going to have. Like again, you could be setting it for Moonfall, but
6比7，这基本上就可以宣告是在这一小局里的最后一个回合了，
绝对是最后一个回合了。
而这一场 BO3 的比赛时长也已经来到了接近84分钟的时间。会带学生，防了一张狮子狗。
Oh, interesting.
这房子也抽不到了。 主要还是有闪现，
Gonna do it this way, and then I think try to use Moonfall to pull the pit rookie over. That will be eaten by the not so fast. But if the Dyna player still has enough might to get over. Here, there's still plenty of units to go over the top of the pit rookie on the other side as well. Dyna actually pulled this out. It was not looking good for the Dyna player for quite some time, but it's just a resilient list.
那其实，在他使用这个月之降临的时候，很有可能就会考虑到这一点，是否会有急速反制，然后只是单去防一个急速反制，没错，不防灭式，不选取目标的打出月之降临。 剑圣这边想要赢，感觉一定要扛到这一张啊。对的。
Right, so on guard on the Ruin Runner.
进行一个9打9。抛出月将。
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there's any reactions over there that you want to play in response to that. I mean, you do have the flash, but Moonfall, Rebuke, etc. are action speed.
3配可以打出。他选了目标。 指了新人的话是有急速反制的机会的，没错。
All right, so here comes the Moonfall, and this has to be the not so fast.
这样的话，学生的战力应该也加不上，依然会是9点对9点。是的。那这里的话，其实还有一张，他的子符文还够不够啊？
好像还有2个。
对。
应该那个蓝符文横着的蓝符文下面还有2个字。
But you're not out of it again if you're the Diana player. This could be a situation where instead you play Ride the Wind to send the Hui over to the Star Spring, trying to find a unit, discard the unit, and then you could flash it back home and then send it back. Oh, that was just a trade? I thought that the Ruiner was still winning by 1 there. But if that's just a trade, then yeah, it doesn't even matter at that point. I can't imagine Diana doesn't have this. Yep, Tide Turner there. We go to 7.
主要是棋速反制其实已经教过了，是的，那也意味着没办法防这张泽退了。泽退是看过的，好像。对。但对于 CLKS 来说，只能去打出雷恩加尔泽退。
All right, so here comes the Rengar. Rebuke. And that's just it. Good game. That Diana really pulled it out. The turn specifically where it was ride the wind, get defied, ride the wind, get defied, play the fizz with no energy left to ride the wind, had to rip a unit off the top, hit the unit off the top with the Hui, and your opponent did not have the punch first. Like, heart of the cards, just send it. Because Diana was behind prior to that. Properly identified, not winning this unless it goes through, and threw everything at it. Got the job done. It's actually pretty impressive.
首先我先把这个摘了。当然在那一场区域公开赛的对局里面，最后是2场半决赛，分别进行了刀妹对上刀妹以及皎月对上皎月，然后最终进行了决赛的刀妹对皎月。对，不知道这一次的情况会如何。不过我依稀记得那个树状图，这次好像不是内战哦。因为刀妹有一个在左边，有一个在右边，好像这样要确认一下。
Right, pick your gamble turn, and if it works, you win. My gamble turn is turn 0, and it never works, and I always lose. But that's okay. I'm here for a good time, not for a long time. All right. It was a very lengthy round, so I'm kind of hoping that there's not too long of a break in between. I will say the Chinese broadcasts always look visually outstanding. The one area where I think they still have potential for improvement is specifically the time in between rounds. But even more so, I think, when we get to this stage, right? When you're in the top cut and there's only so many games left to be played. Is that a BMO hat? That's fantastic.
很可惜，我们俩带不了了。但是我们可以现趁我们这个数据版没上的时间，让门神来带一下吧。反正门神输了。可以，我这个帽子。
BMO。
看一下。哦，可以截个图，有点萌哦。
有点萌，我先带一会儿吧。可以。反正因为我们下一场会有一个神秘的解说嘉宾来到我们的解说台上，给大家带来我们的4进2的比赛，所以呢，我们下一场就没有办法兑现我们的惩罚了。那在这里就由门神来代替我来接受这个惩罚吧。可以。那我们接下来也看一下本场比赛的一个数据对比。这场比赛真的非常的精彩，尤其是在第2局比赛里面 ，Kalios 在后攻，并且对手亮出流星燎拳的情况下。依然是顽强的在中期通过了会的返场，拿下了中期关键的分数第6分，以及最终比赛的胜利。可以看到战斗获胜率上 ，Kalios 以61的
What's that 8 number? Number of counter spells played.
而对于剑圣来说的话，其实还是2局比赛时间里面，我觉得是先打再问的。
I mean, I know that's not what it is, but kind of felt like it. Across 2 games, there were a healthy number of defies played.
来看一下我们的 key 牌吧。
And the not so fast. This has got to be the key card of the matchup. Oh yeah, I see the word key right there, actually. There you go. Hui getting it done.
对，我就很期待说这张会和进能够有一张双人的超边
而且2位都是艺术家，我觉得会很漂亮。
没错啊。
那我们也是通过一段精彩回放来回顾一下本场比赛吧。
All right, here's to hoping that we get a relatively fast turnaround. On the off chance that they are going to give us a fast turnaround, Sam, I am going to run and refill my mug.
Sounds good. I'm down to play a game after. Hello, viewers. This is Jarvis Prime speaking. I don't know how Charmer fills in time so much. I'm very impressed at him solo casting. We got Bryn here as the lobby code.
Basically. Do you have anything specific you want to play against, sir?
No, there we go. I was going to play just a classic comfort pick. I'm going to play Azir.
Azir?
It's my comfort pick.
That's fair. All right. Move here. Draw trigger.
Yeah. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Do my thing.
Yeah.
Draw trigger.
Where's the Magic the Gathering Online button for just allow all things to happen? I am powerless to stop this.
Move here. Draw trigger. And I'm currently 4-3, so I'll pass.
I messed up. No, I should have done instead.
No, I don't know what you should have done instead.
Oh, I mean, this was fine. When I played the second Sand Soldier with the Zir, I should have equipped the Soul Sword off of the other one into this one.
Oh, so that it was on the back line? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because there's no way I'm holding against you.
Let's charm in the one that doesn't have anything on it. Defy.
No. Be gone.
Defy. That was rude, sir.
Is this still 4?
No.
Okay.
That was from the back alley.
Yeah. Here's what's.
Thinking. Your on guard is good.
Discipline. Nice.
Discipline?
So.
Is that good to resolve?
Yes. So we're about that 5, correct?
Yes.
Nice.
On guard?
Sweet. Okay, I see we're doing this game. Okay. So it's at 7. 7 to 5. I'll make mine 7.
Discipline.
Icing on top, I'll discipline again.
Wow. That was rude.
Recycle the equip. And move in. Fast focus. Nice.
Thinking. What are the odds that you have another discipline?
Pretty low. But never impossible.
I will not do the pay thing.
Okay, so you're at 5?
I'm at 5.
Cool. On that. Great.
So this transfers over a lot.
Yeah, more than enough.
Yeah.
I was actually the card I was most scared of, and I was like, even if I pay, I don't beat Death Grip. So
you are right to fear it. Would you like to take your pike off the stack, good sir?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Would you like to pay for your?
Yes.
Death Grip?
I realized they are of my way as well.
感觉其实来到了淘汰赛以后，大家这种可能更高强度对局，并且不现实的对局，对于剑圣很多牌的思考量
Hide.
其他人防剑圣防得更好了啊。
来吧
Hiding is cheating.
2个半区。
哦，梦之星高妹色对上了 Kalios， 然后另外一边不吃香菜的乌萨奇对上了神奥空间神切 CB。
是的。
We're gonna accelerate.
晋级卡组分布，2个刀锋舞者，2个皎月女神。 作为2弹的这个全国公开赛的冠军传奇，刀锋舞者
Just 3. So 4 to 3, I will pass focus.
这一弹一直绕不开的最强的这个法术对抗的卡组，并且他也是在我们这个冠军戒指的这个宣传图上面印下了自己的蓝紫色组。对，这是2个 buff 碰撞的一个画面。
Whoa. Right, I might have a defy there, buddy.
Are you letting it resolve or no?
No, I'm not letting you draw more cards.
Cool. Oh. I'm gonna shuffle my deck.
我觉得皎月的胜率可能会稍微大一点。没问题，那淮南呢？
我日常有月选月，我都已经连着3轮了，有月选月。
行，那我
Then draw a trigger.
选手一个人孤零零的，好吧？我支持一下刀妹。OK，
好。那我们这一轮的竞猜就是2个皎月，1个刀妹。
No, I didn't want you to get more mojo.
就像 Apple 2所说的，真的是伯仲之间，因为看了太多的这种经典对局了，或者说这2个传奇确实也是这个。 赛季当中最热门的3个传奇之2啊，另外一个当然是我们的无极剑圣。很看，我觉得其实在这个对局里面会有一张很关键的牌，造化弄人，真的是造化弄人。
Why does that feel terrible?
I like to do it when I have a more full board.
是有一定压力的，因为本身你在对抗的时候会爆掉很多的费用，然后刀妹一旦被回手，只要你的费用不大于这个6点，那其实你再去拍下来进攻的压力就很大。是的，就算你能完成进攻，后续你也很容易被反手处理掉。那想问一下 Apple 2，你觉得皎月在这个对局当中可能会因为哪些东西一下子被打爆
？You're 5, right?
主要还是魅惑吧，毕竟皎月的单位也相对比较容易处理嘛，对于刀妹来说。就是魅惑可能在前中期。 这个单位数量不是特别多的时候，一旦皎月或者学生什么被解了，就会比较麻烦。是的，
主要还是魅惑，哪怕是个会，你上来也就是个8点嘛，对吧？如果说你回合外不留太多费用去防守的话
，hide a card.
在进攻端想要处理掉，
没有那么困难。We do, yay!
在战场方面啊，因为可能会有2场的。
And it's what, Aurelia?
Yeah, there's a graphic that popped up that the top 4 is 2 Aurelia and 2 Kaisas.
Kaisa?
Yeah, I was surprised too.
How?
Oh, 2 Dianas.
I was gonna say. I was just about to say, how can that be when we just saw a Diana?
All the Dianas got knocked out, even though they won.
对抗这个废弃大厅对刀妹增益过大的办法是靠那张5费的紫薇古斯。不知道这次选手们有没有提供到额外的新的思路，能让我们眼前一亮呢？
刀妹这边沉默神庙。
哦，洛言之境。
皎月这里的洛言之境啊，其实我觉得在看到剑圣、刀妹和皎月3个传奇里面，其实皎月的战场选择分歧是最多的。没有比较固定的我们所说的3个战场的带法。
Rockfall Zone, or you can't play units there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Aspirant's Climb has chip.
Climbing up his little tower.
沉默神庙对上洛言之境。
2边都没有在第1局亮出自己的废弃大厅。
这个洛言之境应该主要还是用来 counter 剑圣的狮子狗的。是的，不过在这个对局好像就不太有作用了，因为刀妹本身也很难在场上去进行这个手拍的联防。是的， 先攻是不吃香菜的乌萨奇选手，
刀妹选手的先攻。
对。
I know Diana came out in Unleashed, but I feel like this is the Spirit Forge matchup that is basically just Ezreal.
两名选手算上昨天到现在为止，应该是一共打了14把，这是第10。
Yeah, maybe.
昨天的8轮瑞士轮，早上的3轮进阶瑞士轮，再加上16进8、8进4的2轮淘汰赛。
我们一直说这种大赛可能去玩剑圣这样的偏向于简单一些的卡组，有利于自己的稳定发挥。但是你选择了刀妹，选择了皎月，他们的卡组的高上限是会给你回报的。
对。
感觉两位选手应该现在
I keep it, huh? Their side, Mulligan 2. Tells me Diana's probably going first, looking for 2-drop. Didn't find it.
Abandoned though. Bag.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Dianas are on 1 abandon, 1 hard bargain, like, is the split.
That makes sense. Just for those niche situations.
Yeah. The abandon's really nice into like victors, things like that. It can also be good at slowing down Lux, right? Even just like taking progress day and making it take an additional turn, that sort of thing. Oh, the Diana's going second.
Yeah, basically any deck that does the 1 card per turn kind of play.
Yeah, I mean, one card per turn. It's more so like because Abandon is just on spells. You're looking for anything that's going to have a big spell that you, if you bounce it, you interrupt their stuff, right? So like I said, Victor, because like if you stop the Imperial Decree, for example, a lot of times they're trying to go like Decree into Bellows, but if you put the Decree back, then they have to wait a whole extra turn, sort of thing.
That card gets kind of crazy with the Nasus card. The one, or not Nasus card, the counter the next spell that's played, if it's the second spell played.
Yeah.
Bounce it back to their hand and then just counter it for real the second time. It's a lot of mana to hold up though.
I mean, it's only 3 mana.
Oh, is the whatever the hand of the Nasus one? I don't know what it's called. Is that only 1?
It's yeah, it's 1 and 1 power.
Oh wow, it is.
Yeah.
I'm so magic pilled that whenever I read the word counter a spell, I think it's anything.
Yeah, I know. Takes some getting used to. I'm just like, oh yeah, ban. Oh no.
I was like, hard bargain. This card's cracked. And I'm like, oh, can't counter units.
Yeah, it's not mana leak. All right, so the Aurelia player, slow, patient start, but very methodical. You've got Stellacorn, you've got Boots.
Great question, Mage. I don't know what God is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
No, it's what's good, fellas.
I prefer a nice deity in the morning.
You know what I'm drinking right now?
Pretzel dust?
No, drinking, sir. This is tea because I ran out of coffee.
Oh no.
So it's delightful. It's raspberry tea. It tastes like nectar of the gods. One might even call it a deity. Yes, everybody, it is 7:17 a.m. where I am. I've been up all night, and that is the level of humor you're gonna get. Thanks for coming. Try the veal. All right. Here comes the Vex. Gonna... Yep, start the combat, use your Diana Legend on the losses. Losses gets a lot of value in this matchup on boots or potential Zonias, etc. Going to develop Hui in the back line. Might just leave the rest up to try to protect the Vex. Yeah, that makes the most sense. You know, whether you have it or not, you want to signal. Maybe you've got the flash, maybe you've got the ride the wind, etc., etc. Of course, plenty of disruption in the hand of this Aurelia player. So Stellacorn's going to go in, going to start with the discipline. Discipline is good. I think this might be a situation where I was going to say, if you're okay with following this up with a stacked deck and just losing the Vex, I like taking the shot on the Gust, say, okay, you have to have another reaction speed. Both disciplines go through. Stellacorn's up to +4, so a 7 might menace. So focus passed over. This is going to be stacked deck. Just to use all of your energy. And going to be a loss of the Vex to the Menace. Keep saying Menace because I want pictures of Stellacorn.
It's so hard to deal with if you don't have just direct removal.
但利用天角，其实刀妹这边的手牌数量已经上涨到了8张啊。对。像上一场长沙站的区域公开赛的决赛里，甚至可以看到两边是拿着接近20张手牌，接近半副排堆在跟对面去游戏。
Yeah. I think it's actually even still easier to kill an Akali than it is in Aurelia, just because Aurelia, they get boots. And like, yes, there is equipment that I could run. And I've ran versions that were running like longsword.
I tried that. It's so energy heavy.
Right. Well, it's energy and power heavy if you're going for the re-equips and stuff too. So I just think that the cleaves have been performing much better.
Yeah, I was trying to have a version with seals in it, but that just did not feel good. Shoot, what is it called? New gear that came out in red, that pendulum blade, feels really good on a Akali.
Yeah, my biggest issue with that is that it's 3 energy and then you have to equip it.
Yeah, when you're already spending most of your energy on empowering.
Yeah.
I want to try this go wide token deck with Darius with Rage Amplifier.
Alright, Hui going in. Oh, Mind Splitter. Hello? We're seeing some main deck spice out of these Dianas tonight between the Baron and now a Mind Splitter. Like, it's not unheard of to see a Mind Splitter in a Diana list, but
It's a one of.
I mean, it's got to be a one of.
I don't know. They're playing spicy. Have Baron Pit in the main deck too.
All right. Hard bargain says no. Hard bargain putting the Defy into Defiant Dance. Ayo.
如果说 buff 牌消耗比较严重的话，那这个绿刀妹登场之后的收益也会比较受限。
I was trying to catch a glimpse. Is that also a Vex Cheerless that I saw?
In the Diane stand? Yeah.
Yeah.
这样的话得先想办法让这个保证一下这个
Yeah, there it is.
保证一下这个会的存
I don't hate this at all. This card is so good when it's working in your favor.
I like that animation.
的代价大幅度的上升。
没错，这里很狂的把这张会留在了场上，5点的战力。
其实你会发现，这个洛言之境上面
I really wish that I could fit that plus the applied researchers into my Mel list somehow, just because then you get like turbo discounts, but probably overkill.
对，
就是他一直源源不断的去补充了后续能够去战斗的生物。
换句话来说，两边基本上无视掉了沉默神庙这个战场。
对，所以一直在上面，你吃我一个，我吃你一个；你吃我一个，我吃你一个。但要这么想，乌萨奇的
So another boots. And another boots. Okay. All the boots.
One for each foot.
New boot. New boot goofing.
出来自己的手上的 buff 牌没有那么多了，对，只能用装备去代替 buff 牌做战力上的补充。但是刚售完，
Yeah.
上来一张决斗驾驶。
Good time to have a flash. And hope that your opponent does not have a defy.
这边主动选取的，一开始第一回合他就决定在这个战场上跟
Oh.
刀妹进行互动，就说明了他的想法是我宁可自己的几个威古斯没法。
I was going to say, I didn't think that they did have a flash. I was just saying it would be a good time to have it.
因为自己已经贴了2个装备，如果这个天角再倒下的话，费用上其实会比较吃紧。
Why not ready the Stellarcorn in that situation? Move him over.
哇，这张闪现有点姗姗来迟啊！刚才闪现特别好发挥的一个回合。
I would have to.
如果说能够用一个比较好的办法
I think they have what, 5 runes? So I'd have to assume that it's mostly just not wanting to deramp all the way down to 4. Yeah, they only have 5 runes right now. So if you go over, like you get the extra draw from the move.
毕竟他手里是有仪器的嘛，能保证扛不出来。
最好的单位其实在这里是控潮者，对吧？假如说
But at some point here, I think you're going to ultimately want to get your Aurelia in play, but you're not going to want to do that unless you can also protect it. And if you're deramping too aggressively, that's going to be a problem. You're also staring at a Vex Cheerless, right? So if that gets on a battlefield and then you have to go into it, you're going to be burning through a bunch of runes due to the cost issue, and that's going to make things more problematic. So I think unless it's like imperative to do it, just trying to avoid the deramp makes the most sense there.
Yeah, I also think he's still trying to bait out options from the opponent.
要不先上沉默神庙收张牌呢？
上去打一个2费的造化，再加上传奇的效果，可以只支付1费，白嫖你的天角。那你要在这个场地上跟威古斯进行交互的话，说实话非常的危险啊。这里2费爆完，一旦右边皎月有反手的能力，那我觉得左边的费用炸的几乎完全不可接受了。
对，就这个面试打下来2费2符，对面只要打出像仪器这样的单卡。
So the defy is there for the Aurelia player.
对，
所以说保住符能的费用，然后后续再去做进攻，我觉得也能接受，因为毕竟刀妹是一个当回合拍下来之后可以立马去进攻的传奇。
是的。
But again, the cost investment. So the decision right here is like, yeah, you actually can defy the Starcross, but with the energy still up for the opposing player, like if you deramp, sink this defy, and then they still have an answer, it's going to feel awful. So I think that was kind of the mental calculation that was going. So there's the abandon.
这里一旦造化回去，感觉对刀妹来说是绝对不太能接受的。
And he had to pay extra because of the Vex. That's brutal.
Right.
光使用天角牧者，可能都要去花费4费。
Crazy place. To stand
Masterful.
没有更多的单位了。
Masterful turn from the Diana player.
How did he play the Starcross from the Fizz after moving into the battlefield? I thought you had to play the spell right away.
皎月到底应该如何对抗废弃大厅对刀妹增益过大的问题？虽然这把没有废弃大厅，但是这个微谷
Was the Starcross from the Fizz? I thought the Starcross was just targeting the Fizz.
比赛的胜负手。
对。
Now you have me doubting it. I thought it was from the Fizz.
I have to go back and look then.
Yeah. Because I mean, you're correct. Obviously, you can't play Fizz mid-combat. I thought that the Fizz had been played earlier, was just out there, and then it was just star-crossed from hand.
Oh, it was
because I thought that
from the graveyard and then star-crossed.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yep, stack deck from the graveyard, and then you move the Vex in, so the star-crossed is also discounted. You don't have to, you just pay 2 energy. Seems like an okay deal.
Thank you, chat, for clarifying.
其实我觉得上回合这个造化弄人非常的阳谋啊，因为就算刀妹这里不交这个灭世，下回合再
It's actually kind of crazy, Charmer. The amount of times I produce these shows, but I don't actually watch the gameplay. This is my first time actually really focusing watching down a game.
打了刀妹胜2回，
重新穿2双鞋上去。
Yeah, I know that you're not watching when you're producing for me.
Hey. Hey. Not my fault you were a bad luck magnet. That was crazy.
It really was, man. Everything, bro.
I felt so bad.
对这个魅惑他没有办法，只能被解掉郁郁了。
那小鱼人造化弄人怎么办？
没有办法，
感觉就是那小鱼人造化弄人，感觉这天角每一波出来穿双鞋，
而且小鱼人造化弄人。
So I think I'm finishing producing this, and then we're gonna go straight into the RIftatlas tournament. Jesus.
主要就是这样，小鱼人是明着回手回去的。
对，这有点简单了，我说实话，其实是
直接被解掉了。
所以就是回到一开始那个问题，我觉得就是在那个地方找到造化弄人的那一瞬间，刀妹那边可能就已经不存在一个。
Do you just scoop heroes earlier? I feel like there's just no coming back from this.
对，
那我们把这个时间
So I feel like in a timed round, it would be a strong consideration. But given that we're in the untimed rounds, I think that it's actually just incorrect to scoop.
So it's just a mental game at this point. You're just trying to learn as much information about your opponent as possible, basically.
Well, I mean that, but also like if you're not worried about the time, right? Like you're gonna spend yes, you're gonna spend like an extra 5 minutes, and they will likely just win. But you don't want to do things for your opponent. They might make a mistake. They might forget to do something. They might whatever. And if it's gonna only be 3 or 5 extra minutes, and you're not worried about the clock, like I said, I think it's fine.
That's fair.
If this was a timed round, then yeah, I would have conceded as the Aurelia player.
I mean, even in untimed, I feel like there's a certain like, I don't know. I see like Sam and I see like Priz and I see a lot of these players when we get to like these rounds where it turns into just like a mental stamina game. And props to the Chinese players. I feel like every time you watch like Chinese Riftbound, they still have pretty fast play, even in like the finals and top 4s.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the mental stamina thing, right? If you're looking for an edge and you think that you have better mental stamina, again, forcing your opponent to go through the extra turns while you don't have to think because the game's already over, just tax them.
Dude, it's pitiless and bootless now.
4个单位的沉淀，对于刀妹来说，这把很绝望。一手的牌，但是没有更多的。
Yeah, but this crab could ride the wind. Bringing a fully new meaning to Scoots.
刀妹好像也处理不了。这可就是假如这个会如果丢的是单位的话，就等于说是一个16攻的进攻。
对，相对而言，我觉得这一局就是在中期。 一直的交互，然后每一次交互其实都是爆大量的不能费用。虽然说有9张手牌啊，但是牌根本打不出去。
是的。
Yeah, I mean Diana, not Vex, not Kaisa, not whatever else. But I know what you mean because it was a combat with the Vex. That was when the blowout occurred. X Cheerless is just kind
He's
of
gonna ride the wind.
crazy.
Fly, Seymour, fly.
而且其实还有一个回合，就是当时知道对面手上有刚锋的时候，天角牧者
Be
上
nice
去
if
打
that Seymour had boots.
确实想要过牌。但那个
Well, I don't think that you actually can ride the wind here. As like as funny as it would be, your opponent's just trying to double conquer and win, right?
Yeah.
So you put the crab here,
我觉得这把的关键就是在于刀妹迟迟没有登场。
and then theoretically you hope that they just don't respect it, and maybe you do something crazy and go over the top. The problem is that if I'm the Diana player here, I would take a long, hard look at maybe just windmill slamming this Mind Splitter to see what the hand is, and then it's just algebraic, right? Solve for X, because you'll know what you're working against.
我直接送给你，然后后面的会我也送给你，维古斯我也送给你，但是我源源不断的一直会有第二个这个中间生物去帮我进攻，而你的天角牧者你战力永远只有3，穿鞋子也只有一个5点，你不叫牌是根本打不过我的。
感觉右边这个皎月选手的思路非常的清晰啊，就他应该是打过很多次这个对局，他能够想到自己的单位是可以适当的这样子死的。
御风河蟹，
御风河蟹过去补 trick， 是一个0打3，一张巨破之物可以填平战力差，变成一个
Oh.
0打3变成一个他是要
他点
贴着动
Scooting over.
应该还是一张巨破之物吧？还有第3张吗？
应该是张决斗剑士，如果我没看错的话。好，4点的河蟹。
Surprise combat win over the Fizz.
4点的河蟹手会的进攻的话，首先你要还有张 trick， 其次这个会不能有。
That should also then score a point. You're not marking it though, but that should score a point up to 6, right? There we go. There we go.
学生捡了功能又上去呗，上去其实也没什么办法。
第7分，然后会只要走上去变成8，我感觉。当然了，最稳定的应该是2个一起。
Right, is now the Mind Splitter?
再看一手你有什么？再退。
Yeah.
对的。如果你想不明白对手可能什么时候翻，那什么东西翻，那我们打张玄龙就什么都知道了。
碰拳了，这张玄
And there's the fist bump.
不想去暴露更多的手牌信息了。
对，主要他自己一大把牌，也不太想给对面看了。
对，直接碰拳。那第一个
Sent guitar
选手赢下来还是比较轻松的。
for 1,000 jewels.
这个对局，其实我感觉这几天看下来的话，皎月的
Oh, that's the best guitar impression I got, I guess.
我们比较热门的传奇，刀妹跟剑圣来说是要更多一些的。
是的，
算是一个后手抗性更好的卡组，而且在这把里面，就像2位一直在有聊到的，在前中期其实一直围绕着洛言之间的战斗，一直都是刀妹这边主动在交牌、交费用去跟皎月打，而皎月这边的话，可能每一波都没有交太多东西，反而是在这种对抗当中，自己虽然说亏点怪，但是我能利用皎月的这个小头的效果，对吧？这一张蓝皎月的技能效果，能拿到更多的牌，然后让自己也能够。
The BMO hat in full effect.
这个对局就是什么情况？之前我们第2赛季的时候也就常说嘛，buff 牌不要随意的。
I gotta get y'all props next time.
小单位上面，
Cast.
对你交在小单位上面之后，
Wow. Nose and the BMO hat. It's going crazy.
Oh, get us props. I thought you said give us props, and I was like, why? Get us props. Yeah, I love bits like that. I was telling Josh Snyder and Hartford that I once did a fab event, and we never acknowledged it. Like, but I did one broadcast where, for whatever reason, they had a bunch of ties there. So in between, like every camera section, I was wearing a new tie.
Nice.
造化弄人我回来，如果说我的小康没办法去响应到这个造化弄人的话，我该怎么去进行下回合的对策？
So the Diana did end up taking it. The play, right like when you left, the play actually ended up being Scuttle Crab rode the wind over so that when that Fizz went, that was still a showdown that was happening. So Scoots rode the wind over to the Fizz, and then unguarded and then Defiant danced to try to beat the Fizz.
Oh my goodness, what?
Yeah.
So Seymour actually got the chance to fly.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So beat the Fizz, but then they sent the Ravenbloom to the spot where Scoots was, and then they played the Mind Splitter, and it was a fist bump because Mind Splitter was gonna split the mind.
很多刀妹的获胜方式就是这样子的，他们也不需要用到小头，但是在面对皎月的情况下，特别是我觉得 CB 选手他的皎月在第一盘我们能够看到他的一个生物的厚度其实蛮厚的，又有维古斯，又有会，又有这个 P 型玄龙。
对，就是你在看到他，就是对于皎月来说，看到刀妹用天角去刷牌的过程当中，也要想到对面会爆一些的这个符能费用，
对，
导致他的费用其实上涨的速度是比皎月要慢很多的。而这个时候他主要是专注于自己的游戏计划，做好自己的沉淀，然后每一回合都尽量去跟你做战斗，因为做战斗的过程当中，两边就会有这个符能的损耗。那这个损耗对于刀妹来说是更加损耗不起的，因为他不光要去打法术，还要去穿装备。
是的。这个威古斯接造化弄人的 combo 应该是皎月对抗刀妹的最佳手段。
对，这个两费不回的费用可以去打出造化弄人，这个优势实在是太大了，而且本身其实造化弄人的这个代价也可以配合小鱼人被降到最低，对吧？跟绿色、跟绿紫的这个造化弄人和谐其实差不多的感觉。
对。那可以看得出来，在整个对抗里边啊，如果说就单说这第一个小局的话，我觉得这个手工可能就是要让这两张牌来共同承担了。刀妹在任何情况下，一个被穿了多张装备的单位被那个造化弄人回手，几乎都是不可接受的。甚至有时候一个河蟹穿了一身的装备被造化弄人回去。
All right, sideboarding can't be taken that long.
对，而且他毕竟回的还是个天桥。
Let's do this.
这个英雄选定区域的绿刀妹，如果是个绿刀妹的话，还要额外支付法盾嘛。但是是个天角，其实它的这个损耗付出的代价小非常非常多。
Gotta have that little table talk moments.
选手如果跟刀妹的对局熟练度不够的话，你会因为绿刀妹她这个法盾的问题，你跟对方交互越多，自己回费回的越多，最后把自己费给榨干了。但反而在这把我们看到的是刀妹把自己的费给榨干了，所以在这个对局中如何去把控这个场面和符能费用之间的平衡，我觉得是
I never forget the sigh of relief in Hartford Grand Finals, where they played double Arena's Greatest.
Oh,
just
yeah.
Everyone's like, we're going home early.
其实皎月刀妹的这个对局，两边的速度并没有那么快，他们是玩一个中长盘去比拼这个资源厚度的，所以说在前期可能是稍微要把节奏放缓一点，不太能够接受。
All right, here we go.
这个费用资源来到第二局，
其实主要还是看会不会是两个废弃大厅，还是说一个单边的废弃大厅。刀妹这里先攻了废弃大厅，而皎月则是给出了竞技荒原。
So this is what Hall and Wastes.
我觉得这个皎月应该是针对剑圣进行了很明确的特化，两个战场看上去好像都是剑圣特别不能接受的场。
对。
那我觉得他在战场上做了这样的设计的话，他打剑圣应该要比正常皎月好打非常多。
是的，
这可能是他一路过关斩将到这里的秘诀之一。
也能看到剑圣虽然说在这个转换率上很高，但是来到最后的16强的上位区其实是变低了的。
是的，最后4强就是已经一个都没有了嘛。
对。
骑手有河道蟹的对局，
What's up with this guy's dexterity? Why does he keep playing with flipped cards?
I don't know.
后手有会的情况下可以3-5顺拍。
It's probably because of the scuttle crab. Crab walking backwards.
3费的派克，这个派克能够
Okay.
先手的第二回合拍下来也很舒服，因为还能保留1费，并且下一回合其实自己也不需要去动，对吧？可以找机会拍刀妹了。
先上废弃大厅。
那如果现在拍会的话，这个皎月又跟
And reveal. Ravenbloom.
2张都没看到法术啊，还是有点不太舒服。但这应该是不会拍会的，居然选择了这个战场。
I love that card. I think it's such a cool interaction.
去做防守，
而且这个御风在手上的话，只要你敢有行动，我甚至可能能够。
Yeah, Diana's just kind of cool in general. It's
手上的法术比较多，在刀妹选手。
It's just a really well-designed legend.
刀妹来说，手里没有额外的单位的话，那就是无非就这里交互还是
主动去进攻了。 对，那么首先3打3的话，你需要先去打牌，
先敲诈。
All right, looking for the stupefy.
是的
Stupefy is good. Draw the card.
绝对可以接受。那他肯定会先交东西。那皎月的话，这里绝对，那如果说刀妹能接受，那皎月肯定就不能接受。
对，那敲诈减你1战力的同时逼你交招。
Abandoned Hall trigger.
废弃大厅的加1。
但是能看到乌萨奇的手牌，不管是训练有素、决斗架势，还是说灭世，都在手里。
I think here you just pass and wait to see what they're gonna do with the pike and try to leave yourself open for like an emergency bailout.
Yeah, he's got even more.
这里对于刀妹来说，我觉得最理想情况应该是这里小交互一波。
I mean, no, really has at least a discipline. Yep, there it is.
就是能够再沉淀一个质量的装备。
Yeah, this is just a good situation to look into potentially a ride the wind. The question is whether you want to be greedy with it and try to go to the opposing battlefield. Or if you want to go back home, biggest problem with going to the opposing battlefield is that it's going to be a single buff, a single pump to take this out because it's waste.
Oh.
It's also just going to get defied. But yeah, I mean, I don't hate the idea. I don't know that I would have liked moving it there as opposed to just back, but then pike. It's a gold.
能不能抽到足够好的这波互动的法术，我觉得可能是这回合对于皎月来说非常重要的一件事儿。
包括皎月手上是有张月食的，
Big commitment, but I think it was worth it.
Yeah.
月食打出去肯定是能打赢，没被撞的话，但有没有更赚的办法呢？
Why not move Seymour into the other one?
折戟月食，还有一张紫螳螂。是的。
Because you're just giving it away.
也很难不是加6。
Like you score the point, but what you lose is the ability to just pop the Scuttle Crab to look at your opponent's hand on a turn where it might be more relevant.
Makes sense.
CB 这边来说的话，还是会考虑一下对面
I think I'm too aggro pilled.
可能会打出哪些牌。
No, I mean, it's a fair question. It's just one of those things where I think sometimes people undervalue operating with known information. And Aurelia is definitely a deck where if you know exactly what your opponent's hand is, you can get a lot of value out of that. And this is the Abandon.
He has enough to recast it.
I mean, he does, but then what? I think the problem here was...
Is that left card? There's a 5 power cost.
It's a Hui.
Oh, yeah.
I think. It's either Hui or Vex Cheerless again.
Hey, you say acceptable losses is an awkward draw, but the Aurelia had 2 boots last time, and those got blasted by unacceptable losses.
Yeah, no, the losses is potentially really good in this matchup. Getting rid of boots, getting rid of Zonias, etc. The problem is that pike winning generates that gold, and if I'm that Aurelia player, especially after game 1, I am never using that gold.
I didn't
All
realize
right.
acceptable losses was a... Oh, no. Our stream is taking acceptable losses.
It's defiantly dancing back and forth in time.
Oh, I see question marks in chat. I don't think this is us.
Oh, it's definitely not us.
Yeah.
要不要再折戟一下？
对的，可以把这边金币给拆了。确实
GD fell asleep and is clicking the fade to black button by himself.
能赢，对，折戟能大一，折戟能赢，
没有别顶多。
对，不可能接受这个被对面派克解决掉了，因为
Yeah, it was a Hui. So should be Hui, Kazakhs, acceptable losses. So losses is coming down here, but that's just going to eat the gold. I think it's still fine to do it here because your future losses are useless until you get rid of it. And as long as you get rid of this pike here and prevent future gold, you're at least in a somewhat better spot. The losses also, of course, serves as a double buff there because of the Raven Bloom and the Abandoned Hall. This is the other reason why you didn't want to give up Scoots for free, because sometimes Scoots is the only thing you have.
Yeah, and it's still pretty useful. How much you can buff.
It's useful when it eats a Raven Bloom.
Yeah, it's crazy.
回合因为这个遗弃的原因，导致
要去拿2分。
哦，这里要直接控双场，
很凶狠啊！因为知道你没有单位了，
而且就是现在的费用其实也比较的多，手拍也真的不怎么多，那炸费该炸就炸了。
感觉就
So fast tracked it there, but that was Tide Turner choosing Aurelia, doing the ready, send Scoots over. And that's safe to do here just because you're not worried about like accelerate units or anything. Just very meticulous with the resources from the Aurelia player this time around. Okay, so Fizz gonna attempt to just play Ride the Wind to send Fizz into the hall. Right when I'm saying, hey, you're not worried about Accelerate, Fizz is like, oh, by the way, here's Accelerate. On guard. No, this is...
Was it Ride the Wind?
Ride the Wind, yeah.
Okay.
没得选。
对，这种情况下，你不可能说这个小鱼人上去就被白吃掉了。
I really wish orange decks were more popular that weren't Aurora.
I mean, we have Rengar.
That's true. I think it's just part of the evolution of the game, but the game feels so much more like bluffing and less like playing the board state, which is just the style of Riftbound. Because they added the ambush, they added a lot more counter spells, a lot more discipline-like effects.
Yeah. But I mean, at the core of the game, you're trying to get into skirmishes at battlefields, right? So you want to have good design around that, and having things like ambush and so on and so forth, I think helps that. Like, yes, it is about bluffing, but I think that is also what makes it compelling. Because if it's one of those situations where it's just more about board state or whatever, then it becomes kind of face-up solvable.
True.
然后想要去通过2张手牌处理一个刀妹加河蟹加待命的防守，我是觉得没有那么简单。但是乌萨其实选择了全撤，在后场沉淀一下。
FYI, the other person's mic volume is really low compared to you.
Yeah, just
boosted myself a bit. Me or you?
It should be good. I was not expecting to speak on stream, so I had it turned down pretty low.
And yet here you are.
Yeah, I thought I'd help out.
Oh, come on. It's only almost 8 a.m. We're not even in the finals yet.
The sun came out.
The sun did come out, and it is tomorrow.
哦，对呀，我就想说，这张疯狂海寇真的从来没见过有人带过这张牌。
这是第一弹的神秘大卡，其实在第一弹都没怎么有人携带，但是它的效果其实对于这种单独防守，就是我们所谓的打剑圣，对吧？就是那种单个场上一个怪的时候，它是比较有效的。
而且在自己的卡组里面，其实跟会也算是有一定的配合。
对，很有趣的小巧思啊，真的从来没有见过有人带。
而且它会有个神秘的词条，就壁垒。
哦，对，壁垒。
它是个它是个5/4的壁垒。
是的。
对吧？壁垒属性其实，在配合螳螂的时候，我们看到过它的。
Raven Bloom in, Kazakh's back, develop way.
开会。
这一张疯狂海寇，
And then just pass.
或许，尤其在斩杀回合里面，会制造一些意想不到的效果。
是的。
Now, you're signaling to the Aurelia player that you have something to save this Raven Bloom. Because once this comes in, it's gonna have the -2. But you're already fast tracking. They're like, actually, I didn't have anything. Good call. There goes Scoots to the hall.
We get to see the Aurelia come out.
Ooh. That is very good for the Aurelia player. So Tide Turner, Switcheroo, not so fast. No reason to ready and go for the Conquer. A, you already did it with the Crab, but B, you're just trying to save this Aurelia so that you can set up your double Conquer. You just bail it out of dodge. Kha'Zix comes in here. Go up in XP. Go up to 6 as well. Not seeing... Oh, interesting. I was going to say not seeing like a Ride the Wind or anything else in the other hand, but... Pretty sure that was a maddened Marauder that I saw.
Oh, what even is that?
It's a unit that when you play it, you can move a battle or move a unit from a battlefield to a base. So it's like, I think it's like 5 and 4, so 5 power, 4 might, and then it's basically like 1/2 of a charm. Like it only ships them away. But in situations where you're trying to break, so basically, if you think that the Aurelia player might ever just, you know, try to go from 7 to 8 on a hold or something, then you can play it and try to push it back. Yeah, that card. I'm pretty sure I saw that in the hand of the Diana player.
Yeah, fighter flight at home.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's kind of a cheeky inclusion when you think about it, just because there's, you know, outside of not so fast, not a lot of things that counter that effect. But also, when you pair it with cards like Starcrossed, you get multiple opportunities at potentially shipping it. And because the card itself doesn't cost a power, it's not too bad. We're going to game 3.
This is top 4. All 4 of the final decks are 2 Aurelias, 2 Dianas. So the other table is exactly the same. Question is, will we get 2 Dianas in the grand final, or will we have another replay of Aurelia versus Diana?
Or will it be Aurelia?
No, it's illegal. It's not happening.
Because you said that, that's what we're gonna get.
No,
just so we're clear.
Fun to watch.
I can tell you definitely have not watched the broadcasts.
Okay, I think it's more fun to watch than double Dianas.
No, Diana's got a lot of interaction back and forth, man.
Yeah, that's fair.
The Aurelia, so the only reason that I usually am not a huge fan of Aurelia mirrors is because it's typically like one of two things. Either they kind of play, hey, we're going to avoid each other until somebody like forces the other person to try to hold.
It plays like poker.
It's just a lot of like, I play my units, they go in, they come back out. You play your units, they go in, they go back out, because you're not trying to commit. So it's either that happens, and then eventually, because of point tempo in one direction or the other, somebody has to hold, and you just have like one combat that's worth anything. Or the alternative is one person has like a pseudo brick of a hand, and the other person has like unit charm, and they just set them back a million years and they never come back. I feel like there's never really that much of an in-between in the Aurelia mirrors. Mirror. Shouldn't say mirrors. I'm just getting tired, so I'm slurring my speech.
Yeah,
It's
but then
mirror.
it's like a quick bullet to the head. Like it's done. Like it's one and done.
Yeah, you would think that, but
sorry, does the chamber have 6 rounds? Is that what I'm hearing instead?
well, I'm just saying, you know, it's untimed rounds in the finals of a big Chinese tournament, so even if somebody bricks, it's gonna take a while, you know? Alright, so we have Peak and Abandoned Hall.
这两个战场对于双方而言都是非常好用的战场。这一把先攻终于是落在了神切 CB 手中。
那这样的话，对于乌萨奇是一个后手的去神风之巅，确实也没办法了，因为第一把选择把沉默神庙给用掉了嘛。是的。
Those secret lab chairs that we had in Hartford, they looked so pretty.
Just thank Barrett for them. Dude was building them for literally a day and a half straight.
Yeah, I mean, he told me, but it made me want one. And then I'd have to decide because both the Ari and the Akali looked outstanding.
And you can play Charm in both.
Right.
I like the Akali one more. I think her weapons looked sick on it.
Yeah, well, and the dragon looked sweet.
这个起手牌其实蛮尬的。对，当然还是需要相信一下自己右手的第一张，只剩一抽了。
When's the next KDA album coming out?
You know, that's a good question.
因为到下一个回合，如果你是拍下会或者拍下皎月，其实都会很尴尬。如果拍会的话，你可能没有任何的费用。
And we're gonna get KDA Legends. Be sick. What if that comes out in Radiance? Ooh, hold up.
Yeah, I suspect that Radiance might have the rest of the KDA Legends coming, and then we'll have overnumbered versions that are KDA. I think there's a reason that we got the spiders in this set, because Elise is coming. We got Evelyn champion unit already, because Evelyn's coming.
But we also have Heartsteel too, because we'll have Cassante and then we'll have Echo. Wait, Echo's not in Heartsteel. He's in the other one. What was the other one? Had Yasuo, Echo, Akali.
Yeah. Can't remember now. I was just thinking to myself, like, I can't wait for the pentakill.
That would be sick. We're not going to see Karthus for a while, though. This is playing almost exactly the same as last game.
Yeah. Consistent decks be consistent.
True damage. That's what it was.
That, yep.
对，因为螳螂是一个6点的战力，而就算拿了决斗架势，你也只是个5点，换不掉任何的生物。主动御风逃跑吗？
只能逃跑了。
只能考虑主动御风逃跑了。
那现在就想的就是逃跑之后。
What if we sold those dice on the Turnham Sideways shop?
干嘛呢？留个决斗架势跟场下的蓝角月互动，感觉可能是一个可行的思路。
What if?
What if?
这个巨神风之巅感觉
What if?
改变时间线了。
对他回2费，皎月投1费。
是的。
莫名其妙在第2回合飞。
All right, call a judge. He's stacking the deck.
这个乌萨奇
那是沉淀螳螂了吗？沉淀有天角，对，看手里有张天角。
那他也不跑路了。
是的。
对啊，跑路之后其实也拍不出东西来，还是比较亏的。
那这样对于皎月来说
I don't think the Stellacorn's going to have as much freedom as it did last game. Or game 1.
会变成天角带御风兜一圈。
可以接受。
看看
Under over 3 cards on draw.
愿意接受这样的一个情况。
也可以抽牌，就是
Over.
Really?
我毕竟这是个紫螳螂。
Yeah.
刀妹很难推这个紫螳螂。
对啊，你不交牌，你就上不来。
是的。
I think Diana's developing way too heavily for it to really get a lot of play.
那就又变成这个我们所说的前场站一个，后场也有怪。
没问题。那虽然选择了陈年会，但还是很明确的，就是我螳螂绝对不会下来。刀妹这里想处理这个螳螂还是难度很高的。
现在看牌的话
，Maybe you're right.
Just saw the tide turner get drawn.
Never doubt the Stella Corn.
他有螳螂吧？他也可以去，因为现在螳螂是落单了。
对，但是你上去的话，你要送个天角。
对，
这个代价我觉得不太能接受。
我感觉比造化要好一点，
就直接螳螂对顶螳螂。
是的。或者说他想做点铺垫什么的，把御风交了，那应该也不太可能吧？但对顶螳螂的话，就其实也很难受啊。控潮再换下来，
太亏了。
是的，控潮再换下来吧，这样吧。
I feel like this matchup is slow, but there's a lot of thought behind every play.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's sequencing, but also trying to think about what you have to worry about from your opponent. And because both of these decks have a lot of interaction points, but also it's not just even like, what do you need to navigate for this turn, but it's also, what are you worried about on their turn? Because you might need to not overdevelop on your turn to leave enough runes up to play around a Moonfall or a Charm, you know? There's so many things where you're kind of trying to play this turn and the next turn for both players. All right, well, here's draw number 2. Hey, look, a Ride the Wind. I bet that's going to get that thing to draw some cards. Starcrust bounces the Tide Turner, gets rid of the Hui. Also, oh, I was going to say, also could see a situation where that Tide Turner is used again for Stella Corn nonsense, but the Kha'Zix was left alone, though. So there is that.
Why develop the Tide Turner there?
I would have to go back to the hand, but I think I saw a second Starcrossed, so it might just be trying to make sure that you've got a little body. Yeah. Because if you don't have scoots or whatever, then if you expect your opponent to replay Hui, because why wouldn't they? Hui is outstanding. You just want to do similar things.
Yeah.
It's also one of those situations where if you're trying to get rid of this Kha'Zix as well, I expect the Kha'Zix to move back, but if it doesn't and you're trying to get rid of it, you don't want to go in there solo either.
Never lucky.
I was gonna say, I feel like that Raven Bloom has come up like the last 3 times for this player.
Mm-hmm. In that exact situation too.
既然你不拍刀妹，我也不拍会了。
是的，
还是要保留费用去对抗。
我觉得也挺科学的，他这里毕竟他可能真的想出点牌了。那这个学生下去，看能下一场能不能是个法术。他下回应该真的不太想抽学生吧？
天角，现在手牌这个重复的牌数量很多啊，不是个好消息，因为并没有想要看到的这个专法或者训练有素。
抽 trick 呀，这把一共就见到1张，还是牌片看到的比较差的1张决斗驾驶，没有想要。
对，
那肯定不想要。
再抽
训练有素终于来了，
是的，终于有1张 trick 了。
So how many is this herder drawn?
More than 3.
Just checking.
I thought it was gonna get bounced or die a lot sooner than this. I think this is card number 5 or 6.
"4."
对，而且仪器1张要回符能的牌，其实还蛮好的。对面再交边的。
So really, it's got to catch up. Oh, okay.
灭世掉的话，
但是灭世掉的话，对面如果御风回巨神风之巅呢
How many is this thing drawn?
6. That was number 6. Crazy. It's about to be 7 too.
我反正记得应该只有1张灭。
他左手第1张。
Don't forget to add your point, little dude.
哦，仪器。
Oh, now he's riding the win.
Okay, I was confused for a second here.
这里的皎月应该是要去把它抓住的。
对，跑回去对面到6分了，一定是要阻止对面回去，然后在这个废弃大厅上解决对面的皎月。
但这样对于 CP 来说，如果场下依然有2个单位，这个天角不太能留在场上的情况下，是否还有机会拿到6分，并且下回合沉淀会再因为巨神风之巅的效果，在回合外还有一定的防守能力？我觉得其实对于 CP 来说，这个皎月被解掉，看起来并不算是那种完全不可接受的事实。
是的。
It's times like this that I forget Ride the Wind is an action speed spell.
Yep.
但这把确实现在凭借着天角木
Top 4 are 2 Aurelias, 2 Dianas. So this table is just one of the same.
他就是到6加出会嘛。
对，主要现在是乌塔奇在思考。我感觉就这张仪器。
他在思考用仪器还是在自己反御回去嘛？应该是仪器吧。
反御回去的话，这1分不都拿不到了，对吧？他得推
通过了，
通过。你可以等这边战斗结束再那个。
哦，再回去。
对啊，战斗结束再回去。
Oh my god！
因为是先结算废弃大厅上的战斗的。
是的。
So 3 Ride the Winds in 1 turn.
毕竟他这里多御风1圈也能多抽1张。
Yasuo in shambles.
Oh my god, Andy drew a tide turner. That spell is about to come back to base too. It's card number 8.
This is when you jinxed it, you were like, hey, what's the over-under? Just like when you were like, you know, it's illegal to have 2 Irelias in the finals.
Oh my god.
It's coming.
Does he really need a 3rd body here? Why not just trade Tide Turner with Stella and have a chance for it to hold? I guess it'll just die no matter what. That's Kazakh's there.
Yeah, I mean there's...
He had 3 mana open. I'm pretty sure he has a Discipline in hand. He could have contested the Raven. He wouldn't have
yeah, maybe,
there.
But again, like, there's situations where you don't want to get blown out by, like, Moonfall or things like that, so... If you leave something out there and they go in and then they Moonfall a second thing in and they 2-for-1 you, that's bad, I think. Just playing it safe because as fun as the Aurelia's turns have been, they are still behind.
Yeah, pretty significantly too.
You know, this goes back to what I always saying about with Akali, where it's like, there's a lot of really fun stuff you can do with it, but at the end of the day, like, what's the payoff?
Yeah.
对，刀妹现在看下来的话，她的手牌结构是能够支持她去强交互的，就算没有这个小头的刀妹，她也能够通过天角去反复的进攻。
是的。现在对他来说唯一的问题就是他好像打不出来幻幻乐加造化。
Does make me reevaluate the what is it, the Otterpuss, the 2-drop that denies points in the early game.
Yeah, it's just 1st and 2nd turn. And while it does deny points, it does also let them draw cards. So I think it's a well-designed double-edged sword.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this, like, Aurelia. Still behind on points. Probably has, what, that's 8 cards in hand or something like that? And I don't know. And after seeing you play Akali too, with like 10, 15 cards in hand, and it's just like, you're still missing key cards and unable to play.
Yeah, well, that's just because that's the other downside too with a lot of these calm lists is you sometimes brick on needing certain things. Like with the Akali list, for example, I'm almost always hunting for more units.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna have the combat tricks, like that part is fine. I'm almost always hunting for units. Like that's the issue.
And not so fast as big. Although fighting this on an abandoned hall is gonna be crazy. Oh, he got nothing. Oh.
Yeah.
This is the difference of letting a Stella Cord run wild here.
Yeah, I mean this losses is, I guess, technically not nothing. It is +2 on the Raven Bloom because it's on Hall.
那我们上帝视角能够看到刀妹对这里你加2其实完全无所谓的，我随便比你大，
直接打巨破。
这里没有选择进一步交牌。
Nice.
直接就是一个4打2。
Silly, Aurelia. Those are runes, not units.
那现在是一个有拍有废的刀妹，皎月这里在会要被造化回去的情况下，我感觉要很难接受的。
因为手牌结构也很差呀，手上是2张。
Was that bounced? Was that the way?
我觉得还是跟那个皎月死活抽不到牌有关系。
Yeah, should have been.
都没抽到什么牌。
是的。
This guy hasn't tapped his Aurelia once.
就皎月很容易输这种局，他前边的资源优势无非一个是靠皎月，一个是。
I mean, there hasn't really been a need.
He's just playing Aurelia for the Defiant Dance.
那我们其实如果想一想。
Oh, you mean like in general? No, there were some activations in the last game.
下回合够打2边御风吗？还真够。
会御风。
对，只要。
I think most of the activations come from when you have boots, and boots were being blown up.
Go boom.
这张放完了，而且乌萨奇还有3费。
是的。
卡牌骗术。
These tide turns are getting crazy good value.
其实费用上就不够了。
是的，但他毕竟还是有轮次的，这里
他是可以，
毕竟刀妹不叫啥。
对，等1轮，他可以。
等1轮不能再掏第3张造化弄人吧？但是有没有可能没有？
That second acceptable losses is tough.
还是很危险的。
御
风应该是这个时候最好的牌。
御风还真有，但是就是说的那个问题，现在费用好像看一下，1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
I was gonna say it's got to be Ride the Wind because you just saw Aurelia ride the wind to infinity and beyond, so you might as well do the same thing, right?
Can he win here? I don't think he has enough options in hands.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you can win here. I think that the goal is again to get yourself into a position where winning might be possible.
其实如果我是皎月的话，我会觉得这里盖牌是紫派克的可能性会有点高啊。
So their Aurelia player was checking the trash. I think just trying to figure out what to worry about in terms of fizz. And then on the other side, taking a look at, you know, Star-Crossed, Defiant Dance, etc. If you're the Diana, you're probably banking on the hidden card being Azonia's. Though I'm not sure that you can do that because in an earlier game you did see the purple pike.
He already played the purple pike.
Right, but I'm just saying, unless it's open deck list and you know the exact number or whatever. Yeah, this makes the most sense. We're gonna hold to 6, but can really only go to 7. I don't think you can win without way.
There's no way.
So an abandon, a not so fast, 2 disciplines, a Kha'Zix, and a Stellacorn. So just going to 7. Interesting. I don't know that I understand because you're about to get the ready from Targan's Peak, and so you're trying to maximize your energy stuff there, but I don't know that I would have wanted to tip my hand that I had the Cossacks. But doing it this way does mean you play the Cossacks and then you still have energy open for Abandon and Not So Fast.
Yes. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I was thinking. Discard the way, give it +3, clears this battlefield, can move it over to the other one and buff it over there. Ooh. That's Switcheroo's reaction speed, correct?
Yeah, because it was played from hidden.
Fuck.
So the only answer that the Diana has is a Star-Crossed, but that's going to get blown out by a Not So Fast.
If he Star-Crosses it, is it a missed target and Hui keeps his might?
Yeah, essentially, because there's nothing that is like a differential there. So I think this is a situation where you theoretically have to Star-Cross your Raven Bloom and their Herder, hope they don't have the counter spell, and then try to ride the wind over with your Hui. But
I just got the Not So Fast. Oh, this is tough. Oh. And he can't just redevelop next turn. This is it.
No, like this is it. I mean, that's the problem is you have to at a minimum trade with both sides. So unfortunately, the Diana's just like dead to rights. Period. There's just not enough tools to break through both sides.
Yep, there it is.
So there's the Not So Fast. So the problem is because Ride the Wind is action speed, you can't play that on the chain here. So the switcheroo will go through, and then the Stellacorn will jump to 8. And so even if you, after that resolves, try to rebuff Hui by using Ride the Wind to ship it to the other side, you have no way to get rid of the Stellacorn now.
That's so cooked.
Yeah,
I feel
just
bad.
right cards at the right time. Yeah, actually, this isn't terrible.
Abandoned for the BM.
No, you don't abandon this. You don't abandon this, and the reason why is because I was just about to say what you're looking for is the Diana is another Star-Crossed, and moving Hui gives you the draw discard to try to find it. But the issue is if you abandon the Ride the Wind because of 5 runes up, they could just play Ride the Wind again and still have 3 up for Star-Crossed. Now, if you abandon the Star-Crossed, they will not have enough runes to replay it. So the patience is actually paying off, you know, again for the Aurelia player here. And even still, it's not even like a guaranteed thing. Like you can move the Hui, and you also are in a situation where with your draw you have to hit a unit.
Yep.
Essentially.
但这里两个人一起进，可能就不交了。这里两个人一起进，螳螂应该是没办法加2的。
Right now, you can't win this turn. You're just playing to not lose. It has to be Hui has to go over 1, or has to go over the right side, so that Star-Crossed can get rid of the other. Yep. And unfortunately, did not find a unit.
Oh.
闪现没用，他没有额外的动点，那就是看就是看这张牌交不交了。对，这张牌如果训练有素就不交了，确实不可能交的。那这样子，
这样子再打
Then he has to play Starcross.
要用不高了。
Yep, but this gets abandoned.
Yep.
最顶尖的造化弄人，
That's game.
就差这一费。
And that's game.
就差这一费，碰全了。
And that's why you don't do it to the ride the win.
That was a good. That was a really good game.
是的。不吃香菜的乌萨奇，带着刀妹。
Yeah, Faye, I agree. I do not think that the Diana was expecting the switcheroo. It's one of those things where when you're playing against Irelia, you almost always kind of assume or play around the fact that it's a Zonia's. So the switcheroo comes up big. The Irelia player did also run Purple Pike. So it was known, at least to the Diana player, that there was a chance that it was not Zonia's. The switcheroo caused so many issues. And again, even with the switcheroo, the Starcrossed could have still got the job done if they don't have the not so fast or a defy.
没有去着急交任何一张可能会影响局面的牌，
就是从他回合里面打出那张螳螂，到自己回合外。
Oh, the masterclass in patience.
到他大量的两费法术里面的急速反制，以及遗弃两张牌的选择，以及手上剩余的那两张训练有素。
Yeah, I hope that player goes to med school.
在上帝视角来看，也是有用的，防到了对面可能的一些进攻手段。
是的，是的。然后我觉得这局乌萨奇，因为他在自己 第一回合的时候，就是在第一局的时候他是输掉的，然后在第3局面临对面皎月的先攻，并且他是吃到了一个大亏，对面背了螳螂之后，自己其实局面一度有点失控，对，但是利用后续法术对决上面得到了一个更好的手牌结构，
top 4.
两张造化弄人把对面
Heading into the grand finals here.
而对面的造化弄人是被自己的急速反制和遗弃全部给解决了，全场的 P 牌
Abandon was the key card because it sealed the game. Look at those cool spiders. Elise is coming.
What
do you mean? My deck has 38 spiderlings in it.
Should be 39.
Can't have one in the champion zone. Crazy.
Well, right, it's 39, and then your 40th card is your champion.
Oh,
which is Teemo.
True.
Yeah. Play Teemo Strategist in your champ zone and 39 spiderlings.
Wait, that's kind of crazy, actually. He just always hits all 4 hiddens.
All 5. He shoots for 5.
Oh, is it really? Oh my god.
Though I will say, I think if you're actually trying to do that correctly, it should be 36 spiderlings and 3 nocturnes, because nocturnes are, like, even if you don't shoot them, it's just even more surprise might, but...
I think you play the, what is the Ember Monk or something like that? Every time there's a hitting card. +2.
No, that's diluting the spiders. I take it all back. Teemo and 39 spiders.
I am excited to see Purple get more support for like tokens and like go wide strategies. But at this point I'm like, what is your identity, Purple? And why are you taking everyone else's?
Well, I don't necessarily think that like going wide in tokens is another identity. Like, yes, we've seen it primarily in
order,
yeah. But I don't know that with how long the game is going to go, I don't know that that can stay that way forever. And it at least does look like they're laying the foundation for Alawi to do some tentacle stuff. I'm actually very excited to see what the payoff for that is, because the fact that the tentacles are specifically called out to have the Bilgewater tag is also interesting to me.
Oh, you think that might be like Bilgewater tribal?
Yeah, possibly. Because otherwise, why would you care that tentacles are from Bilgewater?
For the list, of course.
I guess. And if you really want to give -2 might to my 1 might tentacle.
Gotta give it to all your spiderlings.
Spiderlings, go go!
Do you think we'll get collectors over saturation? Like, I feel like there's been a lot of collector's items that have come out.
Not yet. I mean, I do think that we will at some point, obviously, but